magical beasts and dangerous dungeons, it's not just the warriors or mags who keep things going. There are unsung heroes, people who don't wield swords or cast spells but still hold society together. One such hero, Hongku, Lu Fan's aunt. Though she's only 8 years older than him, she's been raising Lu Fan ever since he arrived in this world. Day in and day out, she pours her soul into her little steamed bun shop, working tirelessly just to fund Lu Fan's education. She's not a fighter, but her spirit? Indomitable. Lu Fan hasn't forgotten her sacrifices. That's why today matters. That's why he's determined, no, desperate, to awaken as a combative professional. He wants more than just survival. He wants to repay his aunt with a better life, one without flour-dusted aprons and aching legs. Suddenly, the teacher's phone rings mid-speech. With wide eyes and excitement he can barely contain, he turns to the class and declares, "The awakening platform is ready." Cue absolute chaos. Students leap from their chairs like it's the last day of school. Cheers echo through the halls as they stampede toward the platform. But in the back corner of the classroom, one student doesn't move. Lu Fan stays seated, eyes calm. The teacher walks over, puzzled. "Lu Fan, you re the top student. You've got nothing to worry about." But Lu Fan isn't hesitating because he's scared. It's because, bam! He just awakened a system out of nowhere. Super treasure map system activated. Lu Fan stares blankly. What? Now? Before he can process this surprise upgrade, the teacher slams a hand on his desk. "Lu Fan! You all right?" Snapping out of it, Lu Fan quickly nods. "All good, sir. Just visualizing success." Then, like a man on a mission, he dashes toward the awakening platform. As he runs, he reflects, of course, I'd get a system. I am a transmigrator, after all. Classic. But system analysis could wait. First things first, awakening ceremony. As the students gathered, they gawked at the colossal glowing crystal at the center of the platform. This was the medium for awakening, an ancient artifact that would determine their future. Tension crackled in the air like static. The teacher tried to keep everyone calm, but between dreams of glory and fears of disappointment, no one was listening. Lu Fan overheard a student whispering, "I hope I get a hidden class, maybe even a Saint-tier combat class." His buddy chuckled and brought him back to earth. "Yeah, and I hope I wake up with six-pack abs. Let's just try not to get chef or latrine cleaner, all right?" Soon, the ceremony officially began. The Grandmaster stepped onto the stage, his voice carrying over the crowd like a battle horn. "Let this year's awakening ceremony begin." He motioned toward a figure in flowing robes, the priest conducting the ceremony. As the priest walked up, students couldn't help but gawk at his dominating presence. This guy didn't look like a mere support class. He looked like he could tank a dungeon boss solo. Lu Fan's newly awakened system chimed in again, giving him a shiny new ability, Eye of Appraisal. "Let's test this bad boy." He focused on the priest. Instantly, information popped into view. Level 29 professional skills, professional awakening net worth, 5 million dragon coins. Lu Fan blinked. 5 million. My aunt would have to steam buns till the next era to make that much. Before he could dwell on the staggering wealth gap, the headmaster raised his voice again, signaling the start of the roll call. Names were being called one by one. First up, Jing Dao, the golden boy of Section 25. Rumored to have god-tier attributes, Jing Dao was the student everyone loved, and loved to envy. Watch, he's definitely getting something epic. As Jing Dao stepped onto the stage, the priest began chanting. The massive crystal pulsed with energy, glowing brighter and brighter, until, with a sudden whoosh, a fireball shot out. Pyromancer! The crowd gasped. A combative profession, and a rare one at that. The girl screamed, hearts pounding. Jing Dao conjured a small fireball in his palm and smirked. He was basically printing date requests at this point. Lu Fan watched the scene unfold, his jaw tight. This was what power looked like. This was the difference between struggle and success. If I can awaken a combative class, he thought, I can change everything. But the universe wasn't handing out fireballs to everyone. As the ceremony continued, most students ended up with subsistence professions, herbalist, tailor, miner, and so on. Useful? Absolutely. Glorious? Not quite. These were the people who made the world turn, but they didn't exactly get groupies. Lu Fan realized the truth. Despite all the dreams and hype, combative professions were rare. Most would leave this ceremony with nothing more than calluses and humble paychecks. And soon, it would be his turn. Awakening as a combative professional meant everything in this world: fame, power, fortune. It was the golden ticket out of mediocrity. Meanwhile, a subsistence profession meant you would likely end up working 9 to 5 just to survive. Still, not everyone saw it as a curse. A student ahead of Lu Fan whispered to their friend, honestly, even a subsistence profession isn't so bad. Better than a reinforcing class if you were re-broke. They brought up Li Ping from Section 3. Her family was already struggling financially, and yet she awakened as a reinforcing professional, a class that required tons of money just to level up. Skills? Useful. Maintenance? Bank breaking. For someone like her, it might have been better to get a profession like tailor or apothecary. At least she could earn a steady living. Lu Fan overheard and felt his stomach tighten. His family wasn't well off either. If he ended up with a profession that required wealth to grow, he'd be stuck right from the start. Just then, the headmaster's voice rang out across the platform, "Lu Fan, step up!" As he walked toward the awakening pedestal, the atmosphere shifted. The girls in the crowd suddenly took notice. One of them whispered, "Wait. Is Lu Fan actually hot?" Another giggled, "Smart, handsome, and mysterious. Please let him awaken as something cool." But Lu Fan was focused. No distractions now. He stepped up to the glowing crystal, inhaled sharply, and placed his hands on it. No point being nervous now, he told himself. The priest resumed his chant, and in the next moment, everything changed. A vision exploded in Lu Fan's mind. A red dragon with blazing yellow eyes locked onto him. The earth trembled. Students stumbled, grabbing each other for balance. Golden light poured from the crystal, completely engulfing Lu Fan. Then, a dragon appeared. Not in the vision. In real life. A golden dragon, born from the awakening light, soared above the ceremony grounds. Gasps filled the air. Teachers dropped their notepads. The crowd froze. A hidden profession? One of the female teachers turned to Teacher Li, wide-eyed. "Your section produced a hidden professional." Teacher Li nearly fainted from joy. Hidden professionals were legendary, rare, powerful, and capable of altering the fate of kingdoms. If Lu Fan awakened as a dragon blood warrior or a dragon language mage, he wouldn't just be famous, he'd be historic. They hadn't seen someone awaken as a dragon blood warrior in over 10 years. The dragon roared. A sound so thunderous it shook the sky and made students cover their ears. Then, as suddenly as it came, the beast vanished. The headmaster bolted toward Lu Fan, barely containing his excitement. "Tell me, did you awaken as a dragon blood warrior? Or dragon language mage?" Lu Fan looked up. Calm. Stoic. Then sighed. "No. I awakened as a dragon tamer." Silence. Like someone hit the mute button on reality. The headmaster blinked. "You or what?" A few students whispered. Others straight up laughed. "Isn't that the most worthless hidden class in existence? You get a whole light show for that." Despite the ceremony ending in such dramatic fashion, Lu Fan found himself walking alone through the old town of Ganghai City later that day. His system interface hovered beside him like a personal HUD. Profession, Dragon Tamer level, 10 special skill, contain dragons and dragon-like creatures. Net worth, 239 dragon coins, and not exactly the salary of a future legend, Lu Fan muttered. Flashbacks of the ceremony haunted him. Shocked teachers, mocking students, even his own doubts echoed in his mind. Sure, he had a hidden class, but it was the least useful one of the bunch. Why? Because dragons are ridiculously rare. And if you do find one, good luck not becoming crispy toast. Dragons weren't pets. They were apex predators. Tamers needed absurd strength, charisma, and sheer luck just to get close, let alone gain loyalty. Some clueless students still didn't get the issue. Wait, if Dragon Tamer is one of the 3 great hidden professions, why is it so looked down on? Another student answered bluntly, because most people never even see a dragon. Taming one? That's fantasy-level nonsense. The headmaster, though clearly disappointed, tried to console Lu Fan. He gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder and said, "It's still a hidden profession, Lu Fan. Boundless potential. Maybe you can start with sub-dragon species? Grow stronger from there. It wasn't much, but it was something. And for Lu Fan, that was enough. Because no matter how weak or useless people thought his path was, he was going to prove them all wrong. But Lu Fan knew better. All the headmasters talk about potential didn't mean much without a real dragon. Sub-dragon species? Just glorified beasts with an attitude problem. Nowhere near the majestic, terrifying power of a true dragon. And the worst part? In the entire 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons had appeared, sure. But a dragon tamer actually taming one? Not even once. Humans, no matter how strong, were still ants in a dragon's eyes. Lu Fan knew chasing the dream of taming a giant dragon was like chasing clouds, pretty, but pointless. He glanced at his system window. All his skills were locked. Why? Because he hadn't tamed a dragon yet. Classic catch, 22. He sighed, thinking about his aunt, Han Siyu. She'd worked herself to the bone to pay for his schooling, hoping he'd one day break free of poverty. And now? He couldn't even give her a better life. He couldn't even give himself a better skill tree. Lost in thought, Lu Fan suddenly found himself standing at the front door of their home, no memory of walking there. He blinked, shook the fog off, and forced a smile onto his face. "I'm home," he called out, voice cheerful. Or at least, trying to be. And then came Aunt Han Siyu. Now let me tell you, Han Siyu was a force of nature. The moment she saw Lu Fan, she launched at him like a missile made of love and flower dust, locking him in a tight hug. "You're back. Tell me everything. What profession did you awaken?" She beamed, eyes full of excitement. Lu Fan opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, she cut him off. "Hey, it's okay. Even if you didn't awaken a combat class, that's fine. Honestly, I'd prefer you weren't out there risking your life every day." Her words were warm, comforting, but they hit Lu Fan like a truck. "No, Auntie," he said, louder than he meant to. "I did awaken a combat class. I became a dragon tamer." He braced for disappointment. Instead, Han Siyu looked like she'd just won the lottery. "That's amazing. So what if you don't have a dragon yet? It just means you're strong enough to even be chosen by that profession." She pulled him into another hug. "You'll get into college, and I'll keep supporting you like always. And if you decide not to go, that's fine too. We'll run the steam bun shop together." Steam buns over dragons? Honestly, tempting. Lu Fan felt a lump in his throat. His eyes stung. He didn't deserve someone this kind, this selfless. "Don't cry, dummy. Dinner's getting cold," Han Siyu teased. Lu Fan finally looked at the table. She'd cooked a feast, way too much for one person. She must have spent hours preparing it, hoping to celebrate his awakening. He sat down, trying to enjoy it. But the guilt lingered. Later that night, Lu Fan lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His thoughts circled like vultures. Han Siyu was only 26, yet she'd been working tough, low-paying jobs for years. Her hands were covered in cuts and bruises. He remembered once, she'd hidden a burn from him so he wouldn't worry. "I want to change her life," he whispered. But how? Without a dragon, being a dragon tamer meant nothing. Frustrated, Lu Fan slammed his fists into the mattress. If I just had a dragon, I could really do something. Then, ding! A notification from the system popped up, completely out of nowhere. "Congratulations! You've received your first day reward, Divine Level Treasure Map." Lu Fan blinked. Wait, what? He quickly remembered something important. His system wasn't just about dragon taming. It was called the Super Treasure Map System. At the ceremony, he'd only used the appraisal function. He hadn't even checked out the treasure map features. His hands trembled with excitement as he tapped the treasure map icon. What if this wasn't just some gimmick? What if this treasure map actually led him to a dragon? A map, a lie, and a stampede. The system finally explained itself. Turns out, the treasure maps were ranked beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine. And here's the kicker. 3 low-tier maps could be fused into one higher-level map. Pretty neat, right? Lu Fan barely had time to process that when another notification popped up. "You'll receive 1 random treasure map each day, graded and located randomly. Reach the marked area to receive a reward tied to your profession." Wait, tied to his profession? Lu Fan's eyes widened. If that was true, This treasure hunt could actually lead him to a dragon. For the first time in days, hope sparked in his chest. Maybe, just maybe, this super treasure map system wasn't some gimmick. Maybe it was his golden ticket from being the weakest to standing at the top. He clicked on the divine level treasure map. A glowing map burst open in front of him, highlighting one specific location. Mount Shiabas. Lu Fan knew the place. It wasn't too far from Shanghai City. If he caught the last suburban bus, he could be there by dawn. The next morning Han Siyu stretched, still in her nightdress, and flicked on the light. Her hair was a mess. She shuffled out and saw a note on the dining table. She glanced toward Lu Fan's room. Empty. Her heart sank as she read the letter. Auntie, I've gone to Mount Shiabas. This might be my only shot to change my fate. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. She clutched the note tightly, eyes brimming with worry. Meanwhile, a bus rumbled through the misty mountain roads. Lu Fan sat alone, unaware that a group of shader-looking individuals was eyeing him from the back seats. But he wasn't thinking about them. He was thinking about his aunt. About the pain in her hands. About the life she deserved. And about the dragon that could change everything. He stepped off the bus at the barren outskirts of Mount Shiabas. The place looked deserted. No birds. No wind. Just eerie silence. Perfect setting for a horror movie, he thought. Then, bump! Someone knocked into his backpack. Lu Fan spun around. Two strangers stood there. A muscular man with a scar and a petite girl with fox-like eyes. They looked like the kind of people who robbed you before they asked your name. Lu Fan stepped back, hand on his weapon. Before he could react, a third figure, a grizzled old man with an eye patch, appeared behind him and grabbed his shoulder. You alone, kid? Want to team up? Lu Fan shrugged him off fast. No thanks. I work alone. He narrowed his eyes. These three weren't adventurers, they were dungeon robbers. And he was walking gold to them. The girl grinned, pulling out a knife. You sure? You might want to rethink that. The eye patch man leaned in. It's dangerous out here alone. You might not make it back. Lu Fan was sweating inside but didn't show it. He had to bluff. Hard. I'm a summoner, he lied. I can summon elemental creatures. I don't need help. The trio froze. For a moment, nobody said anything. Then the man chuckled. Oh? Well, that changes things. The girl winked and blew him a kiss. Hope we meet again, handsome. Lu Fan, momentarily flustered, 100% relieved. Yeah, sure, great. Let's never meet again, thanks. As they disappeared into the forest, he thought to himself, this wilderness is dangerous. But not as dangerous as getting stabbed in the back. The encounter rattled him. Without real power, he was nothing but easy prey. He opened his system map and picked up the pace. As Lu Fan ventured deeper into Mount Shiabas, he spotted something majestic and terrifying. A herd of power horn horses. Level 8 magical beasts. Graceful. Massive. And very territorial. Lu Fan knew the drill, don't poke the horses. Don't get poked by the horses. He quietly veered off course, taking a long detour around them. The longer route made him anxious, but better anxious than trampled. Or so he thought. Soon, he found himself facing a group of giant horn antelopes. Stronger, faster, and known for their bad temper. He moved slowly, carefully, one step at a time. Squelch! A tiny frog underfoot screamed out its pain with a dramatic ribbit of betrayal. The antelopes snapped their heads toward him, eyes full of murder. Oh no! Next thing he knew, Lu Fan was running for his life. Through bushes, over roots, lungs burning. Spotting a flat rocky ledge, he dove. Thud! Dust exploded around him as the herd thundered past, narrowly missing him. Panting, he lay there, heart racing. I can't even handle an angry antelope, he clenched his fists. This is what being powerless feels like. But he wasn't done. Not yet. Because somewhere out there, on this mountain, was his first real treasure. And maybe, just maybe, his first real dragon. Lu Fan stood alone, staring at the spot where he nearly became roadkill under a pack of angry antelopes. Catching his breath, he whispered to himself, if I miss this opportunity today, my fate might end up like that poor frog, and just then, ding. System notification, you've arrived at your designated treasure map location. Lu Fan's eyes locked onto two massive rocks ahead. A faint red glow flickered between them, just like on the map. Behind those rocks was a narrow cave. Inside? A pitch-black egg, pulsing softly, cracking slowly. No way. A dragon egg? Before he could even react, his system confirmed it. Unidentified black dragon egg, level unknown. Lu Fan's heart thudded. This was it. This was the moment. If he could tame this dragon, he'd go from bottom feeder to apex predator overnight. But before the excitement could settle, a rustle in the grass snapped him back to reality. Lu Fan turned, cleaver in hand. From the shadows emerged a bloodthirsty grey fox, its red eyes glowing with primal rage. It snarled and leapt, fangs wide, catching his cleaver in its canines with a metallic clang. The fox lunged again. Lu Fan twisted, flinging it to the ground. Panting, he activated his appraisal skill. Bloodthirsty grey fox, special skills, triple claw strike, bloodthirst recovery, triple claw strike? And it heals by draining blood? Great. Just great. He glanced back at the dragon egg. The cracks were widening. If I can just stall the fox until it hatches. But the fox wasn't waiting. It darted forward, fast as lightning. Lu Fan raised his arm, slash. Pain exploded as the claws tore into his forearm. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't let it recover. Not now. The fox lashed out again, strike 1. Lu Fan braced. Strike 2, blocked by his cleaver. Strike 3, he barely dodged, rolling aside just in time. Now! With every ounce of strength, Lu Fan swung his cleaver down, crack. The blade slammed into the fox's skull. Blood sprayed. The creature collapsed with a twitch. System notification, you have defeated a bloodthirsty grey fox. Plus 120 EXP. Lu Fan staggered backward, covered in blood, heart racing. But just as he caught his breath, 3 shadows appeared behind him. Slow clapping echoed. Nice work, Dragon Boy. Lu Fan turned, of course. It was them. The dungeon robbers. The girl smirked. The muscular guy cracked his knuckles. And the eye patch man looked far too amused. Lu Fan immediately took a defensive stance. Don't get any ideas. I'm not joining your gang. The girl giggled. Relax. No need to be so nervous. She leaned in with a smirk. We know you lied about being a summoner. Eye patch chimed in, grinning. A real summoner wouldn't get scratched up by a fox. You're not fooling anyone, kid. Lu Fan cursed silently. They'd figured it out. Still, he played it cool. He nudged the fox's corpse toward them with his boot. Take the fur and scram. I'm not in the mood. The eye patch man picked it up and chuckled. Worth maybe 80 dragon coins. Nice try. He locked eyes with Lu Fan. But we're not here for this. We're here for that. Lu Fan's stomach sank. He turned his head slightly. Sure enough, the muscular guy and the girl were staring at the dragon egg. They are after the divine treasure too. Before he could react, the muscular thug charged. Boom! The punch landed square in Lu Fan's chest. His cleaver flew from his hand as he crashed to the ground, gasping. Dazed and dizzy, he opened his eyes to find the girl on top of him, knife pressed against his throat. Don't move, or you'll bleed. The eye patch man crouched beside him, smug. You underestimated a dungeon robber's nose for treasure. Then the muscular guy called out from the cave. Hey, boss! You won't believe what I found. He stood over the cracking dragon egg, his shadow looming ominously over the treasure that could have changed everything for Lu Fan. Lu Fan's worst fear had come true. His enemies had reached the dragon egg first. And now, lying on the ground with a knife to his throat, it seemed like the end. Finish him off, the eye patch man barked. The girl leaned in, blade glinting. You'd handsome. But it's time to say goodbye. But Lu Fan wasn't going down like this. Behind them, the dragon egg cracked wide open, and in a burst of light, something shot into the sky like a meteor. Everyone froze. Above them hovered a massive black silhouette, wings outstretched, eyes burning like twin furnaces. A dragon. A real, full-grown dragon. Panic struck the robbers instantly. The eye patch guy hurled a potion into the air. The dragon dodged it like it was swatting a fly. The muscular thug roared and tried to punch the creature. Bad move. Whoosh! The dragon opened its jaws, unleashing a searing blast of energy that incinerated him mid-air. Ashes. The eye patch man was paralyzed with fear, watching his buddy's crispy remains fall to the ground. The dragon turned its gaze on him. No. Please? Too late. Even the girl was trembling now. The knife dropped from her hand. Lu Fan didn't waste the chance. With one powerful shove, he knocked her aside and got back to his feet. "You guys really picked the wrong target," he growled. He sprinted toward the dragon. It hovered in place, unsure of whether to fry him or not. Lu Fan raised his hands. "Dragon taming technique." A golden light radiated from his palms. Even the dragon flinched, confused. Then, he touched it. System notification: Black Dragon Covenant tamed by Lu Fan. New skills unlocked: Dragon Claw, Dragon Fong Strike, Dragon Inspiration. The girl stumbled backward. What? Who are you? Lu Fan turned, finally smirking. "I'm not just a summoner. I'm a dragon tamer." The dragon growled and leapt toward her. She panicked, tripping over herself. "I didn't know it was a dragon egg. I swear." "I'm sorry." But Lu Fan's voice was cold. "You schemed against innocent people. You can join your friends." He pointed. "Finish her." Boom. The dragon obeyed. The dust cleared. Lu Fan sat alone on a cliff's edge, wrapping a bandage around his torn arm. Beside him, the dragon rummaged through his bag like a curious puppy. He lifted the creature with both arms, laughing in disbelief. "You're way too lively. If you'd re this strong now. Imagine when you level up." He hugged it tightly. Maybe being a dragon tamer isn't such a weak class after all. But something was off. The dragon stared at his wound, then gently licked it. A soft red aura surrounded its body. Then, whoosh! Wings spread. Magic swirled. And right before his eyes, the dragon transformed. Standing there was a stunning girl, with elegant black wings, a long sleek tail, and eyes that sparkled like obsidian fire. Lu Fan blinked. "Wait. What?" "Yup. Plot twist. His dragon just turned into a girl. All hail the waifu tamer." Lu Fan was speechless. His newly hatched companion, now a human-like girl, stood before him, tilting her head like a confused puppy. She didn't speak human language yet. Just nodded at everything he said. This is adorable, and kind of terrifying. While she fluttered around like an over-caffeinated child, Lu Fan opened his system to check his newly unlocked powers. Dragon taming lets him form bonds with dragon-type beasts. Dragon Claw transforms his arm into a massive claw whose strength depends on his current dragon. Dragon Fong Strike channels dragon energy for a devastating blow. Dragon Inspiration boosts both his and his dragon's attack and attributes by 30%. "No wonder I'm crushing the power charts now," he muttered. Then, curiosity took over. He tapped on his dragon's profile. And boom, her stats popped up. Lu Fan couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at the dragon girl, his dragon girl, while her ridiculously overpowered stats glowed on the interface like cheat codes. Strength, 342 agility, 267 spirit, 359 endurance, 373 at level 1. Talk about broken, but it didn't stop there. Her skill set was even more outrageous. Mighty Jaw Assault, she lunges forward, bites hard, and causes continuous bleeding. Lava Flame spews fire non-stop while healing herself. That's right. Damage and sustain. Black Dragon Heritage reduces all incoming damage by 50%, immunity to all debuffs, and boosts self-healing by 500%. Bloodline Connection grants 10% of her attributes directly to Lu Fan. That means he just got stronger too. Lu Fan blinked. Is this a newborn or a final boss? He checked again. Yep, it was real. The Bloodline Connection not only gave him a 10% bonus from her, but apparently doubled his own base stats. That explained why he suddenly felt like he could dropkick a mountain. No wonder I feel like I could take on a whole army. This is the true power of one of the 3 strongest hidden professions. All those haters calling Dragon Tamer the weakest class? Joke's on them. They haven't seen this dragon. And right at that moment, he saw her chewing on her own eggshell. Still got that baby brain, huh? Even though she had a human form, she was clearly still just a newborn dragon. Curious, innocent, and hungry. Lu Fan realized there was still one big thing left. I need to give you a name. He paused, watching the first light of dawn stretch across the sky. A little black dragon, born just before sunrise. Xia, he said softly. Your name is Xia. The dragon girl paused mid-bite, looked up at him, and smiled. Wide, bright, and innocent. Like she was thrilled to finally be someone. Lu Fan's heart melted. He patted her head, grinning. Glad you like it. All right, Xia, you hungry? She nodded, finishing off the last piece of shell like a crunchy snack. Let's go hunt some monsters then. Can't go home on an empty stomach. Lu Fan stood up, tightening the straps on his bag. His mind flashed to the upcoming university entrance trial, his shot at the Southern Province's top scholar title, and a seat in the Dragon Kingdom's most elite institution. But he knew one thing, he wasn't ready yet. We need to level up. Fast. He turned to Xia, who fluttered up beside him with a mischievous grin. Next stop, Mount Xia Basin. Word is, the monsters there taste better than eggshells. They barely made it 10 steps before a loud noise echoed through the forest. Rustling. Thudding. Growling. Lu Fan snapped his fingers, pulling up the interface. Detected, Plains hyenas, nasty creatures. Real troublemakers. They came with 2 dangerous attacks, rending bite, causes ongoing bleeding. Putrefaction applies a disease debuff, weakening both defense and healing. But if you beat them? Loot drop, canine teeth, 95 dragon coins each. Lu Fan gulped. These guys are definitely tougher than that bloodthirsty grey fox from before, and I barely walked away from that fight. Just as he considered backing off, he looked up and froze. Wait, where's Xia? Already airborne. The dragon girl was in full flight, eyes glowing, wings spread wide, and wearing a grin that screamed, I call dibs on the snacks. Lu Fan sighed. Yep, definitely still a newborn. But one thing was clear, this duo was no longer prey. They were the predators now. Lu Fan could tell, Xia wanted to lead this fight. He smiled, stepping back as she soared into the sky. With flames building in her belly and hyenas roaring below, one thing was certain, Mount Xia Bass holds no danger, not for the strongest dragon tamer and his dragon. The hyenas didn't stand a chance. High above, Xia's form glowed with molten energy. Then, lava flame exploded from her mouth, blanketing the field in searing fire. The beast screeched and collapsed, dropping loot and XP like burnt pinatas. Ding! Lu Fan reached level 11. Ding! Xia hit level 3. With a grin, Lu Fan told her, all right, no more time on these small fries. Let's go find the real threat. Their eyes turned to a shadowy cave nestled in the mountainside. That's when he felt it, killing intent. From within the darkness, 3 glowing eyes stared them down. No, not 3 eyes, 3 sets. The beast stepped forward, massive, fur blazing with crimson streaks. The 3-headed blood lion. Level 25. Each head snarled independently, dripping with menace. This elite monster wasn't just for show. It had roar, buffs its own defense and attack. Trample, a massive area damage. Triple flame, 3 waves of fire-based AoE that melt anything dumb enough to stand still. Defeating it meant 23,790 EXP, and rare drops like Blood Lion's Tooth and Blood Lion Skin. Normally, it'd take a whole party of elite hunters to even attempt this. But Lu Fan wasn't normal anymore. I've got Xia. That's more than enough. He gave the order. Xia let out a low growl of approval. The battle began. The Blood Lion central head howled, casting roar, boosting its power, then started charging triple flame, a slow but deadly cast. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. That charge time, we can interrupt it. He turned to Xia. Let's coordinate. Take the heads, I'll follow through. In an instant, Xia's body ignited, flame spiraling around her as she reverted to her dragon form. She shot forward like a bullet from a cannon. Mighty Jaw Assault! She bit into the central head, then clamped her claws around the other 2, pinning them down. System notification, triple flame successfully interrupted. Lu Fan charged in, cleaver glowing with energy. Time to end this. He leapt and shouted, Dragon Fang Strike! A blast of dragon aura surged through his weapon, landing squarely into the beast's chest. The lion staggered, then crashed. Down, defeated. Xia landed beside him, shifting back into her human form, panting but smiling. Lu Fan hit level 14. Xia jumped to level 9. Before they could even rest, a new system notification flashed, treasure map system activated. A new map has been sent to your inventory. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a sly grin forming. An exclusive dragon tamer treasure, huh? This day just keeps getting better. He turned to Xia. Ready for some treasure hunting? She nodded eagerly, clearly still buzzing from the fight. Scene shift, deeper in Mount Xia Bass 3 figures stood near a jagged rock formation. A blue-haired girl looked impatiently at the cave in front of them. Are we really going to let this opportunity slip by? Her uncle, a burly warrior named Sunu, crossed his arms and shook his head. The fortuitous realm needs 5 people to open. We don't have enough. He suggested sending Miss Kai, their rogue companion, back to Shanghai City to recruit more. But Kai shook her head. Even if I sprint at top speed, the trip's a full day. The realm will vanish before I'm back. That's when we learn the girl's name, Qin Shio. Her class remains a mystery, but she's clearly no ordinary rookie. She spoke calmly but firmly. Fortuitous realms appear randomly, and the loot is better than any regular dungeon. If we miss this, we won't get another shot. Sunu tried to cheer her up. You're top university material, Qin Shio. You'll have your pick of secret realms. But she wasn't convinced. Her eyes lingered on the glowing runes of the cave entrance, opportunity slipping through her fingers. Back on the mountainside, Lu Fan and Xia had no idea their paths were about to cross. Qin Shio was inches from losing her chance at greatness. The fortuitous realm was right there and still missing one member. Suddenly, rustling. Sunu and Miss Kai spun around, weapons raised, ready for a fight. But it wasn't a monster. It was Lu Fan, casually strolling by like he was out for a picnic. Sunu blinked. A kid? Out here? He warned Lu Fan, this mountain isn't for casual hikers. You should head BA. Before he could finish, Qin Shio stepped in. With practiced poise, she introduced herself as part of the Qin family of Shanghai City, the wealthiest clan in the region. And then, out of nowhere, she made an offer, join us in the secret realm of chance. You don't even have to lift a finger, just be the 5th member. We'll pay you 100,000 dragon coins. Lu Fan paused mid-step. If the Qin family is willing to pay that much, the treasure inside must be insane. Qin Shio explained further. They'd already found a paladin as the 4th member but were still one short. Time was ticking. If they didn't get 5 people soon, the realm would disappear. Sunu, already walking toward the glowing purplish portal, waved Lu Fan over. Hurry up if you want to get paid. These kinds of opportunities don't wait. But Lu Fan wasn't easily bought. He smiled and replied, I'm not interested in money. I'll join if we split the rewards based on contribution. Dead silence. Miss Kai blinked. Wait, you want us to divide the loot by strength? Lu Fan nodded. Exactly. Qin Shio tilted her head, eyeing him with a puzzled look. This guy looks weaker than any of us. Is he confident, or just delusional? But they were desperate. She extended her hand with a smile. Fine. We'll go with your plan. And the 100,000 dragon coins are still yours, out of sincerity. Lu Fan shook her hand, sealing the deal. Internally, he made a decision, he wouldn't summon Shurao Yi yet. Revealing a legendary dragon in front of strangers? That was a recipe for jealousy, or worse. Better to wait until we have the loot. Then I'll let them see what real power looks like. Inside the secret realm of chance, the group stepped into the portal and emerged into a haunting wasteland. Dead trees. A choking purple fog. And silence so heavy you could hear your heartbeat. System notification, entered, Morning Village, level 20 fortuitous realm. Difficulty, solid. Group entry, 5 minimum, required. Qin Shio whispered, it's so quiet. I can only hear us. Miss Kai analyzed the air. No wind. No animals. Even the fog's too still. Something's wrong here. Sunu, glancing sideways at Lu Fan, frowned. He doesn't even have a weapon. Is he planning to punch monsters to death? But Lu Fan just smiled. He raised his hand. Whoosh! Flames coiled around his arm as a massive black machete appeared in his grip. Its blade shimmered with dragon scales, glowing with an ominous red hue. System notification, equipped, dragon scale cleaver, epic quality weapon, no level requirement. Exclusive to dragon tamers, dragon blood warriors. Skill, dragon blood armor, partially transforms user into a dragon. Boosts all dragon-related skills. Plus 65 strength, plus 30 stamina. Everyone froze. Miss Kai took a cautious step back. Qin Shio's eyes widened. Sunu muttered, an epic weapon? At his level. Lu Fan smirked inwardly, thanking the advanced treasure map triggered by the Blood Lion. That fight had been tough, but it paid off. Now let's see how much you all underestimate me after this dungeon. Lu Fan's flashy weapon had left everyone stunned, especially Sun Go, who blurted out, wait, are you sure you're just a material hunter? You look like a transfer student from some elite academy. Miss Kai rolled her eyes. Why do you even care? If he tries anything sketchy, I'll personally turn him into zombie chow. But before the bickering could escalate, wham! A hand burst from the dirt, grabbing Sun Go's ankle. He jumped back, startled. From beneath the ground, rotting corpses began clawing their way up, corrupt zombies, level 15 monsters with terrifying skills, hug and bite, they grapple and claw while sinking their teeth in. Corpse poison, every attack poisons the victim, slowly draining HP. Zombie conversion, anyone who dies from the poison turns into one of them. Each kill gave 620 EXP, a corruption poison sack, and 256 dragon coins. Nice loot, but the cost could be fatal. Qin Xiao shouted a warning to Sun Go as more zombies erupted around them. But the paladin Jigu wasn't about to let anyone fall. Shield raised, he leapt forward like a tank on wheels, absorbing the initial wave. Status check, Jigu, level 20 knight, profession, fighter role, wall with a pulse. Miss Kai and Sun Go quickly fell back to support. Nice block, Jigu! Sun Go shouted, charging in next. Sun Go, level 28 warrior, began slicing through zombies with massive swings, while Miss Kai, level 23 rogue, danced through the chaos, blades flashing. Meanwhile, Lu Fan remained calm. His system interface flickered in his vision, revealing everyone's battle stats and actions in real time. Knight in front, warrior and rogue flank, good formation. Sun Go's close to a profession change. They're more capable than I thought. Suddenly, Qin Xiao stepped forward. Her staff glowed, and a golden aura enveloped her. She rose slightly off the ground, eyes closed in concentration. Oh, we're charging up the big gun, Lu Fan thought. Then, boom! She cast Holy Light Star Rain. Brilliant star-like energy rained down, exploding on impact, wiping out zombies by the dozens. At the same time, her allies glowed as their wounds healed. Sun Go and Miss Kai had to dive out of the blast zone just to avoid getting roasted by friendly fire. The zombies were annihilated. Qin Xiao turned to Lu Fan with a proud smile. That's my profession. System notification, revealed, hidden class, Holy Light Mage balance dual role. Moderate healing plus area damage. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. A hidden profession again? And it's a hybrid. He complimented her on the holy damage, particularly brutal against the undead. But the celebration didn't last long. Rumble. The ground shook. Hard. From beneath the soil, a blood-red hand erupted, clawing at the air. System alert. Blood zombies, level 20 elite monsters rewards, 8, 140 EXP, blood corpse poison sack, 90 dragon coin skills, blood sucking bite, heals itself while damaging the victim. Corpse poison, as before, inflicts continuous poison damage. Blood fury, temporarily boosts strength and agility by 40%. The monsters that emerged were bulkier, faster, and clearly out for blood. Their glowing eyes locked on the team. They're not just here to fight. They're here to wipe us out. Sun Go took command instantly. Miss Kai. Protect Qin Xiao and Lu Fan. As the team regrouped for the coming onslaught, Lu Fan knew one thing for sure: if we don't pull out everything we've got, we're not walking out of this realm. Jigu, with me. Sunu's voice cut through the chaos. They couldn't let the zombie horde break their front line. Both he and Jigu charged forward, weapons blazing with energy. Sunu slashed with a powerful full moon slash, severing a zombie's arm clean off. Jigu aimed straight for the heart, driving his sword deep into the creature's chest. For a moment, it looked like they'd done real damage. But then, the zombies grinned. Not in pain. In delight. Jigu tried to pull his blade back, but the zombie wasn't letting go. Its chest began absorbing the sword, like it was devouring metal. Before they could react, a sinister laugh echoed through the mist. The zombies began growing larger, and corpse poison leaked from their mouths. System alert, corpse poison activated drains party HP and heals zombies per second. Qin Xiao's eyes widened. This isn't normal. I can't cleanse this. We need a priest's clarity skill to dispel corpse poison. Jigu groaned as the poison spread up his arm. His HP bar dropped rapidly. Help me. I can't break free. Let go of your sword, Jigu. Sunu yelled. Now! Jigu released his grip just in time. Sunu yanked him back, barely avoiding the zombie's next strike. Miss Kai, cover us! But Miss Kai was already overwhelmed, fending off two zombies that lunged at her with clawed fingers glowing green. The situation was spiraling out of control. Then, amid the madness, a voice broke through like a calm breeze through fire. "Hey, Sak, chill. Don't trouble Miss Kai." Everyone turned. There stood Lu Fan. One eye glowing a crimson red, his legendary machete glowing with golden fire in his hand. He wasn't scared. He wasn't flustered. He looked like he was about to take the entire undead army head-on by himself. Sunu panicked. "Get out of there! Those are red blood zombies." But Lu Fan didn't flinch. He lunged. Slash! His machete cut clean across the zombie's throat, severing it with surgical precision. The creature collapsed, dead before it even realized what hit it. The team was stunned. Sun Go stared, jaw on the floor. Did that newbie just one-shot a red blood zombie? Lu Fan casually handed Jigu his sword back. "Don't back down. Keep moving forward," he said with a smile that screamed confidence. Sunu blinked. "Okay, seriously, what's your level?" Lu Fan's eye still glowed faintly. "I'm just a normal level 14 student." No one believed that. Jigu, barely conscious, was quickly tended to by Qin Shio, who worked to stop the poison spread. As she healed him, she overheard Lu Fan talking about coming to Mount Shia Basin for practice before the big exam. Her mind raced. Level 14? That's my age group, but how does he hit harder than Sunu, who's level 28? Before she could get an answer, a zombie lunged at her from behind, grinning with poison-dripping teeth. "Qin Shio, move!" Miss Kai shouted. But she didn't have to. Lu Fan was faster. He dashed in, pinned the zombie to the wall, and took it out with a single precise swing of his machete. He turned to the group. "These things are going to keep evolving. We need to end this quickly. I'll take the front. Everyone else, hold your positions." Sunu hesitated. But Qin Shio remembered something. Rumors. Whispers back in Jianghai City. A hidden class. A powerful young tamer with dragon blood. Could it be Lu Fan? She wondered. She smiled. "We'll count on you then." With Lu Fan taking point and Sun Go covering him, Qin Shio could finally focus on healing, while Miss Kai secured the rear. Lu Fan introduced himself. The moment they heard the name, the group's suspicions clicked into place. He was the rumored dragon tamer. But even now, Qin Shio still couldn't figure out one thing: how can the weakest class in the system be the strongest person in this realm? Fast forward, the team pushed forward, carving through wave after wave of blood zombies, finally reaching the village center, a place where the ground pulsed like it was alive, and even the shadows whispered warnings. Lu Fan stepped forward, glowing aura blazing, machete ready, and the real battle was just beginning. Lu Fan stood still, his eyes narrowed as the eerie silence around them deepened. The corpse poison was worsening, and Qin Shio's healing spells couldn't stop it. The teleportation gate wouldn't open until they took down the secret realm guardian, but time was running dangerously thin. Jigu's condition was critical. If they didn't hurry, he'd die. And come back, as a zombie. Miss Kai voiced what everyone was thinking. Where is this secret realm guardian anyway? As if summoned by her words, Jigu, barely conscious, spotted a threat. "Behind you!" "Sunu!" Then he collapsed. Before Qin Shio could even stabilize him, a red beam of light burst from a mound of debris. From within the rubble, it emerged. A monstrous iron-skinned zombie. Multiple heads. One glowing crimson eye. And charging like a freight train. Boss identified, iron-skinned zombie, Gel V. 20 EXP, 13, 720 dragon coins, 40. It wasn't just a brute. This thing had corpse poison assimilation, meaning it could absorb infected targets to regenerate. Worse, steel skin boosted its defense by 40%. Miss Kai gasped. "This is it. The Guardian!" Lu Fan quickly put the pieces together. Xiao's worsening condition must have attracted it. "We have to take it out before it absorbs Jigu," he shouted. Sunu didn't hesitate. He activated Moonlight Slash and launched forward, but the attack bounced off. Not even a scratch. Luan followed up with his dragon aura ignited, jamming his black machete into the zombie's glowing eye. Still nothing. The steel skin was turning it into a walking tank. Lu Fan quickly opened his status window. There it was, Dragon Blood Armor. A high-tier transformation skill that could partially awaken his dragon lineage. Meanwhile, the boss had locked onto Jigu. It moved in fast, ready to assimilate. "Qin Shio!" Lu Fan yelled. Coordinate holy spells with me. Qin Shio raised her staff and began chanting. Lu Fan's arm started transforming, scales forming, claws sharpening. Sunu, protect Jigu. Miss Kai, support. With fire pulsing through his veins, Lu Fan's right arm completed its transformation, a gleaming, scaled dragon claw crackling with energy. Together, he and Qin Shio launched their combo attack. She unleashed holy starlight rain, raining divine energy down as Lu Fan leapt into the air, going for the crimson eye. But just before impact, the unexpected happened. The iron skin zombie started to shed its metal armor. Its iron flesh cracked and fell away like rusted plates, revealing raw, faster-moving muscle underneath. It's shedding its skin to move faster. Miss Kai shouted. Sunu's eyes widened. That explains everything. It fuses and absorbs to maintain its mass. But that armor, it's not the real body. Luan nodded. Which means, the original zombie somewhere inside all that bulk. And just then, it was revealed. The real zombie head, grotesque and rotten, appeared beneath the falling armor. Its glowing red eye throbbed like a beacon of death. Lu Fan. The eye. Qin Shio cried out. Without wasting a breath, Lu Fan sprinted forward, his dragon hand blazing with power. He soared through the air, eyes locked on the real core. Boom! He punched the crimson eye with all the fury of dragon fire. The creature shrieked, an inhuman screech that shook the ground. Its body ignited from within, flames bursting through its many heads. Ashes rained down. The Guardian was dead. Lu Fan landed softly, calmly reversing his transformation, and retrieved his machete like it was just another training session. Silence. Everyone stared, stunned. A freshman had just taken out a level 20 secret realm boss. Even Qin Shio, wide-eyed, whispered, that power. I've never seen anything like it. Not even from the top-ranked players. They didn't just survive. They witnessed a monster fall to a myth. As the dust settled and the remains of the iron skin zombie crumbled to ash, Qin Shio stared at Lu Fan with new eyes. Who exactly are you? She wasn't the only one wondering. But before she could ask further, something shimmered in the smoky air, a silver treasure chest, the iron skin zombie's reward box. Qin Shio let out a sigh and turned to Lu Fan. As promised, we'll divide the loot fairly. And I owe you an apology for underestimating you earlier. Sunu added, half joking. Honestly, Lu Fan could have soloed the entire realm. The rest of us were just background decoration. Lu Fan laughed lightly, brushing off the compliment. Thanks, Sunu. Qin Shio, you handle the distribution. You're the leader. Qin Shio nodded and opened the chest, but what they found inside left them all blinking. Strength potions. Several of them, but all normal quality, boosting strength by just 2 points each. Rare antidote potions, strong enough to cure corpse poison. And a single equipment drop, morning bracelet, excellent quality, level requirement, 10 plus 16 strength, plus 17 endurance. Miss Kai raised an eyebrow. This is it? For defeating the boss of the secret realm of chance? That's it, kinda lame. Even Sunu looked disappointed. You'd expect something more epic. This feels like dungeon leftovers. Lu Fan frowned, uneasy. Something felt off. Still, Qin Shio moved forward, asking Sunu to help Jigu drink an antidote potion. As Sunu helped the weakened warrior recover, she handed Lu Fan the morning bracelet. You earned this. And take a few potions too. Lu Fan accepted them with a quiet nod, impressed by the Qin family's sense of discipline and fairness. They're a proper team. I respect that. But even as everyone relaxed, Qin Shio's expression darkened. Where's the portal? We beat the Guardian, but there's no way out. Lu Fan had just slipped on his new bracelet when he froze. Something was coming. Before anyone could react, Miss Kai casually suggested, maybe the portal's elsewhere? We can scout. Wait. Don't move. Lu Fan barked, sharp as steel. He was staring at his system window. We haven't cleared the realm yet. The system says we're still in danger. Sunu blinked. How can there still be a boss left? We wiped everything. But Qin Shio interrupted, her voice uneasy. I can feel something. A presence. It's heavy, cold, wrong. The group turned to her. A holy light mage sensing darkness? Not a good sign. They followed the feeling, moving cautiously toward the lakeside of Morning Village. The further they went, the creepier it got. The place was cloaked in fog and decay, the lake itself reeking like a sewer from hell. Maybe we missed this spot earlier, Sunu muttered, already regretting it. As they neared the water, a shadow shifted beneath the surface. Something massive. Something alive. A huge, tentacled monster rose slowly from the depths, its body covered in pulsing, grotesque eyes, each one glowing with a crimson pupil radiating pure rage. The water rippled with hatred. This thing was mad. Mad that they killed its minions. Suddenly, boom! Tentacles shot out from the ground, writhing with blinking eyeballs, lashing at the group. They barely dodged in time. Miss Kai screamed, "What is that thing?" Lu Fan opened his system to scan it. Nothing. Level, unknown name, unknown. Even the status window didn't recognize the creature. This wasn't a normal boss. This was something else. Something ancient and hungry. Turns out, Lu Fan was right all along. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. As the monstrous tentacles lashed wildly, Sunu barely managed to dodge them. Okay, yep, that thing's definitely the real final boss. He stepped forward, crimson sword in hand, trying to shield the others. But the tentacle monster didn't care. One swipe sent Sunu flying like a ragdoll, crashing into the dirt with a painful grunt. Their strongest warrior? Down. That was a bad sign. Before anyone could react, the tentacles changed course, aiming straight for Qin Shio. Frozen in shock, she couldn't move. It's too fast. Boom. Like a thunderbolt, Lu Fan appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her just before the tentacles could crush her. He held her tight as they both tumbled to the ground. Qin Shio blushed. He actually saved me again? No time for romance. Another wave of tentacles slammed them both to the side. The group regrouped, checking on Qin Shio. Miss Kai rushed over. "Are you okay?" Meanwhile, Lu Fan, ever the MVP, was already back on his feet. But then, the air shifted. From the river's surface, a dark purple aura began to rise. The water bubbled, and every instinct in their bodies screamed, "Run!" Too late. Out from the depths emerged a colossal abomination, its body wrapped in grotesque tentacles. But at the center stood a woman, long hair flowing, hands shackled by ancient iron chains. Her face twisted in anger and sorrow. The grieving specter. Level 25 boss. Strength, 27 agility, 183 spirit, 50 stamina, 266 her passive aura. Brutal. Corpse aura reduces all attributes of living beings in the realm by 20% just by existing. Her active skills? Worse, chain whip, massive burst damage. Resentment explosion, blasts enemies back and infects them with corpse poison. Miss Kai stood frozen. That's the real boss. Behind her, Jigu groaned, finally regaining consciousness and trying to stand. "Let me fight." But Sun Go stopped him. "No. You just recovered. I'll protect you. Let us handle this." Jigu protested, but Sun Go held firm. "You've done enough. Don't push yourself now." Meanwhile, no one noticed the tentacles curling above Sunu's head until the last second. He glanced up and barely blocked with his sword. Too close, but the battle wasn't waiting. Lu Fan, seeing the others barely hanging on, knew it was time to go all in. He gripped his legendary black machete and locked eyes with the boss. If she's a zombie, there has to be a core. A true body, then he saw it. The real body of the grieving spectre, hidden in the mass of tentacles, still partially human. That was the key. With a mighty leap, Lu Fan charged. The boss shrieked, her mouth opening in a grotesque distortion, unleashing a corpse Kai envelopment. The debuff hit everyone hard, dropping their stats across the board. Still, Lu Fan pushed forward. Tentacles lunged at him like spears, but he was too fast, dodging, weaving, climbing one of the iron chains wrapped around her. Even the boss seemed stunned by his boldness. "Lu Fan, watch out for the shackles!" Qin Shio shouted. Too late. The boss snapped one of the submerged chains like a whip, chain lash. It smashed into Lu Fan, throwing him off balance. He began to fall, but he refused to let go. Gripping his machete, he used the chain to swing back into action. Now the boss was angry. Really angry. Tentacles flew everywhere. Chains lashed like lightning. Miss Kai and Jigu tried to block them, but Jiaji's shield shattered under the sheer force of a single hit. The team was breaking. Still, Lu Fan was climbing. Still fighting. Still going. If I can reach her, I can end this. As Lu Fan charges toward the specter's true body, he suddenly notices a tentacle sweeping toward Sun Go and the others. It's fast. Too fast. The monster sneers, keep resisting, and your whole group dies. Lu Fan's fury explodes. Everyone, get out of the way. His body surges with dragon energy as he activates Dragon Strike once again. His blade glows with golden fire, slicing through the tentacle with one powerful arc. The boss lets out a monstrous shriek, wounded, but far from finished. Suddenly, chains whip toward the team, striking with relentless fury. They lash out like lightning, forcing everyone to scatter. Realizing brute strength isn't enough, Lu Fan takes it up a notch. Time to stop holding back. Dragon Blood Transformation activated. His right hand morphs into a gleaming dragon claw, thick with scales and raw power. With a roar, Lu Fan shatters the chains attacking the team, sending the broken links flying like shrapnel. He lands with a thud, the battlefield trembling beneath his feet. Sunu watches, stunned. This boss, she's too strong. We can't win like this. We need a plan. Even Qin Shio is worried. Lu Fan, we're in no shape to keep fighting. If we don't leave now, we won't survive. But the grieving spectre is far from finished. She glares at Lu Fan, chains twitching like angry snakes. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. You all need to retreat. Head to the village, we've cleared out the zombies there. He turns to Sunu and Miss Kai, assigning them the task of protecting the group. Qin Shio steps forward, visibly conflicted. You're staying here? Alone? Lu Fan just offers a half grin. Don't worry, I'll handle her. I always do. Miss Kai nods. It's the only way. Qin Shio, come with us. Still hesitating, Qin Shio looks back at Lu Fan. But she knows there's no changing his mind. Then Lu Fan raises his clawed hand high and the sky ignites in flames. A flaming aura engulfs the battlefield, swirling like a vortex. The team watches in awe. Lu Fan isn't just powering up, he's opening a portal. Even without her debuff, we're still outmatched. So I'm calling someone who's not. From the portal, a shadow emerges, massive, winged, and lethal. Xia, come join me for some fun. Boom! Out bursts Xia, Lu Fan's legendary black dragon. Her wings whip up a storm as she slams into the battlefield with a deafening roar. The team? Absolutely. Speechless. Wait, he had a dragon this whole time. And not just any dragon, she is even bigger and more terrifying than when we first saw her. Without wasting a second, she lunges forward, grabbing the boss's tentacles in her razor-sharp jaws and tearing through them like paper. Lu Fan didn't want to reveal Xia to the team just yet, but desperate times, right? The grieving spectre tries to retaliate, lashing more tentacles, but Xia flares her wings and bats them aside like gnats. Then she leaps forward, claws flashing, and rips through the boss's defenses. Blood splatters. Tentacles snap. The boss screams, her body starting to leak cursed black blood. She is not done yet. She lets out a thunderous roar and charges again, activating her giant assault skill. With terrifying speed, she slams into the boss, biting deep and inflicting continuous bleeding damage. Every bite weakens the boss further. The spectre flails, her attacks becoming wild, desperate. But it's too late now. Because Xia is just getting started. With a mighty roar, Xia tears through the last of the chains, launching the spectre boss backward into the watery abyss she crawled out of. The lake goes silent. Ripples fade. For a moment, it's over. The secret boss of the realm of chance has been defeated, or so it seems. Sunu's mouth hangs open, eyes wide. 2 hits. He took her down in just 2 hits. Even Jaga looks like he's seen a ghost. So that's the power of a dragon. No way. The team is caught between fear and awe. All their lives, dragons were stories, omens of destruction, death in the sky. But Lu Fan just summoned one like it was his pet dog. Qin Shio begins piecing it all together. Wait, the rumors about a dragon tamer in Zhanghai City. That's him. Lu Fan, the so-called worthless dragon tamer. Yeah, worthless? Doesn't look like it now. Lu Fan kneels beside Xia, giving her a gentle pat. Great job, girl. Her massive eyes blink slowly, content. Suddenly, the world flickers. The screen transitions, 3 centuries into the past. We enter the tragic origin of the grieving spectre. She was born in a serene, quiet city protected by the church. Life was peaceful until the plague struck. Her grandfather died first. Then the lake, once a place of laughter, turned into a graveyard. Corpses floated ashore faster than they could be buried. Desperate, she turned to the dark arts, not to destroy, but to heal. She wanted to save her people. Instead, she was branded a dark witch. Her magic let the living say goodbye to the dead. But she couldn't stop death itself. The church twisted her kindness into a crime. 2 knights came with chains. "You're to be judged," they said. Confused and betrayed, she cried out, "Why are you punishing me? I just wanted to help." The knights bound her and threw her into the lake. As she sank, her last thoughts were of betrayal and pain. Back to the present, Lu Fan stares into the lake, the water once again calm. Sunu steps forward. "We can finally leave, right?" The bosses did. But Lu Fan doesn't move. His eyes narrow. No, it's too soon. Bubbles begin to rise. Lots of them. Before anyone can react, a violent eruption breaks the surface, and the boss's silhouette bursts into the sky like a cannonball. Lu Fan and Xia whip their heads upward, startled. The boss hovers above, arms outstretched, surrounded by a swirling aura of water and rage. Sun. Ghost Blade is out in an instant. The team falls back into formation, eyes wide with dread. Xia growls, wings extended to shield the team. Then, a colossal form rises from the lake. A woman made entirely of roaring water, her eyes glowing with red vengeance. A status window flashes before them, Grieving Spectre Boss, Phase 2 Level, 25, Nightmarish Difficulty, Strength, 286 Agility, 249 Spirit, 435 Endurance, 399 New Abilities. Lamentation Impact releases a curse that can instantly kill. If it fails, it still deals massive damage and may inflict poison, bleed, or stun. Deep Aquatic Pressure manipulates lake water to form prisons, trapping players. Body of Resentments nullifies all physical damage. Will of Resentment awakens all corpses within the secret realm. Sunu gulps. Her stats just went through the roof. He grips his sword tighter. Jaga and Qin Xiao look shaken, taking cautious steps backward. Miss Kai's dagger trembles in her hand. She's entering her next phase. The real fight has only just begun. Lu Fan's dragon blood pulses. Round 2 starts now. The Grieving Spectre Boss raises her arms high, the sky darkening as her fury boils over. Boom! She unleashes her deadly skill, Deep Aquatic Pressure. From her watery form, a massive water giant emerges, hurling titanic water orbs down at the party like divine punishment. Just as one is about to obliterate the team, Xiaoi spreads her wings wide, activating her immunity skill, Restriction. The water explodes on contact, but the team remains unharmed. A system window pops up in front of Lu Fan. Black Dragon Lineage skill activated. Incoming damage reduced by 50%. Immune to harmful effects. Self-healing increased by 500%. Okay, that's just unfair, mutters Jaga, half impressed, half terrified. One orb crashes down beside Miss Kai. She leaps away, but water slithers after her like a serpent, trapping her in a watery cage. Qin Xiao gasps in horror. Miss Kai stabs at the water, but her dagger passes through without effect. Sun Go joins in, slashing with all his might. Nothing works. Physical attacks are useless. Qin Xiao exclaims. She's using Body of Resentments. Miss Kai's strength fades. Water seeps into her lungs. She closes her eyes. I'm sorry, Xiao? I messed up. But Qin Xiao steps forward, tears welling up. No. I should be the one apologizing. I led us here. This is all my fault. She falls to her knees, clutching her staff helplessly. That's when Lu Fan speaks up. Calm. Firm. Are you really giving up now? After all we've been through. Another orb falls, this one for Sunu. Before he can dodge, he's sealed inside his own watery tomb. The team is cornered. Morale is crumbling. I'm the only mage, Qin Xiao admits. And my magic isn't strong enough. Sunu, still trapped, grits his teeth. Guys. She's immune to physical damage. We're sitting ducks out here. He looks toward Lu Fan. Can you use magic? But before Lu Fan can reply, the boss unleashes Lamentation Impact. A deadly hand of water stretches toward him. Xiaoi moves like lightning, throwing a wing in front of him. She glares like, seriously? Again? A system notification pops up. Black Dragon Immunity triggered instant death, blocked corpse poison, blocked bleed and stun, blocked. Lu Fan casually slips his hands in his pockets, unfazed. Another alert. Damage reduction, 50% status effect immunity, active self-recovery, plus 500%. Man's got cheat codes, Sun Go mutters inside his bubble. Sunu yells out, if you can't use magic, what can we do? Lu Fan grins. I can't. But my dragon can. Everyone's jaws drop. Miss Kai stares, blinking in disbelief. You're a dragon tamer. That word suddenly hits different. The once worthless title now sounds more like a god-tier rank. The boss tries another sneak attack. Bad move. Lu Fan clenches his fist, a fireball igniting in his palm. He locks eyes with the boss, his fiery aura rising. A dragon's power isn't something humans can comprehend, he says coolly. The water woman launches another lamentation impact. Xiaoyi tanks it. Again. Another system pop-up, all harmful effects nullified. And now? It's Lu Fan's turn. Xiaoyi, activate Dragon Inspiration. The ground trembles. Flames spiral around them. A system window flashes. Dragon Inspiration activated. Stat boosts. Strength, 968 1, 258 Agility, 767 970 Spirit, 959 1, 246 Endurance, 976 1, 268 Miss Kai. What the hell kind of numbers are those? Xiaoyi, Lu Fan commands, pointing toward the boss, unleash your lava blaze. Xiaoyi roars. Her wings glow red-hot. Then, boom! She exhales a burning torrent, lava and fire swirling together, scorching the water boss. The flames eat away at her form. Slowly, her watery body starts to evaporate, the steam screaming into the air. Not only is lava blaze dealing continuous elemental damage, it's also healing Xiaoyi with every burn. Wait, her fire heals her too. That's cheating. Jaga cries. But Lu Fan simply watches, eyes glowing like embers. The tide of battle has finally shifted. And now? The dragon is just getting started. The sky burns in swirling flames as the boss's monstrous form finally begins to disintegrate, consumed by Xiaoyi's unrelenting fire. At the lake's edge, Qin Xiao stands frozen, mouth agape. Xiao joins her, both staring at the inferno like it's the end of the world, or the beginning of a new one. As Xiaoyi's flames intensify, the watery prisons that trapped Miss Kai and Sun Go begin to steam and evaporate. Miss Kai stumbles free, soaked and speechless. Sunul, his face grim, looks skyward. This power, it's catastrophic, he murmurs. Suddenly, boom! The boss begins to implode, her body unable to withstand the searing heat. In a final act of desperation, she triggers her ultimate skill, Will of Resentment. She's trying to resurrect the corpses in the realm. Qin Xiao yells. But it's too late. The colossal water woman crumbles into ash and steam, leaving behind only a purple haze as she vanishes completely. And in her place? A glowing portal hums into existence. Right beside a gleaming treasure chest. High above, Xiaoyi reverts to her human form, floating midair with a proud smirk. A system notification flashes, Black Dragon Realm level increased details, classified of course. Lu Fan chuckles, clapping his hands together. Nice work, Xia. Another alert dings, level up. +5 levels gained, not too shabby, he grins. Smoke fills the battlefield, the lingering remnants of a hard-won victory. Qin Xiao rushes over to Miss Kai, who coughs weakly but smiles. Sun Go points toward the portal. It's over, he announces. Go stands up, brushing ash from his shoulder. Everyone okay, he asks. But then, a noise. Shuffling. Groaning. Behind them. They turn. The village zombies, previously defeated, have risen again, brought back by the boss's will of resentment. Oh, come on, Sun Go groans. But before panic can spread, a familiar shadow soars overhead. Is that all the dragon? Sun Go asks, eyes wide. Xiaoyi, now in her true dragon form, dives toward the horde, her mouth glowing. She has got this, Lu Fan assures calmly. And she does. Lava blaze erupts once more. A burning storm sweeps across the zombies, reducing them to ashes within seconds. Zombies that gave us so much trouble, she's just melting them like butter, Qin Xiao whispers in awe. Lu Fan walks over, hands in his pockets, smirking. Yep, that's Xiaoyi, the black dragon. He turns to Sunul. No. Need to be tense. She's got everything under control. Then, he looks toward the treasure chest, rubbing his hands. Now, according to the rules, I pick first. He pauses, looking back with a smirk. Anyone got a problem with that? Qin Xiao shakes her head. No objections here. Lu Fan steps up, opens the chest, and it glows with heavenly light. Everyone gathers around, anticipation thick in the air. Inside, they find some serious loot. 1. Holy Light Staff, excellent quality, plus 32 spirit, plus 19 stamina level requirement, 10 ability. Holy Light Seal, binds a target with holy light. Duration scales with spirit stat. Perfect for our magic squad. Lu Fan nods at Qin Xiao. 2. Twilight Robe, excellent quality, plus 35 spirit, plus 15 stamina level requirement, 10 ability. Light Flow, generates a light barrier. Strength scales with spirit. Hey, defense matters too, right? Sun Go says, eyeing it hopefully. 3. Ring of Morning, rare quality, plus 57 spirit, plus 21 stamina, plus 12 strength level requirement, 15 ability. Morning Aura, marks a target. Anyone attacking them builds resentment points, causing effects like poisoning, bleeding, dizziness. That's terrifying, Miss Kai mutters. And amazing, Sun adds. 4. Job Transfer Scroll, item rarity? Function, unlocks a new class or transforms current job path that's going to change someone's life, Lu Fan murmurs. As the teen stands around the chest, mouths hanging open at the bounty, the air finally begins to settle. Victory is sweet. The danger is gone. And the real adventure might just be beginning. Among the treasure, one item shines with mysterious potential, a rare consumable scroll capable of transforming a normal profession into a hidden one of the same class type. The kind of item players could only dream of. Without hesitation, Lu Fan picks the job transfer scroll, and as he lifts it, a blue energy pulses from his body. System notification, job transfer scroll acquired. Qin Xiao steps forward. You don't have to do this, she says gently. The loot's yours by the rules. But Lu Fan just smiles. Relax. I'm not trying to win generosity points. The rest of the gear is loaded with spirit stats, it suits you way better. Qin Xiao, touched, glances down at the chest. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it out alive. Lu Fan watches curiously as she reaches into the chest again, this time, pulling out the Ring of Morning. She holds it out. Then take this. You deserve more than just one reward. He accepts it without a second thought, closing his eyes briefly as the cool energy flows into his palm. Qin Xiao blushes, still clutching her staff. What else are you hiding, mystery man? She wonders silently, gazing into his eyes. Elsewhere, Xiaoyi is giggling while teasing Jiago, chasing his tail in Dragon Girl mode. Uncle Sun Ji Yu, watching Lu Fan from a distance, nods thoughtfully. That kid, he's something else. Miss Kai joins them, smiling. Time to head back. Later that night, Lu Fan returns to the familiar site of his Aunt Han Siyu's bun shop. The moment she sees him, she rushes over and hugs him tightly. You're back. Finally, she says, voice trembling. Surprised but warmed, Lu Fan pats her back. Whoa, easy. I'm still covered in wilderness grime. I don't care, she cries. You left without telling me anything. I thought I'd lost you. Feeling a pang of guilt, he gently wipes away her tears. I'm sorry. I won't disappear on you again. Nearby, Xiaoyi is curled up adorably, soaking up the attention as Han Siyu strokes her head. She's too cute, Han Siyu laughs. Hard to believe she's a fearsome dragon. Tell me about it, Lu Fan chuckles. Then, he pulls something from his inventory, the job transfer scroll. Auntie, I chose this for you. Han Siyu blinks in surprise. What? For me? Lu Fan nods. If you use this, you can upgrade to a hidden profession. No more toiling away in a bun shop. You deserve better. She shakes her head. Quickly. No way. This thing must be worth a fortune. Sell it. Use it to buy equipment for your big exam. But Lu Fan just pulls out his phone. Already covered. He flips the screen toward her, his bank balance glowing with digits most players only dream of. I sold materials I collected. Plus, Qin Xiao promised a 100,000 dragon coin bonus. He smiles. We're not going to worry about money anymore. Han Siyu stares, wide-eyed. And then, oh my, you really grew up. She hugs him again, tears of joy falling this time. Then I'll use it. For you. She takes the scroll and opens it. Immediately, a radiant blue light explodes from the parchment, wrapping around her like a divine aura. Her hair and clothes lift, suspended in the energy. She gasps, floating above the ground as the scroll dissolves into pure power. Lu Fan shields his eyes from the brilliance. Did it work? He asks. From within the light, Han Siyu turns to him, smiling softly. Yes. I succeeded. The air settles. The light fades. And everything changes. As the blue light faded, Han Siyu floated gently to the ground. Her profession had changed, she was now an enchantment chef. Lu Fan's eyes widened. A hidden profession? That's amazing. What can it do? Han Siyu beamed, still feeling the residual warmth of the transformation. It's called enchantment cooking. I can cook meals that grant buffs, speed, strength, even magic resistance. Lu Fan grinned. Your food was already legendary. Add buffs to it, and you'll turn into a 5-star buffing machine. Stop flattering me, she chuckled, playfully waving him off. But before Lu Fan could continue, he suddenly paused and looked around. Wait, where's Xiaoyi? Cut to the kitchen. Xiaoyi lay on the floor, stomach bloated, surrounded by empty plates and bun crumbs. She had snuck in, devoured every single dish, and promptly passed out in a food coma. Classic Xiaoyi. Meanwhile, that same night at the Qin family villa, Qin Xiao sat across from her father, Qin Shanhai, in his luxurious study. Swirling a glass of champagne, he asked calmly, "Is it true? A dragon tamer named Lu Fan summoned a black dragon to save you?" Qin Xiao nodded, her voice tinged with guilt. "Yes. I let my pride get in the way. If not for him, we'd all be dead." She clenched her fists. "We both have hidden professions, but the gap between us is like a firefly to the moon." Qin Shanhai turned to the window, silent for a moment. "Have you told anyone else about the dragon?" "No. I promised Lu Fan. Our family won't say a word." He smiled faintly, turning back toward her. "Good. The moment news of a dragon gets out, chaos will follow. Please," Qin Xiao added, eyes pleading. "Don't tell anyone. He saved our lives." Her father laughed softly. "Relax. I'm not the villain of your coming-of-age arc. So, how do you plan to repay him?" She explained the 100,000 yuan reward she'd promised him. Generous, Qin Shanhai nodded. "Take a purple tongue card and visit him personally tomorrow. Make it formal." She raised a brow. "Why not come with me if you're so curious about him?" He winked. "Because unlike you, I have a mountain of meetings. But I'd love to meet your dragon boy someday." Classic dad move. The next morning. The peaceful quiet of Han Siyu's bakery is interrupted by the arrival of two strangers, a short girl with a high-class aura, holding a magic staff. Her tall assistant, clad in sleek black armor, carrying a suspicious-looking suitcase. They step into the shop just as Han Siyu is kneading dough. "Sorry," she smiles warmly, peeking through the door. "No steamed buns today." But the girl wrinkles her nose in disdain. "This dump? Are you sure this is the place?" "Yes, Princess Jinshu," the assistant replies nervously. "Our intel confirms it." Han Siyu, puzzled, asks who they are. Without warning, the assistant pushes the door open, hitting Han Siyu in the arm. "Ouch," she yelps, clutching her elbow. The pair stride in like royalty barging into a village inn. "We're looking for someone," the princess announces. "A dragon tamer. Name, Lu Fan." From upstairs, Lu Fan hears the commotion and races down. He sees Han Siyu holding her arm, in pain. "Auntie, what happened?" Han Siyu tries to downplay it. "It's nothing. Just a bump." The princess scoffs at the rustic surroundings. "The smell in here, how do people survive like this?" Lu Fan glares. "Who are you people?" The assistant steps forward. "This is Princess Jin Shu of the Tai Kingdom. I am Chu Hong Tai, her assistant." The princess smiles confidently. "I've come all this way to offer you an opportunity, a breakthrough that could change everything." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. He had faced monsters, bandits, and arrogant nobles, but this? This was new. Princess Jin Shu gave a smug smile, then snapped her fingers. Her assistant, Chu Hong Tai, knelt down and unlocked the suitcase with a dramatic click. Inside lay a gleaming dragon egg, pulsating faintly with energy. Lu Fan's eyes widened. A real dragon egg. He could feel the mana pulsing from it. He even started to sweat. The princess pointed at him. Accept my request, and this egg is yours. But in exchange, you'll be my servant. You will obey my every command without question. Seriously? Spoiled princess energy was off the charts. Chu Hongtai stood up proudly, cradling the egg like it was a crown jewel. The princess, meanwhile, started flexing her royal muscles. This is a reward from the armored dragon lair. It's the only dragon egg in the world. Back in reality, Han Siyu was visibly furious. Excuse me. You want to make my nephew your servant? Lu Fan, staying calm, opened his status window and scanned the egg's details. Species, armored dragon trait, 30% damage reduction attack, 1 move, a slow, wide area tail sweep mobility, poor combat potential, lower than a wyvern. This thing's basically a walking shield, he muttered. A dragon? More like a bulky lizard in cosplay. But Jinshu misread his silence. Speechless, aren't you? It's powerful, I know. Lu Fan cut her off, deadpan. Powerful? Its only feature is defense. I'm not sure it even qualifies as a dragon. Jinshu gasped like she'd just been slapped with a noodle. Do you even understand what a dragon egg means to a tamer? Han Siyu watched this drama unfold, completely baffled by the absurdity of it all. How can a child like her think ordering people around makes sense? Lu Fan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll handle it. The princess wasn't done with her delusions. A dragon tamer without a dragon is worthless. Join me, and I'll make you the strongest man in history. Fame, power, it can all be yours. Lu Fan, still calm, gave the most Lu Fan response ever, no thanks. Boom. The refusal hit her like a magical brick to the face. What? Are you really turning down the chance to make history? Lu Fan folded his arms. If you're done, you can leave now. I'm not interested in your offer, or your egg. Chu Hongtai stepped in, scowling. The princess gave you a chance, and you spit on it? You ignorant fool. I won't be anyone's servant, Lu Fan replied coolly. Respect is earned, not bought with cheap deals. Princess Jinshu's face twisted with rage. Teach him a lesson, she ordered. Chu Hongtai cracked his knuckles and stepped forward, ready to throw hands. Han Siyu quickly stepped between them, pleading, please. Don't fight. He just doesn't want this, can't you see that? But Chu Hongtai wasn't listening. Out of the way, old woman. He shoved her to the side. She stumbled and cried out, falling hard against the counter. Lu Fan froze. Then, his blood boiled. He rushed to her, eyes wide with concern. Auntie! Are you okay? She nodded, holding her red, swollen cheek. I'm fine, but that boy needs to be taught some manners. Chu Hongtai sneered. You dare defy Princess Jinshu? You lowly commoners don't know your place. Han Siyu screamed, Lu Fan. But it was too late. In a blink, Lu Fan stepped forward, his black machete gleaming in his hand. He slashed. A burst of wind followed. Blood sprayed. Chu Hongtai stumbled back, cheek bleeding, eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Fan pointed his blade straight at him. You laid a hand on my family. I won't show mercy. Just as Lu Fan's blade drew blood, Han Ku rushed in, grabbing his arm. Lu Fan, don't. Don't act impulsively. But it was too late for diplomacy. The bratty Princess Jinshu, completely clueless about what had just happened, still demanded answers. What's wrong with Chu Hongtai? I told you to teach him a lesson. Chu Hongtai, stunned from Lu Fan's earlier attack, now realized this wasn't just some random commoner. This boy was dangerous. Then, with zero hesitation, Lu Fan stepped forward, reached out, and slapped the princess. Hard. The sound echoed like thunder. Everyone froze. I don't care what royal playground you crawled out of, Lu Fan growled. Shut your noisy mouth, take your trash, and get out of my home. Slap. Even her ancestors probably felt that one. Chu Hongtai saw red. You dare lay a hand on the princess. He lunged, but Lu Fan wasn't done. With one swift motion, Lu Fan swung his black machete, knocking the spear wand out of Hongtai's hand like it was a toy. The bratty princess sat on the ground, still cradling her cheek, absolutely seething. Her face twisted with fury. You idiot, she screamed at Chu Hongtai. Does this look fine to you? Kill him. I don't care if we never find another tamer again, just kill him. Hong Tai wiped the blood from his mouth and stood. Yes, princess. Elsewhere. Back in Lu Fan's room, his phone wouldn't stop ringing. Inside the house, Xiaoi, our sassy black dragon waifu, rolled her eyes. Does he ever mute his phone? The caller was Qin Xiao, pacing the streets, confused. That's the number he gave me. Why isn't he picking up? She glanced around, trying to remember where his house was when, boom. A wall nearby exploded. Debris scattered. People screamed. Chu Hongtai had just been launched through it like a meteor. Qin Xiao stared. You look terrible. Locals pointed and whispered, a foreigner's causing trouble. The princess snapped, go away, all of you. Stop staring. And through the dust, Lu Fan walked out like a boss. Big black machete in hand. Calm. Confident. Chu Hongtai fell to his knees. I can't defeat him, his attributes are too high, but the princess wasn't ready to quit. Then let me help. She began chanting. Dark energy swirled around her like a vortex of rage. Lu Fan watched closely. That energy, it's the exact opposite of Qin Xiao's holy spells. Suddenly, Qin Xiao appeared, running toward him. Lu Fan. Are you okay? What are you doing here? Before he could say more, Princess Jin Shu finished her incantation. All that twisted energy flowed into Chu Hongtai. He screamed, convulsing from the power overload. A blinding light exploded around them. Lu Fan and Qin Xiao shielded their eyes. A status window popped up, Chu Hongtai, Guardian Knight, Combat Class, Princess Jin Shu, Advanced Spiritual Witch, Combat Class, when the light faded. Chu Hongtai had transformed. Muscles doubled. Aura darkened. Eyes glowing. He was no longer human, he was a monster. I'm here to help, Qin Xiao said firmly, stepping in front of Lu Fan. But Hongtai lunged at them with unnatural speed. Qin Xiao, take care of my aunt. Lu Fan shouted, pushing her aside. The ground exploded where he had just been standing. Debris flew everywhere. Sliding back, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. His attack power, it's off the charts. I'll need dragon inspiration and dragon claw to survive this. The princess stood nearby, shrieking, kill him. Kill him and I'll finally calm down. Hongtai yanked his staff from the dirt, ready to strike again. But before he could move, a blur of black shot from the window. Xiaoi, our dragon waifu, had arrived. In a flash of light, she returned to her original dragon form, wings unfurled, scales gleaming. The princess and Chu Hongtai froze. It's a real dragon, Princess Jin Shu clutched her staff, stammering. Useless trash. Hold him off, I'll cast another spell. But before her chant could even begin, Xiaoi roared. A thunderous, god-tier roar that shook the entire street. The blast wave knocked the princess off her feet, cancelling her spell instantly and blowing her wig of entitlement into another dimension. We pick up right where we left off, with Shirao Ei, our legendary dragon waifu, fully unleashed. Activating her dragon bloodline skill, Xiaoi gained 50% damage reduction immunity to all debuffs and, wait for it, 500% boosted self-healing talk about plot armor on steroids. Without even flinching, she grabbed Chu Hongtai and body-slammed him into the ground. He squealed like a spoiled toddler who just dropped his lollipop. Let me go. Being the good dragon she is, she obeyed, but only after launching him like a meteor toward Princess Jin Shu. He crashed into the road beside her, creating a massive crater and zero sympathy from anyone. At this point, he honestly owed Honu, Lu Fan, and every pedestrian within 5 blocks an apology. Seeing her elite warrior flattened like a pancake, Princess Jin Shu's eyes widened. For the first time, reality hit her. Wait, real dragons exist. Not just those gene family lizards with scale allergies. Before she could faint from realization, Lu Fan stepped in. Walking slowly toward her, his black machete in hand, eyes full of fury, and aura screaming final boss mode. Weren't you the one planning to kill me to vent your anger? He asked coldly. Jin Shu backed away in fear, only to trip over her own ego and land on her royal butt. Stay away from me, she cried, now all tears and trembling. You attacked my attendant, injured him, humiliated me, threatened me. Oh, now she wants to play the victim? Classic. You're now an enemy of the Tai Kingdom, she wailed dramatically, like a villainess rejected in episode 1. But Lu Fan wasn't fazed. Not even a blink. He flexed his machete and asked calmly, trying to scare me. As he reached her, his gaze hardened. You sent your man to harm my family. I don't care if you're a princess or a god. I'll repay every act of yours. With interest. The princess was frozen in fear. And as if the moment wasn't intense enough, Xia was in the background, charging up a fireball the size of a truck. Lu Fan raised his blade, ready to strike. Lu Fan. A voice echoed from the sky. Qin Shan Hai, Qin Xiao's father, descended on a majestic griffin, heading straight toward the scene. Dad! It's dangerous! Xiao shouted. Xia noticed the incoming figure and locked onto him like a turret. Her fireball aimed and locked on. No, Xia, stop! Lu Fan ordered, holding out his hand. Right then, he sliced through the princess's staff, cutting off her power source just as easily as he cut her confidence. The fireball vanished as Xia held her fire, and Qin Shan Hai landed safely. Call back your dragon, Lu Fan, he said, gesturing to the bystanders. There are civilians here. This place isn't a battlefield. He glanced at Xia with awe. So this is a real dragon. Even his poor griffin trembled like a chihuahua in a thunderstorm. Qin Xiao ran up to Lu Fan, grabbing his arm. Please, come with me. Lu Fan nodded. Xia immediately reverted to her human form, calm and composed as if she didn't just nearly vaporize royalty. Scene shift, Han's bun shop. Lu Fan sat down with Honu, recounting everything. She explained that Qin Shan Hai knew the princess and that Xiao had called him, hoping he could help resolve the conflict. That brat's not gonna let this go, Lu Fan muttered. Just then, Qin Shan Hai entered. You sure know how to stir things up, kid, he said with a wry smile. This time, it wasn't my fault, Lu Fan said. She picked the fight. Han Ku cut in, asking the important question, so, how's this being handled? Qin Shan Hai replied, they're both in the hospital. And yes, we'll have to explain everything to the Jin family. That name hit the room like a cold wind. The Jin family. Honu asked, worried. Aren't they just merchants? Not just merchants, Qin Shan Hai replied. They've got power. Political influence. They're deeply tied to the Tai Kingdom's upper elite. The room grew tense. But Lu Fan? Still cool as ever. I'm not compromising my dignity over a dragon egg. Let her bring the whole kingdom if she wants. Qin Shan Hai smiled. You've got guts, Lu Fan. I admire that. And for once, the room wasn't filled with tension, but with respect. After the dust settled, Qin Shan Hai lit a cigarette with casual confidence, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he laid out the terms for Lu Fan's safety. I can keep the princess off your back, for now. But I can't do it alone. You have a condition to meet. Lu Fan, curious, raised his cigarette like a question mark. What condition? Qin Shan Hai's eyes gleamed. Become the South Province champion in the grand exam. He was clear and unwavering. I'll hold the princess at bay until then, but only if you beat every top student in the entire South Province. Before Lu Fan could respond, Qin Xiao added with a serious tone, it won't be easy. There are countless elites. But if you're champion, that's when I'll really step in. Lu Fan's face hardened with determination. Boiling. Pacing furiously, phone pressed to her ear, she screamed accusations. Qin Shan Hai is obviously protecting Lu Fan. He hasn't been punished yet. The voice on the other end tried to soothe her, promising to escalate the matter to higher officials. No, she barked. Put pressure on the kingdom's top brass. This is my command. Lu Fan will pay for this humiliation. Despite her rage, deep down, we all know, even her entire empire wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Fan and his dragon. Scene shifts to the third middle school, day before the grand exam. The playground buzzed with nervous energy. Groups formed, whispers floated. Then, a hush fell as Lu Fan walked back onto campus. Whispers erupted, is that Lu Fan? The bun seller? He used to be top tier, but no school wanted him now. Why is he even trying the exam again? Lu Fan barely blinked at the gossip. Nostalgia hit him briefly, but he stayed relaxed, like a dragon who's already won. Suddenly, the headmaster's booming voice cut through the chatter. Settle down. The South Province Grand Exam is about to begin. Lu Fan stood among a sea of students, thoughts deep. He remembered the treasure maps he'd been collecting, all intermediate level and unused. A plan formed, combine 3 intermediate maps to create a high-level treasure map for exam prep. Lost in thought, a familiar voice snapped him back. Teacher Lee approached. Lu Fan, you're in the grand exam. Yeah, been training hard, Lu Fan replied. Impressed, Teacher Lee handed him a rare teleportation stone. I believe your fighting spirit might rival even the professionals. The stone had cool features, use it in the trial secret realm, and it teleports you to the first floor of the Heavenly Tower. Use it in the Heavenly Tower, and it sends you back to the trial secret realm platform. Teacher Lee's tone grew serious. Professions matter here. This exam isn't a game. One wrong move can mean injury. Or worse. Find a reliable teammate, and don't hesitate to use that stone to escape if things get dangerous. Lu Fan nodded. Got it, I'll be careful. As Teacher Lee walked off, whispers circled again, this time doubting Lu Fan's strength. But Lu Fan was unfazed. He wasn't here to just scrape by, he wanted to win. Top score. Champion title. Just like he promised Qin Shan Hai. Then, from across the yard, a new voice called out his name. Lu Fan turned at the call and saw Qin Xiao approaching, accompanied by a girl he hadn't met before. Curious, he greeted them both and asked, is she your teammate? Qin Xiao introduced her without hesitation. This is Ta Xiaoman, my best friend and a level 1 combat professional swordsman. Ta Xiaoman smiled politely and said hello, but before she could elaborate, Qin Xiao cut straight to the point. Lu Fan, do you want to team up with us for the trial? Ta Xiaoman blinked, surprised by the invitation. Lu Fan, however, politely declined. Thanks, but I'm going solo this time. I set this challenge for myself. Waving goodbye, he headed off to the exam site, leaving Qin Xiao a little disappointed. She mused that teaming up with someone like him might actually slow him down. After Lu Fan left, Ta Xiaoman whispered to Qin Xiao, puzzled, why did you invite someone from the weakest profession? Qin Xiao just smiled knowingly, he's stronger than he looks. I think he might even be the top scorer in the southern province. Ta Xiaoman gasped, teasing her, are you falling for the dragon tamer himself? Blushing, Qin Xiao denied it, but her reddened cheeks gave her away. Ta Xiaoman laughed. The scene shifted to the grand exam's trial secret realm. Lu Fan strode confidently through the portal, feeling like the real boss here. Up on a giant screen, Principal Bai Hunggu addressed the gathered students. He explained the 4 portal difficulty levels: normal, all projections, no fatal injuries, score multiplier 0. 9x. Hard, real monsters begin, teleportation stone can be used to exit safely, score multiplier 1. 0x. Most students choose this. Fear, more ferocious monsters, not recommended for solo challenges, score multiplier 3. 0x. Safety over sharing scores. Nightmare, the toughest challenge, left implied. Suddenly, a loud laugh broke out. Hong Wu, a level 14 Kaiyong master with a hidden profession, confidently declared, watch me set the highest score in the exam. Ta Xiaoman watched in awe. Qin Xiao explained, Hong Wu is the #1 expert at #1 middle school and ranks top 5 in the province. As a Kaiyong master, he's deadly versatile, great at attack and defense. Hong Wu's bold claim dampened spirits. Many students sighed, thinking only lower rankings were left for them. Cut to Principal Bai Hunggu's office, screens tracked students' progress. The principal of #1 middle school laughed boastfully, Hong Wu is our strongest, top scorer for sure. He gave a nod to Qin Xiao as a rising star, expecting her to be top 3. But Principal Bai Hunggu felt wistful. If only Lu Fan had awakened another hidden profession, he might have taken first place. His thoughts were interrupted by Qin Shan Hai, who mentioned a promising candidate for the top spot. Curious, the #1 school principal asked who. Qin Shan Hai answered, Lu Fan, the dragon tamer from #3 school. This left Principal Bai Hunggu stunned. The #1 school principal scoffed, all the students have already entered the tower, but Lu Fan hasn't. Is he giving up? He dismissed Qin Shan Hai's faith, snorting, what could a dragon tamer possibly achieve? Glancing at the scoreboard, he noted, Hong Wu's already on the 4th floor, ranked first. Suddenly, Principal Bai Hunggu leaned in toward the screen, eyes wide. Wait, he's not giving up. Everyone turned toward the monitor. Lu Fan wasn't hesitating. He was waiting. Waiting for the final portal, the nightmare trial. The portal shimmered into view, casting a dark red glow across the sky. A massive notification appeared above it, Nightmare Trial open, score multiplier, 9. 9x. The room went silent. Then chaos broke out. The principal of number 1 school jumped from his seat. Is that kid insane? That trial's a one-way trip. He turned to Principal Bai Hungu in panic. Stop him. He'll die in there. But it was too late. With calm confidence and the faintest smile, Lu Fan stepped into the portal. Principal Bai Hungu's face darkened. No one who's entered that trial has ever come back intact. He recalled the last attempt, 8 years ago. The challenger had been devoured alive by a ferocious beast, not even his bones remained. The number 1 school principal scoffed. Did he even study the rules? He's clearly lost his mind. He side-eyed Qin Shanghai. Maybe your judgment needs a reality check. Lu Fan isn't even in the same league as Hong Wu. But Qin Shanghai merely smirked and leaned back in his seat. Let's not jump to conclusions. The exam's just getting started. He added with a wink, let's focus on your invincible Taeyong master for now. Principal Bai Hungu turned toward him. Why do you trust Lu Fan so much? But before he got an answer. Inside the Nightmare Trial, first floor fog thick as soup. Shadows moving. Red eyes glowing. Then, thud. A massive paw hit the ground. Lu Fan stepped forward, unfazed. He could sense them, at least 10 monsters circling him. The fog parted, revealing a pack of snarling black wolves. Level 10. Sharp fangs. Fast movement. Their most dangerous traits. Bite attack inflicts continuous bleeding. Night Howl increases all allies' attributes and resets their skill cooldowns. The wolves roared and lunged. Lu Fan didn't flinch. Let's see what you've got. He raised his massive black machete. Dragon Fang Strike. A blinding slash tore through the fog. In one sweeping motion, every single wolf was cut down. Notification popped. First floor complete. Nightmare Trial Sky Tower plus 990 points control room. Silence. Then, chaos. The principal of number 1 school gawked. Wait, what? 1 hit. What is this kid? Even Principal Bai Hungu looked stunned. Could it be did he find the legendary dragon? On the scoreboard, Lu Fan's name soared upward. Rank 2 to 990 points. Everyone in the surveillance room now had their eyes glued to Lu Fan's feed. He took down level 10 black wolves like they were puppies. Suddenly, the door opened. A tall figure entered, wearing a detective's coat, cap low, glasses on, and a briefcase in hand. He didn't say a word at first, just stood in the corner. Qin Shanghai turned and immediately sat up straight. The man finally spoke, Kaiyan Slong, special investigator from Long D. He slowly removed his cap, his sharp eyes locking onto Qin Shanghai. I'm here for someone. A person of interest. Where's the Dragon Master, Lu Fan? A stat screen appeared behind him, Kaiyan Slong, level 57, combat specialist back inside the tower. Lu Fan moved forward through the thick fog of the Nightmare Trial's first floor. And just like that, the real nightmare had only begun. Inside the dense fog of the Nightmare Trial, Lu Fan marched confidently, his massive black machete slashing through thorny vines. In his other hand, he held up his system map, the screen glowing faintly as he tracked his location. Then it pinged. You have reached the location marked on the treasure map. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Another notification followed, Heil treasure map detected. Exclusive treasure nearby. He grinned. Finally, the vines thinned out ahead, and nestled between them was an ancient book, gleaming with embedded gems and pulsing with energy. He reached for it. You have acquired, skill book, accelerated growth. The book shone brilliantly as if it recognized its destined wielder. Passive skill, accelerated growth doubles pet experience gain. Enhances growth rate permanently. Without hesitation, Lu Fan opened the book. Energy burst out and enveloped him, flowing into his veins like wildfire. He smiled. This is exactly what Shirao-E needs. Ever since they left Morning Village, his dragon companion had been leveling up too slowly. But now? With this passive skill, she'd evolve at twice the speed. Lu Fan could already imagine the look on his opponents' faces. Back in the surveillance room, Principal Bai Hungu, Qin Shanghai, and the mysterious envoy Xin Xiong all stared at Lu Fan's screen. Xin Xiong broke the silence. Principal Bai, I'll bring him back. Now. I'm taking him to Long D. Bai Hunggu raised an eyebrow. He's still taking the exam. It's better we wait. I'll take responsibility as his administrator. But Shin Xiong frowned sharply. You can take responsibility, but you can't suffer his punishment. Bai Hunggu froze. Punishment? What punishment are you talking about? Before he could reply, Qin Shanghai stepped forward and gently grabbed Shin Xiong's arm. Old friend, let's step back a moment. We can talk this out. But Shin Xiong pulled away forcefully, his face cold. Don't interfere, Qin Shanghai. Don't test me. If you get involved, the Jin family and the higher-ups in Longdi won't be pleased. Gasps filled the room. Officials from number 1 middle school stared. What did Lu Fan do? One finally asked. Shin Xiong didn't answer. His eyes locked onto Qin Shanghai, who now stood tall and silent, staring straight back. I don't understand why you're protecting him, Shin Xiong growled. But step aside. Qin Shanghai didn't flinch. You'll have to go through me. Shin Xiong's patience snapped. Bring Lu Fan out. Now. I'm busy, and I don't want to waste time. Just then, Qin Shanghai calmly took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a slow drag. Old friend, is that what I still am to you? Shin Xiong paused mid-step, visibly agitated. Political tension buzzed in the air. The room knew now, this wasn't just about a student. It was about alliances, secrets, and the ever-tightening grip of the Jin family. Qin Shanghai's voice turned deadly serious. Once Lu Fan's truth comes to light, the Jin family, Longdi, none of them will matter. The room froze. Shin Xiong's face twisted in fury. You're talking nonsense. There's no truth. You're defying a Longdi envoy. He turned to leave, but Qin Shanghai grabbed his arm again. If I'm going too far, so be it. I'll accept the consequences. The air between them turned electric. A system window flashed. Qin Shanghai, level 57 knight, Shin Xiong, level 57 swordsman. They were evenly matched, but emotionally, the battlefield was tilted. Shin Xiong's voice lowered into a threat. I'll report this to the top. You'll regret it. Before fists could fly, Principal Bai Hunggu stepped in between them. Enough. This is a major exam. You must not disrupt it. Everyone tensed. For now, the storm was paused, but not calmed. Meanwhile, inside the nightmare trial, Lu Fan calmly advanced, unaware of the storm brewing above him. But he could feel it. Something big was coming. Qin Shanghai leaned forward, eyes locked on Shin Xiong. Tell me something, old friend, aren't you even a little curious about Lu Fan's secret? The one powerful enough to shake the very foundations of Longdu and the Jin family. Shin Xiong stiffened. He turned back to the monitor, brows furrowed. Wait, is he really in the nightmare level of the trial? The words hit like a thunderbolt. That's suicide, Shin Xiong muttered, stunned. Only a lunatic would challenge that level. What gives this kid the right? What makes him so special? Inside the tower, Lu Fan stood in front of a massive, ancient gate etched with dragon scales and glowing runes. It pulsed with danger. He took a deep breath. Time to test my limits. With his new passive skill activated, his mind was clear. A quick glance at his status screen confirmed it. Passive skill acquired, accelerated growth, plus 100% EXP gain for summoned pets. He smirked. No better time to give Xia some battle training. Back in the surveillance room, the principal of number 1 middle school broke the silence. Didn't you see him wipe out a dozen beasts in a single move earlier? That wasn't luck, that was talent. Even Shin Xiong couldn't deny it. His expression twisted in confusion and unease. Suddenly, Lu Fan's voice echoed from the monitor, "Come out, shall we?" In a flash of black light, the massive black dragon appeared, horns gleaming, scales like obsidian, eyes glowing with raw fury. Her roar shook the very tower. Everyone in the surveillance room froze. Even the ever-calm Shin Xiong staggered backward. That's a dragon, a real dragon. Xiaoi raised a claw, her muscles flexing. With a single earth-shaking strike, she smashed the gate to pieces. Rubble exploded outward like a storm. The path to the next floor was now wide open. Qin Shanghai wiped the sweat off his brow. Now you've seen it. This is Lu Fan's secret. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. Not a single person could speak. He's not just a dragon tamer. He's the only tamer in history with a real dragon. Principal Bai Hunggu, normally unshakable, finally spoke up. Lu Fan really tamed a giant dragon. Inside the trial, second floor Xiao's wings spread wide as she let out a blast of flame breath, scorching everything in sight. The plant monsters shrieked and wilted instantly. Lu Fan charged forward, his black machete cutting down beasts with precise, brutal efficiency. Second floor cleared, plus 50,000 points. Back in the control room, everyone's eyes shot to the leaderboard. Number 1, Lu Fan, 50,000 points. Number 2, Hong Wu, 27,550 points. Number 3, Qin Xiao and Dao Xiaoman, 12,570 points. Lu Fan and Xiaoyi kept climbing. By the 13th floor, it was an all-out massacre. Xiaoyi mowed down enemies with fire and claw. Lu Fan's blade sliced through monsters like paper. No hesitation. No mercy. 13th floor cleared, the surveillance room remained silent, too stunned to speak. Principal Bai Henggu murmured, This isn't just about the dragon. Lu Fan's raw strength alone is terrifying. I bet his attributes are over 100 across the board by now. He looked toward Qin Shanghai, voice low. Even without the dragon, Lu Fan might be number 1 in all of Shanghai City. Xin Xiong stood frozen. Qin Shanghai turned to him with a knowing look. So, tell me now. After witnessing this, do you still want to take Lu Fan to the higher-ups of Longdu? Xin Xiong lowered his head slightly, his voice softer than before. Now. I understand. I finally see why you dared to defy the Jin family. Xin Xiong stood quietly, the image of Xiao's destruction replaying in his mind. He whispered to himself, half in disbelief, I've truly witnessed the power of a dragon. Qin Shanghai nodded with a knowing smile. He pulled out a crystal drive and said calmly, I'll send a video segment of Lu Fan's major exam to the teacher. From now on, there's no need for any special envoy to mess with Lu Fan or the Jin family. He turned to Xin Xiong. You should return. Xin Xiong's eyes narrowed. Teacher? You mean North Mark Jing, don't you? Qin Shanhai simply smiled, not confirming, yet not denying. Inside the tower, Nightmare Trial, floor 20. Lu Fan stood in a pitch-black corridor. A strange purple light flickered at the end, and began to move toward him. Warning, high-level magic detected. It was a spell, launched by a dark sacrifice, a level 15 elite enemy. The status window flickered, Black Curse, decreases enemy stats by 50%. Increases ally stats by 25%. Merge into darkness, grants invincibility for 15 seconds. Dark Control, full command over allied Dark Knights. Dozens of shadowed figures stood behind the sacrifice, glowing eyes locked on Lu Fan. But Lu Fan just smirked. Xia? Let's turn up the heat. Lava blaze. Xiaoyi let out a roar, her body glowing orange as flames surged around her. She fired Lava Blaze, a stream of molten destruction that incinerated everything in its path. The best part? Lava Blaze, continuous damage plus self-healing active, total carnage and regeneration. A true dragon multitasks. Within seconds, the entire corridor was turned to scorched rubble. All enemies, gone. 20th floor cleared, Xiaoyi, level up, 11, Lu Fan, level up, 16, Lu Fan looked at his dragon with pride. We're just getting started. Let's conquer the Heavenly Tower, together. Fear Trial, 50th floor. Meanwhile, on the Fear Trial side, a huge explosion rocked the battlefield. 50th floor cleared, it was Hong Wu, basking in the destruction. He grinned smugly, flexing for the invisible cameras. This year's grand exam is tough, but come on. These monsters should be on the 70th floor, not here. He mentally brushed aside every competitor. Qin Xiao's my only threat, but she's in a team. Her points will be halved. First place? It's mine. He chuckled and spoke loudly toward the viewing crystal, Principal Bai Henggu. Better start calling the top universities. Your future no. One is ready. Too bad, no one was watching. Surveillance room. The principals had their attention fixed elsewhere. The 50th floor, the murmured Principal Bai Henggu. This is where most professionals in the southern province fall. The principal of First Middle School nodded. It's a true threshold. Even if Lu Fan passes it, he'll slow down. The difficulty spike is brutal from here. Back to Lu Fan, 50th floor of the Nightmare Trial. A snowstorm whirled around him. The landscape was covered in deep ice, creating an eerie silence. Lu Fan checked Xiao's status window and blinked in surprise. New skill unlocked, shape transformation. This wasn't just a power-up, it was a game-changer. Xiaoyi now had 4 separate forms. Young Dragon form, boosts all stats, cuts energy cost by 50%. Dragon Maiden form, formed by their blood pact. Also, definite waifu material. Destruction Dragon open form E-50% strength, plus 100% spirit. Gain skills, Daylight Incineration Lava Eruption World-ending form E-50% spirit, plus 100% strength. Gain skills, Earthbend Fearful Roar. Lu Fan stared at the forms, speechless. She's not a pet anymore. She's a one-dragon apocalypse. Suddenly, the ground shook. Giant boulders stirred. 3 massive figures formed from the snow and rock, each one an amethyst mountain giant, level 20. Their eyes glowed blood red. Skills detected, mountain arm, devastating frontal strike. Landslide, large-scale area collapse. Amethyst rock, reduces magic damage by 50%, immune to armor pierce. Lu Fan tightened his grip on his machete. All right, then. Let's see how these giants handle a dragon with 4 modes. Back in the surveillance room, Principal Bai Hunggu leaned forward, concern etched on his face. How is Lu Fan going to handle 3 nightmare-level bosses at once? The principal of First Middle School nodded in agreement. I thought the 50th floor would slow him down. Even so, Lu Fan's score has already surpassed the rest. If this keeps up, he'll not only top Shanghai City, but likely become Southern Province's top scholar. He sighed wistfully, adding, why isn't such a promising student from our First Middle School? Ah, that classic academic rivalry. Some things never change. Back on the 50th floor meanwhile, Lu Fan stood face to face with the colossal amethyst mountain giants. Their status windows blinked ominously, skill charging, mountain arm, a crushing frontal assault was coming straight at him. But did Lu Fan panic? Not even slightly. So, this is what halfway up the tower feels like. Time to bring out the big guns. Just as the attack was about to connect, Xiaoyi leapt forward. She raised her left claw and caught the massive blow, sending shockwaves rippling across the frozen battlefield. Lu Fan stood calm and composed in the eye of the storm. All right, Xia. Try out your world-ender form. Xiaoyi let out a thunderous roar. Suddenly, her body erupted in crimson flames. Her silhouette twisted and reformed, turning pitch black with glowing, blood-red eyes. In the surveillance room, Principal Bai Hunggu sat up straight. Lu Fan's dragon is transforming. The system notification chimed. Transformation complete. World-ender form active. Strength 456-2, 912 spirit 1, 424 712 new skills. Earth Shatterer. World-ending raw. Even Qin Shan Hai couldn't hide his awe. That transformation, it's terrifying. Gives me chills. Battlefield carnage. Lu Fan, now synced with his dragon's strength, readied himself. One of the mountain giants lunged at him from behind. Without even looking, Lu Fan sensed the movement and jumped into the air, dodging with ease. Skill activated, Dragon Inspiration, boosts Lu Fan and Xia's stats by 10%. Now supercharged, Lu Fan ordered, Xia, bite its head off. No dramatic build-up. No extra commands. Just raw execution. Xiaoyi obeyed. With one mighty snap of her jaws, boom! The giant's head shattered like glass. In the control room, jaws dropped. That was a level 20 boss, the First Middle School principal gasped. And she crushed it like it was nothing. Principal Bai Hunggu ran the numbers. To pierce an amethyst giant's defense, that dragon's attack power must have exceeded 2,000. As the first giant fell, the second tried to grab Lu Fan, but again, he sidestepped with graceful agility. He followed up with Dragon Claw, slamming his opponent with such force that the ground cracked open in a shockwave explosion. Back in the viewing chamber, Qin Shan Hai turned to Qin Xiong. Aren't you glad you didn't try to take Lu Fan away earlier? Qin Xiong remained silent, his eyes locked on the screen. The end is near. As Lu Fan danced around the battlefield, Xiaoyi prepared her next move. Skill activated, world-ending roar, applies vulnerability debuff to enemies. The remaining giant staggered, visibly weakened. Lu Fan took aim, preparing to strike the final blow, but before he could act, Xiaoyi reared back and slammed the earth with both claws. Skill activated, Earth Shatterer, the impact split the ground wide open. A massive black pit yawned beneath them, pulling the last giant in. And just like that, All bosses eliminated, floor 50 cleared. Lu Fan stood at the edge of the pit, wind howling around him, his dragon roaring beside him. As smoke still curled from the destruction of the 50th floor, the system chimed in, Black Dragon has leveled up, LV. 12. Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 16. Lu Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. Nightmare mode was definitely the right call. He realized something key. With every floor getting harder, his own power would keep skyrocketing. Victory wasn't just rewarding, it was supercharging him. Suddenly, another announcement echoed, Congratulations! You have cleared floor 50. Without hesitation, Lu Fan turned toward the glowing portal, Xiaoyi following close behind like a shadow forged in fire. Back in the monitoring room, Qin Shanhai crossed his arms with a smirk. So much for the dreaded 50th floor. Didn't even slow him down. The principal of First Middle School added, That dragon. Her strength goes beyond anything I've studied. It defies common logic. Principal Bai Henggu turned to Special Envoy Qin Xiong, who had spent years in the battle-hardened Dragon City. With your experience, can you estimate the Black Dragon's true strength after transformation? Qin Xiong's face was unusually serious. I've seen monsters in Dragon City that could tear through legions. And yet, compared to them, this dragon's transformed strength? At least 500 points, bare minimum. Gasps filled the room. The principal of First Middle School nearly choked. 500. Our entire stat sheets look like child's play compared to that. Bai Henggu nodded slowly. Just as I thought. Her stats are only going to keep growing. Then the principal added something that grabbed everyone's attention. Now that Lu Fan has cleared floor 50, the X+1 mode kicks in. Qin Shanhai raised a brow. X plus what now? Bai Henggu explained, the Trials architect designed this mode to mimic real secret realms. After floor 50, every floor labeled X is followed by a boss floor, the +1. It keeps challengers in a constant state of mortal peril. And in nightmare mode? Both the X floors and the +1 floors are packed with nightmare-level bosses. Not just one per floor, of multiple. All with enhanced strength and AI. Qin Shanhai gave a dry laugh. Sounds brutal. But why worry? Lu Fan's out there turning nightmare bosses into fertilizer. Elsewhere in the tower, Lu Fan was doing exactly that. Wielding his massive black machete, he hacked through a heavily armored boss like it was a training dummy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi, his pitch-black, flame-wreathed dragon, sank her teeth into the head of a different monster like it was a crunchy snack. The system blared again, cleared floor 70, Xiaoyi has leveled up, LV. 13, Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 18, in the surveillance room, Qin Shanhai whistled. The Tower of Heaven was designed to be unbeatable past floor 50. But with that dragon by his side, Lu Fan doesn't need tactics, just targets. Lu Fan casually wiped the blood from his mouth, eyes sharp with focus. Xia, let's move. With a growl of delight, Xiaoyi responded, splitting a monster's head like it was a ripe melon. Principal Bai Henggu leaned forward, his voice low with disbelief. He's at floor 78 already, in mere minutes. The First Middle School principal shook his head. This year's Heaven Tower was supposed to be the hardest version ever crafted. I doubted anyone could reach the 80s. He paused, then chuckled bitterly. Guess I'll be eating those words now. Rampage mode, activated just then, the atmosphere shifted. Xiaoyi let out a world-ending roar and went into full rampage mode. Flames poured from her mouth like volcanic wrath, lighting up the tower's stone halls in apocalyptic red. The nightmare-level bosses, previously oozing intimidation, were now fleeing like panicked rats. Monsters ran. Xiaoyi hunted. And Lu Fan? He walked through the inferno like a god among mortals. The system's voice cut through the tension like a blade. 76th floor cleared, the boss this time? A giant worm-like monstrosity, all fangs and scales. It didn't even get the chance to blink. One strike from Lu Fan's dragon blood armor, and boom, it was over. Xiaoyi has leveled up, LV. 14, Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 19, Xia casually held the boss's severed head like a bored butcher showing off her catch. Back at the principal's office, Principal Bongu sat in silence, staring at the monitor. He finally spoke, so many geniuses have come this far, only to fall short. They burned everything, pushed to the edge, and still perished. Qin Shanhai nodded solemnly. The 70s and 80s floors, once you reach them, you reach too deep in to turn back. It becomes a one-way path. Bongu folded his arms, watching Lu Fan's screen. But this one. He's different. He might actually do it. First in a decade to reach the end. System notification, entering floor 99, and just like that, the scene shifted. Lu Fan stepped onto a broken battlefield. It was a desolate, ruined hall, crumbling staircases, shattered pillars, and a massive obsidian throne in the distance. Surrounding it, for headless knights, each wreathed in blue flames. Silent. Menacing. Armed to the teeth. They didn't need eyes to see, just bloodlust to feel. Each one had a nightmare toolkit, penetration strikes with deadly multipliers, auto-trigger counterattacks, lightning speed assaults, and the worst of all, a beheading skill that instantly killed anyone under 57% HP. And to make things more fun, they shared boosted HP pools and armor. Yeah, Lu Fan muttered, cracking his neck. Real welcoming committee. But Lu Fan wasn't shaken. He recognized this flaw. It mirrored the Shattered Kingdom, a realm swallowed in flames centuries ago by the undead. History class ends now. Without delay, the axe-wielding knight charged. Its glowing weapon shimmered with the instant kill curse. Lu Fan had no control skills. Only raw power. So he went headfirst. He leapt into the fray, black machete singing through the air. The first strike? A scratch. The knight instantly healed. Worse, the slash triggered a counterattack. The knight struck back, hard. But Lu Fan braced himself, blocking at the last second. Seeing an opening, he roared, "Shia, fire!" She answered the call. Flames burst from her maw, consuming the throne room. In infernal rage, the whole floor trembled, stone cracking under molten fury. Good girl, Lu Fan grinned. But it wasn't over yet. The dual-blade knight screamed, for the king, and dashed in, lightning charging its weapons. Sparks erupted as it clashed with Lu Fan's blade. He held his ground, but barely. The other knights were closing in. No more games. Shia, Lu Fan ordered, prepare your ultimate. The dragon began to pulse, channeling chaos itself. The 99th floor, final phase. Shia unleashed a massive lava blaze, waves of heat warping the air. The knights didn't flee. They charged. And they burned. Flames swept through the hall like a tidal wave. Blackened armor crumbled, ash filled the air, and one by one, the nightmare knights fell to pieces, reduced to nothing but melted metal and fading blue sparks. Floor 99 cleared. Shaoi has leveled up, LV. 15, new skill unlocked, Black Flame Judgment. Lu Fan has leveled up, LV. 20, Lu Fan read the system window, eyes wide. You're evolving faster than me, girl. Shia gave a low, satisfied growl, already glowing with her newfound power. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, silence. Total silence. Then the door to the 100th floor swung open on screen. The principal of First Middle School dropped his pen. Chin Shan Hai, usually full of snark, whispered, "We're witnessing history." Even Bongu, the calm and collected veteran, looked visibly shaken. It's happening. In the surveillance room, the principal of First Middle School stared, slack-jawed. Hold up, this was never supposed to be possible. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, Lu Fan stood tall on the 100th floor, a shattered kingdom strewn with skeletal remains. At the heart of the ruin, a towering throne crumbled but still held its dark majesty. Embedded in the throne was a gleaming sword, which Lu Fan yanked free. The moment he pulled it, a powerful aura erupted, swirling like a storm around him and Shia at his side. The scene before them sitting on the throne was the World Annihilation Emperor, a terrifying level 60 boss, radiating overwhelming power. Surrounding him were 500 demon soldiers, a restless, undead army ready to defend their master with their last breath. Lu Fan's secret weapon. Lu Fan glanced at Shia's stats. Her new skill, Cataclysm, was a 3-stage assault of total destruction. First, a ground-shaking impact that wreaked havoc, then an engulfing flame that burned enemies to ashes. Finally, a massive area detonation that obliterated anything left standing. Lu Fan's grin widened. Time to unleash some real chaos. Shia's transformation. With a fierce nod, Shia transformed into her destruction dragon form. Flames roared and swirled around her like a living volcano. The system flashed with her boosted stats and fresh skills, all things incinerate and lava burst included. Back in the surveillance room, principals Bai Hong and Qin Shanghai watched, stunned. Is that a whole new level of terrifying? Bai Hong muttered. Lu Fan's been holding back this kind of firepower all along. Qin Shanghai gasped. Battle begins. The demon commander barked orders, rallying the undead army to defend their emperor. But Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He grabbed a skeleton soldier like a baseball bat. Xia, cataclysm, now! The destruction dragon let out a deafening roar, soaring high as hellfire rained down in waves. The aftermath: the system's casualty counter exploded, soldiers incinerated left and right. Flames spread like wildfire. Undead army shrank from 500 to less than 200 in moments. Xia's relentless assault burned the battlefield, healing herself amid the inferno. With a final explosive detonation, the last enemies were swallowed whole by flames. Silence fell on the surveillance room. The principals marveled. A mere student wielding this much power. Unimaginable. Qin. Shanghai's eyes widened as the system updated, 42 soldiers remaining. 37. Suddenly, the demon commander stepped forward. Kneel before your king, he demanded. Lu Fan's response, gripping his dragon sword tight, Lu Fan's smirk only grew. She pressed the attack, each enemy falling swiftly, until only devastation remained, nothing but scorched earth and broken bones. The score by Hong Tu watched, deep in thought. Even the four horsemen wouldn't stand a chance. The principal from First Middle School stared in disbelief. 989, 500 points. The highest in 30 years. Bai Hong muttered, this year's test is the hardest yet. The reward better be at least 3 rare artifacts. The final challenge. Lu Fan surveyed the ruin, sword in hand. Trash cleared. Now, show yourself, the Annihilation Emperor. Smoke curled away as a terrifying figure emerged from the shadows. The final boss radiated suffocating, sinister energy, stomping the ground with earth-shaking force. Sword drawn, it locked eyes on Lu Fan. The look said it all: you're dead. System alert: only one undead soldier remains. The boss charged, building momentum to strike. But Lu Fan was ready. He activated dragon armor. His arm transformed, scales rippling, fingers sharpening into wicked dragon claws. An intense aura erupted, crackling with black dragon power. Smirking, Lu Fan stretched his claws forward and signaled to Xia. Gear up. Black Dragon Xia fixes the boss with an intimidating stare. Claws extended, ready to pounce. The Annihilation Emperor swings his massive sword with all his might, aiming to end Lu Fan in one brutal strike. But Lu Fan blocks effortlessly, dragging his dragon claws along the blade with a sharp clang. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan commands, Xia, strike now. All things incinerate. With a roar, Xia flaps her colossal wings, unleashing fiery tornadoes that slam into the boss with devastating force. The Annihilation Emperor is sent hurtling backward, crashing into debris and plunging his sword deep into the ground to halt his slide. Shocked, the boss realizes his strength is fading rapidly. The source? Lu Fan's rare lament ring, draining the enemy's life force relentlessly. Lu Fan, with a cocky grin, points to the glowing ring and taunts, this power drain? It's just getting started. System confirmation, lament aura is in full effect. This rare ring, requiring at least level 15 to wield, is a total game changer, boosting Lu Fan's spirit, stamina, and strength, sapping his foes at the same time. Desperate and enraged, the boss snarls, cheater. Using dirty tricks. Lu Fan remains unfazed. Calm and collected, he orders Xia to unleash the second stage of All Things Incinerate. Xia roars louder, flapping her wings with even greater fury. Fire tornadoes erupt and explode all around, detonating near the boss and smashing him into the shattered throne. The Annihilation Emperor barely holds on, bracing for a counterattack. Lu Fan's dagger gleams. He draws it back, gathering every ounce of energy. Bursting through the flames, he lunges forward in a devastating surprise attack. The boss tries to block, but it's futile. With ruthless precision, Lu Fan drives his dagger deep into the boss's chest, pinning him against the cold stone throne. The boss gasps, defeated. System declares victory. All undead soldiers have been annihilated, 0 remain. Level up. Black Dragon Xia ascends to level 17. Lu Fan reaches level 22. Triumphant, Lu Fan strides to the throne. One foot rests on the armrest, one hand on the fallen emperor's shoulder. With flair, he yanks the dagger free. It's over, Xia. Back in the surveillance room, silence reigns. Principals and teachers are stunned. Bai Hongtu's face is pale with disbelief. No one has ever scored 1,000,000 points in the last 30 years. The first middle school principal is speechless. Mr. Qin Shanghai crosses his arms, smirking. Our school's reputation? About to skyrocket. Lu Fan casually walks away from the battlefield. Dagger resting on his shoulder, hands in his pockets. Turning to Xia, he grins playfully. Time to go home. Hey, have you been craving Aunt Hank's cooking? Xia roars happily, eyes shining as she flaps close. Definitely missed it. System announcement. Level 100 cleared. A treasure chest materializes before Lu Fan. Inside, 3 incredible items await. Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, a rare blue skill book teaching devastating ice magic that freezes enemies and slows their movements. Lu Fan grins, control skills sooner than expected. Rare Spirit Wind Ring boosts agility, stamina, and spirit, includes a skill increasing speed by 35%. Perfect for Lu Fan, though Xia can't use it. Legendary Flames and Frost Cloak, massive stat boosts and incredible protection against fire and ice, enhancing damage against those enemy types. Lu Fan drapes the cloak over his shoulders, slides on the ring, and clutches the skill book. Feeling unstoppable, he pulls out his teleportation stone and opens a portal back to the school. Back in the surveillance room, Lu Fan appears. He greets everyone coolly and asks Principal Bongu, "Can I head home now and wait for the results?" Teachers stare in astonishment. Bai Hong steps forward, pride glowing from his face. "Lu Fan, you are the pride of this school. Your photo will hang on our wall of fame." And with that, a legend is born. Back in the surveillance room, the first middle school principal pipes up with a smirk, "Wait, doesn't the wall of fame usually honor heroes who've died fighting monsters? Are you cursing Lu Fan by putting him up there already, Bai Hong?" Bai Hong shoots back, not missing a beat, "Mind your own business. Lu Fan's broken records and his future? Immeasurable." The first middle school principal chuckles and waves it off. "Well, this exam definitely made Lu Fan famous. Mr. Qin Shanghai approaches with a serious expression, nodding in respect. "I tried preparing for this exam mentally, but Lu Fan's power. I'm still blown away." Lu Fan, locking eyes with Qin Shanghai and setting aside all emotions, asks coolly, "Have all the conditions been met? Does that mean the Princess of Tai Kingdom won't throw any more tantrums?" Qin Shanghai smiles, eyes closed, "You'll have your piece. I've got my part covered. The teacher should already have the message." Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, curious, "Teacher? Which teacher?" Qin Shanghai just places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, "Don't worry about that now. Focus on which academic institution you want next." Meanwhile, in the shadows, a man quietly adjusts his cap and walks away. It's Qin Slong, the special envoy from Longju. The principals quickly gather around Lu Fan, buzzing with excitement. Top 10 academic institutions will be fighting tooth and nail to recruit you. Don't forget wealthy merchants from the southern province, they'll be all over you, trying to build connections. They warn Lu Fan to watch his back and beware of their true motives. The first middle school principal excitedly blurts out, "Hey, Lu Fan. Can you call out Black Dragon Xia? We want to see her in person." Principal Bai Hong cuts in sharply, "No way. If Xia shows up here, she might accidentally level the whole school." All eyes turn to the ranking board. Lu Fan sits firmly on top with an insane 1.3 million points. Bai Hong can't help but gush, no one's come close to this record in 50 years. Cut to the far north, level 60 territory in the Dragon Realm at a fortified base. Marcus Tu Jing, the northern frontier marquis, sits sipping wine with a weathered, grey-haired face. He watches battle recordings of Lu Fan and Black Dragon Xia, a rare smile crossing his lips. Suddenly, a knock interrupts. A man in a jacket enters, carrying reports. Apologizing for the interruption, he hands over the files. Tu Jing's expression shifts instantly, becoming serious. He asks, "Any new evidence?" The man confirms, everything Qin Shanghai deduced is spot on. Tu Jing reads, eyes darkening. The reports detail a conspiracy involving Princess Ta Jingu and her inner circle. Even more shocking, Lord Ruan Chongfeng, a high-ranking official in Dragon City, is deeply tangled in the plot, secretly supporting the Jin family. Tu Jing's grip tightens around his wine bottle until it cracks. His jaw clenches as he mutters, "Ruan. A scheming traitor." The white-haired subordinate explains, Ruan and the Jin family pretend to maintain friendly relations, but behind the scenes, Ruan's granting them privileges. Furious, Tu Jing shatters the bottle into pieces and stands, fury blazing in his eyes. Ruan Fong has been backing Princess Jingu, letting her run wild. Tu Jing declares, strip Ruan of all titles and power. Dragon City has no place for him. He dares Ruan to face him personally if he dares complain. And warns, if the Jin family tries to meddle again, the Griffin squad will be the first to greet them. The stage is set. Power struggles beneath the surface threaten to shake the realms, while Lu Fan's legend only grows. The subordinate, wide-eyed but understanding, nods and steps back respectfully. But Tu Jing isn't finished yet. Pointing firmly at the door, he orders, keep close tabs on which school Lu Fan chooses. Make sure that institution provides him with all the resources he needs. Outside, the red moon hangs heavy over the snowy northern landscape, casting an eerie glow. Tu Jing reflects quietly, this young dragon tamer, Lu Fan, has brought a rare glimmer of hope to the north. I look forward to meeting this legend someday. But with so much on my plate, who knows when that will be. Meanwhile, in a lavish hotel suite far away, Princess Jingo sits on her bed, phone in hand. Suddenly, the call comes, and the news hits her like a ton of bricks. Ruan Fong has been dismissed. By none other than Mark Jing. Panic flashes across her face. The caller quickly tries to soothe her nerves, but there's some good news. Curious but frustrated, Jingu demands to know what it is. The caller reveals, with the exam results soon to be released, we discovered another dragon tamer in Qinghao City besides Lu Fan. Princess Jingu's panic morphs into wicked intrigue, a sly smile creeping across her lips. This could be a game changer. Maybe this new dragon tamer will be easier to manipulate. Back at the trial site of 3rd Middle School, Luan bids everyone farewell and vanishes into a portal. Out steps Hong Wu, freshly declared a pass on the South Province exam, scoring an impressive 89,500 points and reaching the 72nd floor of the horror level. Bursting with joy, Hong Wu already daydreams of fame, top universities battling to accept me, flashy awards, maybe even a shot at the stars. In his mind's eye, he sees the first middle school principal praising him as the undisputed champion. He's convinced the buzz around him must be all about his incredible score. But reality hits differently. Approaching the principal with a proud smile, Hong Wu announces his score eagerly. The principal gives him a concerned look and asks quietly, "Is your training complete?" Hong Wu nods confidently. The principal places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, "You did exceptionally well and will easily get into a top university. But you need to know your limits and take care of those injuries." Hong Wu is stunned, trying to decode the unexpected reaction. After a moment, he realizes the message, stay. Humble. Grateful, he thanks the principal, understanding that humility will serve him well on his journey. Fast forward 7 days, the day the nightmare exam results are announced. As Lu Fan and Aunt Hank open their door, they're immediately engulfed by a mob of reporters and excited fans. Hank's face twists in alarm as journalists swarm her. Fans push forward, eager to hand Lu Fan gifts, one even holding out a fancy box and inviting him to visit his estate. Reporters shout questions about his university plans while more fans try to shower him with presents. The chaos is real, and Lu Fan stands at the center of a storm he never expected. Just then, Mr. Qin Shanghai arrives, adding fresh energy to the growing excitement surrounding Lu Fan. He announces with a broad smile, the university entrance exam results are about to be officially released. And let me be the first to call Lu Fan the top student in the entire South Province. Seeing the overwhelming crowd, he suggests moving indoors to continue the conversation in a more private setting. Aunt Hank, relieved by the change of pace, leads the way. Inside, Mr. Qin Shanghai pulls out 6 grand prize boxes, each filled with an astonishing 50 million yuan, an honor befitting the best student in the province. He urges Lu Fan to accept the gifts, emphasizing, this incredible achievement deserves the highest recognition. Lu Fan glances at his phone and notices a notification, he's officially secured first place. Although his total score remains classified, it's known that Chun Tanzi, a fierce rival, trails behind him in second place with 215,628 points. Mr. Qin Shanghai continues, on top of this prize money, Principal Bai Hong has sent additional special rewards to celebrate your victory. Lu Fan's eyes gleam with curiosity as the first gift is unveiled, a skill book titled Roar of the Blue Dragon King. This powerful spell unleashes a lightning attack that paralyzes enemies and stacks power for a massive follow-up strike. Lu Fan can already imagine how this skill will perfectly complement Shuro Yi's magic, melding ice and thunder for devastating combo effects. Next up, a legendary thunder potion. This rare elixir boosts Lu Fan's lightning power and permanently increases his power attribute by 20 points. He knows this will make his thunder magic a fearsome force on the battlefield. The third prize, Green Wind Armor. A rare armor piece with impressive stamina and strength bonuses, capable of deflecting impact damage. Mr. Qin Shanghai explains that every item was carefully handpicked by Principal Bai Hong himself. But that's not all. The final prize is revealed, a pair of legendary flashwing boots. These boots grant lightning-fast movement with a 30-second recharge time and come equipped with Flashwing Leap, a skill that allows the wearer to dash across a 50-meter radius at breakneck speed, also with a 30-second cooldown. Holding the briefcase packed with these epic rewards, Lu Fan marvels at how such powerful tools are usually reserved for high-ranking magicians. Determined not to waste this chance, he resolves to master these gifts, knowing they will be game-changers for both him and Shuro Yi. The system confirms his acquisition, rewards obtained, Dragon King's War Skill, Lightning Flashwing Boots, Green Wind Armor, and Legendary Thunder Potion. Just as Lu Fan tries to wrap his head around the flood of powerful new items, Chinchio bursts into the room, excitement practically radiating from her. She's got some wild news that promises to shake things up even further. The scene kicks off with an astonishing revelation. The presidents of 10 major universities have descended upon Shanghai City and are already at Lu Fan's house, eagerly waiting for a personal interview. Aunt Hank stares in disbelief. All this for one student. Meanwhile, Chinio awkwardly explains her presence, and Lu Fan, still recovering from the exam madness, raises an eyebrow. Aren't we moving a bit fast? The results just dropped. Mr. Qin Shanghai, ever the smooth operator, steps in when the university president saw footage of your, shall we say, electrifying performance. They dropped everything and rushed here. He leans closer with a grin and a hushed tone. That video? Only senior officials and the Dragon Capital have access. Let's keep it that way. Then, switching to business, he adds, as for Princess Jingu, the situation is under control. And a certain mysterious teacher is eager to meet you. With a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Mr. Qin Shanghai assures, no need to worry. Everything will be arranged smoothly. Just then, Chinio approaches Lu Fan, nervously holding out a purple card. I wanted to thank you earlier, but well, Jingu kind of ruined the moment. Lu Fan's eyes widen. Their previous deal was for 100,000 dragon coins. This card? Worth a jaw-dropping 10 million. Mr. Qin Shanghai laughs heartily. This is the Qin family's way of saying thank you, in style. He then shares another surprise. An escort will arrive in the evening to take Lu Fan to Jian Park, where a luxurious villa awaits, awarded by the city for topping the entire province. Hank, now overwhelmed, steps in between Lu Fan and Chinio, who turns beet red and snaps, Dad, stop teasing. Lu Fan and I need to go. We've got an appointment with the academy officials. Meanwhile, deep in the forests near Shanghai City, a black jeep skids to a halt. Out steps Princess Jingu, cloaked in arrogance, flanked by her elite guard. Report. What's the status on the other dragon tamer? Hong Tai, her loyal subordinate, salutes and reports, Chun Tanji has reached level 19, and his armor dragon is at level 14. Jingu raises an eyebrow. Impressed. Dragon tamers really are full of surprises, leveling up like maniacs. Cut to Chun Tanji himself. He's locked in a fierce battle with a monstrous beast. The ground shakes with each blow. Leaping high into the air, Chun avoids a devastating strike, then counters with a critical hit, level up to 20. Watching from afar, Jingu nods. Not bad, at least I didn't waste that dragon egg. Chun bows respectfully. I will not bring shame to the royal family. But Jingu isn't here to hand out compliments. You'd better not. The last one failed miserably. She then makes a grand announcement. Chun Tanji shall now wield the dragon lance. The air grows tense. Anyone got a problem with that? Hong Tai replies instantly, as you wish, your highness. With the legendary spear and his armored dragon, Chun Tanji feels invincible. Lu Fan, I'm coming for you. Jingu's thoughts linger on Lu Fan. His score is classified, but rumors say it's over 300,000. TCH. Her rage simmers. Engrave Lu Fan's name into your soul. Do not rest until you defeat him and bring me that black dragon, Xia. She leans in, voice icy, succeed, and you'll be the greatest dragon tamer in Tai, second only to me. Chun bows deeply, I swear it. As she turns to leave, Jingu sneers, at least you had the brains to take my offer. Unlike him. Before departing, she sends Kai Hongtai to Shanghai City. Find out which university Lu Fan plans to attend. Fail, and you are re-finished. Kai nods grimly, knowing the stakes. Back in Shanghai, at the stunning Qin family villa, Lu Fan and Chinio walk through the garden. Chinio, cheeks flushed, glances at him and quickly blurts, "So, have you picked a school yet?" Before he can even open his mouth, she waves her hands nervously, I mean, it's not me. It's my dad. He's just super curious, that's all. Lu Fan chuckles. Looks like fame isn't his only problem now, love might just be knocking too. As Lu Fan and Chinio strolled through the elegant Qin family villa, Chinio hesitantly brought up something her dad suggested. He thinks we should apply to the same academy so we can look out for each other. Lu Fan, ever cool and collected, nods with a smile. Teamwork is important. We've made a solid team before, especially in, say, sudden monster ambushes in the middle of nowhere. Chinio chuckles but can't hide her worry. She doesn't know Lu Fan's exact score, but she fears the distance between their abilities is growing. Inside, she makes a silent vow, no matter what, I'm going to catch up. I'll apply to the same academy as him. I have to. Lu Fan, reading her determination, gently smiles. Sounds like a good plan. With that, he pushes open a grand door and walks straight into a chaotic interview that felt more like a royal auction. Inside, a chubby man draped in priest robes jumps up with excitement. Lu Fan. It's really you. That entrance exam video? Legendary. Sitting beside him, a mysterious masked woman calmly adds, you re the first dragon tamer in history to actually have a dragon companion. The entire nation's watching you now. She cuts to the chase, as top scorer of the southern province, have you decided which academy to join? Lu Fan opens his mouth to speak, but the fat man from Jiangnan Academy can't hold back. Why even think about it? Come to Jiangnan Academy. We're offering 10 million dragon coins per year, unlimited potions, and entry to our exclusive secret realms. The masked woman scoffs, trying to bribe him with spare change. Please. We're heads of the top academies in the Dragon Kingdom, not merchants at a street fair. Red-faced and flustered, the fat man fires back, fine. Northern Academy will double it. 20 million dragon coins annually, and access to our Snow Kingdom's top secret realm, reserved just for him. And just like that, the room erupts. One head yells, we've got better resources. Another jumps in, we'll let him explore 3 hidden secret realms a year. Even the janitor outside probably wanted to throw in a scholarship. Amid the chaos, Lu Fan stands there, dumbfounded. I thought this was an interview, not a bidding war. Then, silence. Gayan, the composed head of Dragon Capital Academy, steps forward and drops a bomb. Dragon Capital Academy controls this year's national trial quota, and we're offering it too. Lu Fan. The room freezes. The fat man stumbles a step back. Wait, you're serious? The national trial? For him? The masked woman slams the table, this is outrageous. He just changed professions. Other nations have been training their candidates for years. Lu Fan raises a hand like a student asking a question. What exactly is the national trial? Gayan explains, calmly but with weight behind every word, the national trial is a collaboration between 23 nations. Once every 3 years, each country selects a young warrior under the age of 25. No national-level experts allowed. It's a trial by fire, deadly, rare treasures hidden within, and the whole world watching. He pauses, then adds, and those who pass don't just graduate. They become national-level experts. The envoy from Northern Academy, now sweating bullets, pleads with Lu Fan, join us. We'll ensure your training for the trial starts immediately. The Jiangnan envoy looks about ready to faint. This is unfair. You can't use the trial as bait. Gayan doesn't flinch. From top scorer in the province to ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. That's the path we offer. Just as Lu Fan tries to process all of this, a system notification blinks in front of him. Ding! New treasure map acquired. Location? Map quality, high sender, unknown. Lu Fan stares blankly. Well, that's not ominous at all. Lu Fan blinked in surprise. A new divine treasure map? It had been ages since the first one changed his life, leading him to Black Dragon Shear's egg. Now, curiosity bubbled in his chest. As he examined the glowing map, excitement surged. It's located inside Dragon Capital Academy. That settled it. Gayan, still watching him closely, asked, "So, are you satisfied?" Lu Fan gave a calm yet decisive nod. "Yes. I've made my choice, I'll join Dragon Capital Academy." But before Gayan could start celebrating, Lu Fan added, "I do have one more request." Gayan tilted his head, curious. "As long as it's not outrageous." For days later, Lu Fan stood outside Hank's steam bun shop, closing the shutters for the last time. The familiar creak of the hinges felt final. Hank sighed, her voice nostalgic. "I never imagined I'd leave this place after so many years." Dusting off his hands, Lu Fan replied with a soft smile, "We've got a villa now. And savings. There's nothing holding us back." She looked at him, eyes misty with emotion. "Feels like just yesterday you were a scrawny kid knocking on my door. And now look at you." Just then, a car pulled up, and out jumped Chinio and Taimon, waving like overexcited tour guides. "Time to go, Aunt Hank. Dragon Capital awaits." Taimon beamed. She announced that not only had she applied to Dragon Capital Academy, but so had she and Chinio both passed, and all thanks to Lu Fan. "We're officially classmates now." "Oh, and Chinio's family even chartered a private plane for us. Fancy, who?" Chinio blushed furiously, trying to shut her up. Hank, surprised by everything, turned to Lu Fan. "Wait, you really asked Gayan to help me get in?" Lu Fan nodded. "You've always been more than just family. You deserve this." Gayan had agreed to vouch for Hank, though the final say still belonged to the academy. But it was a shot, and that was enough to bring tears to Hank's eyes. "Back then, I dreamed of going to an academy like this. I just never thought I'd get the chance." Lu Fan gently patted her shoulder. "Then don't cry. Let's start this new life." Chinio smiled and shouted, "Okay, team. On the plane, we've got treasure to chase and classes to sleep through." The plane landed in Dragon Capital, a bustling metropolis so alive and electric that Hank couldn't stop staring out the window. "Is this really where we're going to live?" she whispered, awestruck. Chinio pointed out the market where rare recipes were sold like hotcakes, while Lu Fan's eyes locked onto the towering spires of Dragon Capital Academy in the distance. But the peaceful moment shattered when a luxury car rolled up. Out stepped none other than the bratty Princess Jingu, with Hong Tai opening the door and Chun Chenji standing stiffly beside her like a bouncer with something to prove. Jingu's eyes locked onto Lu Fan. Her irritation was palpable. "Great. Why is she everywhere I go?" Lu Fan sighed internally. Chun Chenji took a step forward, clearly spoiling for a confrontation. But Jingu snapped, "Stand down. Without Ron Chongfeng's backing, we don't start anything here." Grumbling, Chun Chenji backed off, for now. Chinio leaned in, whispering to Lu Fan, "Wasn't she the princess who came to study in our kingdom?" "My dad mentioned someone like that." Taimon, sensing the tension, tilted her head. "So what's her problem? Did someone snatch her last dumpling?" Before Lu Fan could answer, Gayan arrived, eyebrows raised at the awkward standoff. "You don't know each other." She seemed genuinely surprised. Lu Fan, Chun Chenji, you are both dragon tamers. The twin stars of the southern province. Lu Fan blinked. "He's a dragon tamer too." Before the shock wore off, Chun Chenji stepped forward, barely hiding his contempt. "I've heard your name more times than I care to count." Lu Fan, drained from the trip, rubbed his temples. "Can we not?" "We've just landed." Hank eagerly agreed, tugging his arm. "Let's go before this turns into a duel." Gayan nodded and offered to show them their accommodations personally. "If anything isn't to your liking, let me know. Orientation begins tomorrow." As they left, Jingu huffed and dramatically turned on her heel. "I'll handle my own arrangements," she snapped, walking off with her entourage. Lu Fan glanced at her retreating figure. "Why do I get the feeling this year's going to be anything but peaceful?" The group finally arrives at the dormitory district, but this isn't your usual showbox room with bunk beds and instant noodles. Gayen gestures toward a pristine gated section with elegant villas lined up like royalty on parade. Welcome to the first-year villa zone, she announces. There are only 30 villas in total, and who gets them? Only the elite, the top 30 scorers from the entrance exam. Lu Fan? Naturally ranked number 1. His reward? Villa number 1, the crown jewel of the campus. Meanwhile, Chun Chenji, despite his twin-starred hype from the southern province, only made 18th overall. He's been booted to Villa 18. Lu Fan, barely hiding his smirk, thinks it's poetic justice. Twin stars? Please. One of us still has dignity left. Just then, Chinio and Taimon share the bad news: we didn't make it into the top 30. Guess it's the student dorms for us. Gayen nods sympathetically but adds, well, the villas are definitely nicer. That's when Hank strikes. She clings to Lu Fan's arm like a seasoned negotiator and bats her eyelashes. Miss Gayen, since Lu Fan is living alone, can we stay with him too? Record scratch. Chinio and Taimon go full tomato mode, blushing like their crush just read their diary out loud. Gayen, to her credit, considers it professionally. There's no rule against it, as long as the villa's official resident doesn't object. Hank turns to Lu Fan with her secret weapon. You really want to give up my special cookies, Lu Fan folds like wet paper. I don't mind. Victory. Hank cheers and grabs Chinio and Taimon in a group hug. This will be perfect. It'll boost our teamwork for realm expeditions too. And there it is. Your long-awaited harem arc just launched. Our gigachad Lu Fan has unintentionally assembled Team Chaos. Trying to justify the situation, Lu Fan tells the girls, the dorms are really far. If you stayed there, I'd have to walk half the campus just to see you. Chinio blushes again and agrees, while Taimon, still clinging to her big sister energy, adds sternly, fine, but no funny business with Chinio. I will be watching you. Just when things start settling in, a shimmering screen appears in front of Lu Fan. It's the Divine Treasure map, and the location it points to. Villa number 2. Next door. Lu Fan turns to Gayen. Who lives in Villa 2? She explains that she only oversees the southern province students. Villa 2 belongs to someone from another region, but she thinks it's just one girl. Lu Fan gulps. I'll go check it out. Hank giggles, bring back a souvenir. The girls, though smiling, go oddly quiet. Lu Fan senses the shift and quickly clarifies, I'm just curious who the second-ranked student is, okay? That's all. As he walks off, Hank whispers with a grin, is our boy finally growing up? Taimon huffs, annoyed. 3 girls already live with him and he still wants to meet the new neighbor. Lu Fan, meanwhile, just wants to find the treasure, honest. He's standing in front of Villa number 2, a cake in hand like a nervous delivery boy on Valentine's Day. Hope she likes sweets, and lets me in before she finds the treasure. The door creaks open, and standing there is a girl dressed completely in black. Silent. Unblinking. Zero emotion. Lu Fan flashes his best smile and introduces himself, Hi. I'm Lu Fan, from Jianghai City in the southern province. I live next door. The girl just stares. Awkwardness intensifies. Trying to salvage the moment, he offers the cake like a peace treaty. This is for being neighbors. A sweet start to our neighborly friendship. No reply. Just blank eyes and a quiet breeze. Lu Fan chuckles nervously. Great. Either she's shy or she's deciding if I'm edible. Still trying to play it cool, Lu Fan offers a warm smile and extends the cake. Let's be friends. Maybe get to know each other better. Right then, the system throws in a twist, party popper, ding, this cake boosts agility by +3 on first use. Hold up, it's a stat-boosting dessert. Lu Fan just handed over a small fortune in calories and combat efficiency. Even so, the mysterious girl continues to stare at him like she's assessing his soul. Finally, she reaches out, takes the cake, and speaks in a soft voice, Jianyang, from Yinbei province. Lu Fan nearly stumbles back, her voice is way too cute for her intimidating vibe. Now flustered, he blurts out the first excuse that comes to mind, I'm, thirsty. Can I come in for a glass of water? Brain, why did I say that? Mouth, too late, boss. But to his surprise, Jianyang simply steps aside. Lu Fan bows in thanks and slips in. But the moment she turns to close the door, poof! He vanishes like a rogue on a timer. Lu Fan sprints through her house like a burglar in a stealth game, treasure map in hand. First stop, the bedroom. Clothes on the bed. No treasure. Not what I'm here for. Probably. Next, bathroom. Nothing but minty soap. Then, jackpot. He opens a barely used room and there it is, a jade dragon egg shimmering with power. The system confirms it, bullseye, treasure map target located. Without a second thought, Lu Fan grabs the egg just as Jianyang returns, with the promised water. Lu Fan panic switches to his awkward exit plan. You know what? I'm not thirsty anymore. But thanks. See you at the freshman ceremony. Bye. And he dashes out like he's late for a test. Jianyang stands there, glass in hand, confused. She notices the open bedroom door. Clothes still on the bed. Was he actually just a pervert? Back at Villa Number 1, Lu Fan examines the jade egg with Xiao Yi. Holding it in his hands brings back memories, just like when he found Xiao Yi's egg. He activates his dragon taming skills. The egg begins to crack, and out pops a tiny jade dragon, glowing softly with mystical energy. The system rolls out the stats, Lifespring, constant healing for all allies. Jade Light, removes debuffs, buffs all stats by 30%, adds 3 layers of damage-blocking blessings. Natural Assimilation, absorbs traits from gear. Jade Dragon Bloodline, doubles all dragon skill effects and increases healing by 500%. Blood Contract, plus 10% attribute. Bonus to Lu Fan himself. Lu Fan's jaw drops. This isn't a fighter, it's a team-carrying medic from heaven. With over 600 spirit points, its buffs are massive. Paired with Xiao Yi, Xia's spirit attribute could hit nearly 12,000 mid-battle. And the best part? It can grow even stronger by assimilating equipment. While Lu Fan is nerding out over stat sheets, Xiao Yi is busy playing with her new sister. Until the baby dragon chomps down on her thigh. Hey! No biting your big sis. Lu Fan quickly intervenes and decides to name the new dragon. You'll be called Xiao Pei. Xia's little sister from now on. Xia, unimpressed, glares at Xiao Pei, who growls back like a chihuahua challenging a tiger. Lu Fan face palms. Okay, both of you, chill, or we'll wake the whole villa. The next morning, Lu Fan, Chinio, and Taimon are walking through the lively campus. It's the day of the freshman enrollment ceremony. Lu Fan mentions that combat and life professions attend separate ceremonies. Chinio confirms that their beloved baker mage Hank is off attending her own. Taimon then narrows her eyes at Lu Fan with a smirk. So, about all that noise coming from your room last night, Lu Fan tries to explain. It was just a baby dragon hat, but before he can finish, 2 students suddenly spot Chinio and Taimon. Whoa! Is that really them? Looks like trouble, or fans, is approaching fast. As Lu Fan, Chinio, and Taimon stroll into the ceremony hall, a pair of wide-eyed boys spot them and nearly fall over themselves. Bro, they're campus belle level. If I could get a girlfriend like that, I'd risk my life in a secret realm, no hesitation. The other guy quickly pulls him back to reality. Yeah? Good luck dating both when there's a dude walking right beside them. Lu Fan? Still blissfully unaware that he's the source of every guy's envy today. Inside the auditorium, Chinio reminds Taimon that teacher Gayan said hidden professions sit up front. Taimon sighs and waves her off. Guess I'll hang in the back, then. Don't wanna cramp your mysterious, chosen one energy. Lu Fan scans the room and spots a familiar scowl. Hong Wu, the loudmouth martial artist from the Shanghai City entrance exam. Lu Fan offers a calm, polite smile. Hong Wu? Practically vibrating with rage. Ever since his principal mocked him for placing way below Lu Fan, his pride has been burning like a volcano with caffeine. And now, he's face to face with the reason for his humiliation. Meanwhile, Taimon sits alone, glancing toward the front rows. She nervously wonders, why are all hidden professions grouped together? Does this mean Lu Fan and Chinio will be side by side every day? Not that she's jealous or anything. She totally is. Suddenly, Lu Fan notices a quiet figure sitting right in front of him, Jianyang. He greets her with a nervous smile. Chinio turns in surprise. Wait, you know her. Lu Fan explains she's from Villa Number 2, their next-door neighbor. Chinio's jaw drops. No way. That's Jianyang? She's ranked second overall. Beautiful and strong. Wow, clearly, this neighborhood is stacked. In the back rows, other students start whispering. Man, just being here at Dragon Capital Academy means you're surrounded by goddesses. Yeah, but it's not like we stand a chance. Should we ask for their contact info? Dreams of flirting are short-lived as a tall, sharply dressed man steps onto the stage. He radiates authority and power. Good morning. I am Xiao Xinming, level 78 Thunder Mage, Vice Principal of Dragon Capital Academy and Professor of Combat Magic. ZAP. Even his glasses feel electrified. He skips the fluff and dives right into the rules. Your ID cards will now be distributed. They are not just identification, they store personal points, which serve as the Academy's currency. Teacher Gayan moves through the rows, handing them out. Lu Fan glances at his 539 points. Points can buy weapons, potions, secret realm access, and more, Xiao Xinming explains. These are based on your entrance exam scores. Suddenly, a student rises, fuming, that's not fair. Some provinces had easier entrance exams. We were at a disadvantage. Xiao Xinming doesn't flinch. We account for that. Each province is adjusted by a difficulty coefficient. The hardest trial, this year, from the southern province, gets the lowest coefficient. Their scores are divided by 96. Lu Fan reflects. So 539 is what I get to start with. Not bad, but not permanent. Xiao Xinming isn't done. These points are temporary. In 1 month, the freshman assessment will be held. The top 30 will join the blue class. The room erupts in whispers. What's the blue class? Special secret realms. Exclusive skills. They get to live in the villa zone. Suddenly, even students who had no clue before are fired up. Lu Fan does the math. I'm first place now, which qualifies me. But if I drop out of top 30, I'll lose Villa #1, no pressure, right? The tension in the room thickens like fog on a battlefield. Vice Principal Xiao Xinming cracks a grin as he explains the rules of the prestigious blue class. You think being in blue class makes you safe? Think again. Anyone can challenge you. Lose, and your spot is gone. The crowd stiffens. Oh, and by the way, refusing a challenge? Not an option. The auditorium erupts as a giant screen flashes the names of the current blue class top 30. Right at the top? Dragon Tamer Lu Fan, rank 1. The murmurs start instantly. He's the top scorer? Seriously? Wait, isn't that the guy always surrounded by those pretty girls? How'd that guy beat everyone else? Some try to look him up online, nothing. No test footage. No score breakdown. Must be some spoiled noble with connections, one student mutters. I heard he has a dragon. Even an earth dragon is crazy strong. The seeds of jealousy begin to sprout. Elsewhere, Chun Chenji whispers to Jingu, so, when do you want me to take care of Lu Fan? Jingu plays it cool. Not yet. We probe first. He's still an unknown variable. Meanwhile, Chinio leans over to Lu Fan with a smirk. So, the vice principal just painted a giant target on your back. You ready for that? Lu Fan exhales, dropping back into his seat. Yeah, definitely didn't see this coming. Jianyang, ever silent, watches everything unfold with calm eyes. As the ceremony ends, Lu Fan shifts gears. Let's go check out the secret realm hall. Maybe I can find materials to evolve Xiao Yi. But just as he turns to leave, Lu Fan. A familiar, angry voice echoes through the hall. It's Hong Wu, the martial artist from Shanghai City. He's pointing right at Lu Fan, eyes burning. Blue class members can't refuse a challenge, right? Then let's fight. Lu Fan blinks, mildly confused. You'd seriously challenging me? Right now. Hong Wu steps forward, full of fire. No records. No scores. You've got to be some fraud with a few minor subdragons. I'll prove it. Lu Fan sighs, hands still in his pockets. Chinio, step back. Hong Wu smirks. You got guts, I'll give you that. Let's make it interesting, 200 dragon coins. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow. That's it? Is this a fight or a vending machine bet? But he shrugs and agrees, knowing 200 coins is a lot for someone like Hongwu. The crowd encircles them like kids around a schoolyard brawl. Lu Fan's a summoner, right? Let's see if he's all hype. Watching from afar, Jingu whispers to Chun Chuenji, watch everything. This fight is our first glimpse into Lu Fan's real strength. Hongwu clenches his fists. Golden energy flares around him, charging his body like a human power plant. 1, 2, Taimon turns to Chinio, nervous. Does Lu Fan even stand a chance? Chinio chuckles, leaning on her staff. Oh, you're in for a show. 3. Hongwu explodes forward, a golden comet of martial rage. His fist blazes with chi energy, aimed straight for Lu Fan's chest. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He just watches. Calm. Focused. Still hasn't taken his hands out of his pockets. Hongwu roars, pouring everything into his attack. QI strike. His technique is designed to double damage at weak points. His Kai levels spike. The ground cracks beneath him. But just before impact, Lu Fan vanishes. Hongwu stumbles forward, punching nothing but air. What? The audience gasps. Chinio grins. Told you. The entire arena is frozen. Hongwu stands wide-eyed, his brain scrambling to understand, how did Lu Fan just disappear? Was that or the blink technique? That's something only second-tier mags use. Before Hongwu can even finish the thought, Lu Fan reappears, right behind him. I've heard Chong-style martial artists are solid in close combat and range defense, Lu Fan says calmly, voice almost bored. Hongwu spins, startled, only to be met with Lu Fan's piercing gaze and a glowing blue aura pulsing around him like pressure waves from another realm. Lu Fan gives a slight smirk and mockingly waves. This is it? That's all you've got? Gasps ripple through the student crowd. They weren't expecting this, not from him. Burning with rage, Hongwu roars, activating his chi rising wave technique. His fists fire forward like cannons, each punch sending a destructive ripple of force through the air. The more he punches, the stronger the waves get. But Lu Fan? He's already gone. Sliding between the strikes like a phantom, inching closer with every breath. Hongwu panics. I need to stop him before he summons a dragon. But here's the twist, Lu Fan doesn't need a dragon. He stops just in front of Hongwu, eyes calm, body coiled like a loaded spring. Let me show you how unbreakable really breaks. Hongwu braces himself, flaring his solid as a rock technique. A radiant golden aura explodes around him. His body becomes a fortress, each point of Kai boosting his defense to absurd levels. Come at me. I'm not moving. Bad idea. Lu Fan's leg blurs in motion, boom. A single kick to the chest. Hongwu's shield of Kai shatters like glass. He flies back like a missile, crashing into the floor with a violent thud, blood seeping from his lips. Silence. The audience? Stunned. Lu Fan just one-kicked one of the Academy's top martial artists without even summoning his dragon. A brown-haired student leans to his friend. Wasn't this supposed to be a summoner fight? His blue-haired buddy gulps. Bro, that was a summoning of pain. Another student pales, eyes locked on Hongwu's broken form. Is he dead? Hongwu groans, barely conscious. Lu Fan walks over, calm as ever, hands still in his pockets. He bends down, pulls out his ID card, and places it gently on top of Hongwu's. A bet is a bet. 200 dragon coins, claimed. A system window pops up, plus 200 dragon coins, total 13. 739. Hongwu props himself up just enough to glance at the screen. What he sees next crushes his soul. Entrance exam multiplier, 96x total points, 1, 321, 824. He stares in horror. 1.3 million. Compared to Lu Fan, Chun Chenji's 210,000 is embarrassing. Hongwu's jaw hangs slack. His pride crumbles. His arms tremble. His entire life choice feels like a mistake. He collapses back, spirit broken. On the sidelines, Jingu observes coldly, hands on her hips. Assessment. Chun Chenji's face tightens. He hasn't even summoned his dragon. With your support, maybe a 70% chance of beating him. Jingu scoffs. Not good enough. Meanwhile, Lu Fan casually strolls away, hands back in his pockets like he just walked out of a grocery store. Qinxiu and Taiman fall in step behind him. Behind them, Hongwu still lies on the ground, eyes open in disbelief, haunted by regret. Why did I ever mess with that guy? Later, the trio enters the secret realm center of Dragon Capital Academy. Inside the towering stone hall, mystical light pulses from every corner. Chinio stands at the entrance, staff in hand, eyes gleaming with joy. Lu Fan, Hank's already inside. Behind her, Taiman strolls in, hands behind her back, a slow, amused grin spreading across her face. She saw everything. And now she knows Lu Fan is no ordinary summoner. Inside the secret realm center, a tall, elegant girl storms into the hall. Hank. Her eyes search frantically until they land on Lu Fan. Are you hurt? Who dared to challenge you? Lu Fan, calm as ever, lifts his tablet with a casual smile. All good. Just a minor interruption. Taiman joins in, practically bouncing with excitement, cheeks flushed pink. It was epic. He sent Hongwu flying, like Air Mail Express level flying. Qin Shio snickers, teasing Taiman. Didn't you say Lu Fan reminded you of Uncle Sono? Thought he was unbeatable. Taiman blushes deeper. Okay, maybe Lu Fan's stronger. But now I really want to see his dragon. Qin Shio smiles knowingly. Trust me, Xiao Yi is even more terrifying than you think. Lu Fan steps forward, tablet raised. Found a secret realm, perfect for leveling up. Everyone gathers around as the screen displays the info. Poisonous Spiderwood Forest, level 45 realm entry cost, 45 points team size, minimum 5 Lu Fan's points, 13, 739 a realm known for its insane difficulty and deadly terrain. Basically, the place adventurers go to write their own funerals. Lu Fan sighs, muttering under his breath. If it weren't for Hongwu, we'd already be leveling Black Dragon Shia. Hank steps forward, worry in her voice. Lu Fan, this isn't a training ground, it's a death trap. But Lu Fan, ever the confident storm, flashes a smile. Don't worry, I'll protect you all. Taiman, ever practical, points out the math problem. We're 4 people. We need 5. Lu Fan turns to Qin Shio. Got any ideas? Qin Shio scans the hall and spots a girl sitting cross-legged near a pillar, tablet in hand, focused and calm. Jin Yang. As they approach her, Lu Fan wears his most harmless grin. Hey there, long time. Jin Yang cuts him off with a glare colder than frostbite. You again, pervert. A record scratch moment. Everyone freezes. Lu Fan gulps. Oh no, not this again. Hank stares, stunned. Qin Shio blinks in confusion. Taiman folds her arms, eyes narrowing. Okay. Spill. What did you do? Lu Fan waves his tablet like it's a white flag. It was a total misunderstanding. She walked in when I was, never mind. It looked bad, okay? Trying to redirect, he reminds Jin Yang, you're still looking for a team, right? We need one more. You need a group. Let's team up and dive into Spiderwood. Jin Yang eyes him with a frown. For a moment, it seems like she'll reject him on principle. But then... Fine. But stay out of my personal space. Lu Fan nearly collapses with relief. Hank clasps her hands together, smiling. Phew. That could have gone way worse. Lu Fan straightens, hand on hip, grinning. Does this count as team building? Qin Shio chuckles. You just convinced the top student from Yinbi province. Yeah, I'd say that counts. Taiman nods, arms crossed. You've got serious negotiation skills, even if they come with accusations. Jin Yang walks to the portal terminal, not waiting for anyone. Lu Fan steps up to help, but she swats his offer away with a cold look. I can manage. She inserts her ID. The system beeps. Jin Yang, points 8, 744 main exam score, 802, 110 even. Lu Fan whistles under his breath. And I thought my score was high. The portal flares open, swirling with green and violet energy, pulsating like a living heartbeat. One by one, they step inside. The moment they enter, Hank covers her mouth. The air, it's sharp. She's right. The atmosphere feels toxic. Every breath tastes like metal, and the trees ahead pulse with faint venomous glows. In the distance, shadowy webs stretch between twisted trees, like something is watching. The poisonous Spiderwood Forest has begun. And somewhere deep inside, something far more dangerous than spiders is waiting. Dense mist, gnarled trees, and the eerie stillness of death, welcome to poisonous Spiderwood Forest. Shinshio gripped her magical staff, her eye scanning the darkness as the team moved forward. Every shadow looked alive. Every gust of wind carried the whisper of something dangerous. Lu Fan, hands in his pockets, casually followed Jinyoung, who led the way with silent confidence. Taiman, walking alongside, glanced at Lu Fan and asked in her usual calm tone, "Why this realm? Out of all 49, you picked this one? It's a level 45 death zone." Behind them, Qin Xiao said nothing, but the way she held her staff in a white-knuckled grip spoke volumes. Hank, on the other hand, was clearly struggling to stay calm. Her backpack clinked with every step as she clung to it like a life preserver. Lu Fan flashed his usual grin. "I searched the entire secret realm list. This one's the best for XP farming. Translation: high risk, high reward. Classic Lu Fan move." Taiman nodded, not pushing further. Just checking. Not judging. To break the tension, Hank suddenly reached into her bag and pulled out a sealed pouch. "Snack break. I made experience-boosting travel biscuits." Everyone paused. "Wait, food that boosts EXP." Lu Fan's eye sparkled. "You're a walking cheat code." He, Shinshio, and Taiman each grabbed one and took a bite, eyes widening as the delicious flavor hit. Hank beamed. "Made them with help from my life professor. 20% XP boost for 3 hours. Lucky I didn't mess up the enchantment this time." Lucky for them, not so much for her classmates, who got burnt bricks instead of biscuits. Meanwhile, Hank walked over to Jinyoung, biscuit in hand. She offered it with a warm smile. Jinyoung blinked, caught off guard. "Why are you being so nice?" She glanced at the biscuit, then looked back at Hank. "That cake Lu Fan gave me, was that yours?" Hank nodded proudly. "Yep." "Want more?" "I can make extra." Just then, Shinshio and Taiman chimed in. "She's amazing at cooking. You should totally stop by our place sometime." For a second, the cold, stone-faced Jinyoung actually smiled. A rare, genuine moment in a place built to kill. But the warmth didn't last. Suddenly, Lu Fan's head snapped to the side. Something was moving, fast. "Everyone, get ready." The bushes rustled violently. Out slithered a massive black-scaled python, its green eyes glowing like toxic gemstones. Easily level 40, and loaded with 91,200 EXP. Taiman stepped forward, sword gleaming. "Mine." Hank quickly shoved the biscuit bag back in her satchel. Shinshio called out, "Wait! These monsters are high level. We need to strategize." Hank nodded nervously. "I can make resistance-boosting food, but I need time and ingredients." Lu Fan raised a hand and shook his head calmly. "No need." A glowing ball of energy formed in his palm, pulsing with power. The others stared, unsure what he was doing. Jinyoung's eye sharpened. His summoning, moments later, with a crackle of light, a small yet regal dragon appeared. Tiny, proud, perched right on Lu Fan's head. Taiman blinked in confusion. "Wait, that's it?" "That's the dragon." The little beast flared its wings dramatically, more adorable than terrifying. Lu Fan chuckled. "Get off my head, Xiao Yi. Time to show them what you can really do." Qin Xiao's eyes went wide in shock. "Wait, that's not Black Dragon Xiao Yi." The tiny dragon perched on Lu Fan's head was different. Hank blinked, amazed. Where did this dragon even come from? Why haven't I seen it before? Jinyoung remained silent, her gaze locked on Xiao Yi with a quiet intensity. Suddenly, the black-scaled python prepared to strike. Taiman braced herself, sword ready. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. "Sheer, emerald light, now!" The dragon's gem on Lu Fan's hand shone brilliantly. The python lashed out its massive tail at Taiman, but just before impact, a green shield shimmered into existence, blocking the blow. The force threw Taiman backward, but the shield absorbed the hit completely. Shinshio rushed to her side, hands glowing, ready to heal. She noticed 3 green leaves hovering above Taiman, one flickered and vanished as the shield took damage. Taiman slowly sat up, realization dawning. The shield protected me, a system notification blinked clearly, J-Dragon Shear's Emerald Light activated, 3 layers of Emerald Blessing applied. Blocks damage, removes debuffs, boosts attributes by 30%. Lu Fan smiled confidently. As long as she is with us, no debuffs or injuries can hold us back. Qin Xiao, marveling as she healed, whispered, "This isn't just a support dragon. It's a game changer. Stronger than a level 2 priest." Taiman stared in awe. Even a small dragon like Xia can shield damage and boost stats. The moment of awe didn't last long. The black scale python crept forward, jaws wide, ready to snap. Hank gasped. "Watch out! It's coming!" Lu Fan drew his dagger, eyes blazing with determination. But before he could charge, a brilliant red beam sliced through the fog, piercing the snake's open mouth. The python convulsed and collapsed. Jinyang stood calmly, bow drawn, having just saved the day with a perfect shot. The group stood stunned, watching the giant serpent crumple. Jinyang revealed her combat class, Swordmaster. In her hands, the Bloodbreaker sword gleamed with epic quality. It boasted 39 strength 126 agility armor breaker, ignores 30% of enemy defense agility boost, plus 40% speed. Lu Fan nodded in respect but had no time to linger. Jinyang spun around, sword raised for another strike. "Hank, duck!" Hank turned too late. A massive spider, eyes gleaming with malice, reared its razor-sharp leg to strike her. Jinyang's sword slammed down, intercepting the blow just in time. Without hesitation, Lu Fan lunged, pulling Hank to the ground. They rolled clear of the spider's attack. The creature pulled back, revealing a silver-armored exoskeleton. This was no ordinary spider. It was the silver-armored spider, level 40, worth 15,750 EXP. Its deadly abilities included Poisonous Fangs, mandible-piercing silver armor, immune to armor-breaking effects. Lu Fan helped Hank to her feet, both catching their breath. Jinyang advanced, eyes blazing with fierce determination. The spider struck again with mandible piercing, but Jinyang dodged effortlessly. It tried once more, but she slipped out of range, leaving it open. Lu Fan moved in, dagger ready. He caught Jinyang's eye and urged caution. Her mind raced, analyzing the beast's patterns. With a swift, precise strike, Lu Fan jabbed beneath the spider's jaw. Seconds later, the spider collapsed, defeated. Jinyang didn't stop moving. She flipped midair and warned Lu Fan sharply, "Stay alert. There's more coming." But it wasn't over. From the shadows, more silver-armored spiders emerged, skittering through the bushes like a metallic plague. Their eyes glowed with menace. Jinyang landed gracefully, her expression sharpening. Without a word, she conjured two new weapons into her arsenal: Breaking Army Greatsword, level 21 epic, capable of unleashing Mountain Shaker, dealing 210% damage and splashing to nearby enemies. Watercold Sword, level 14, dealing ice damage and slowing enemies' movement. She turned to Luan and the rest of the group, her voice steady and serious. "This isn't just a wave. It's a warning." Beyond the lesser spiders loomed a colossal web, thick with shadow. And at its center, a beast. The Black Web Hunter. Level 46, dripping with menace. 39, 110 EXP, and skills that made even the bravest flinch: Poison Fang, venom that ate away at health, web bind, sticky traps that left victims helpless. The ground shook as a spider lunged, but Lu Fan and Jinyang didn't wait to be cornered. With three swords hovering protectively around her and Xia clinging to Lu Fan's back like a heroic backpack, they rushed into battle. Lu Fan spared a glance at Jinyang's arsenal. Her weapons aren't just rare. They're forged for war. Before he could ask, a spider attacked. They dodged effortlessly, Jinyang midair, Lu Fan rolling like a rogue. She looked at him, eyes sharp. Swordmasters can forge and level their own weapons. I started with a rusty stick. Then, without skipping a beat, she spun through the air, ice swirling around her. With a wave, she conjured a frozen arrow, launching it at the spiders. The frost burst, freezing several spiders mid-lunge. Landing like a ninja on ice, she turned to Lu Fan, "Cool story time's over." Eyes up. Lu Fan grinned. Even in chaos, she was as composed as a dragon tamer. Just then, a spider crept behind her, jaws wide, venom dripping. "Jinyang, duck!" Too late. But Lu Fan was faster. He intercepted the attack with his dagger, steel clanging against fang. Xia. Emerald light, now. The little jade dragon soared into the air, tiny claws glowing. A wave of emerald energy burst forth, wrapping around Jinyang. 3 shimmering leaves floated above her, protection granted. She looked back, speechless for once. You just cast a priest-tier buff, with a baby dragon. Choosing offense over gratitude, she clenched her fists and activated Mountain Shaker. Her Breaking Army Greatsword surged ahead, impaling a spider's armored chest, crushing it in one earth-shaking blow. With her water-cold sword still glowing, she twirled it like a ribbon of ice and sliced another spider clean through, frost trailing behind. "Thanks for the buff, Dragon Boy." Lu Fan chuckled. "You're welcome, Swordstorm." He admired her combat flow, breaking army for offense, water-cold for control. Together, she was a walking hurricane. Meanwhile, Xia fluttered beside Lu Fan, glowing faintly. "Congratulations! Xia has leveled up to level 2. Just as the team started catching their breath, a terrified scream echoed. "Help!" Lu Fan and Jinyang turned instantly. Hank was surrounded. Paralyzed by fear, Hank had fallen to the ground. But Qin Shio and Taiman weren't letting her go down alone. Qin Shio gripped her magic staff. "Taiman, shield her!" Without hesitation, Taiman stepped forward, sword raised, ready to defend Hank with her life. Lu Fan's pulse surged. "Jinyang, find the Black Web Hunter." "I've got them." Jinyang, catching her breath and clutching her chest, flashed him a grin. "Go get them, hero. I'll handle the Spider King." She turned toward the ominous web in the distance, swords gleaming. The true boss fight was about to begin. The spiders advanced, fangs bared and legs twitching, but Taiman stood firm, sword drawn, shielding Hank with all her might. Behind her, Qin Shio's staff glowed with arcane power as she prepared her support magic. Just as the situation turned grim, a soft green glow lit up the air. Xia appeared, floating above Hank like a tiny guardian angel. With its tiny claws raised, it cast emerald light, summoning 3 shimmering leaves that shielded Hank from harm. Meanwhile, Lu Fan dashed through the chaos, slashing at spiders with precise dagger strikes. "Xiang! Stay away from the webs," he shouted. "Get caught, and it's game over." Jinyang blinked, surprised by his concern, but the moment was short-lived. For webs shot toward her like homing missiles. She deflected 3 with her swords, the 4th grazing her arm, leaving a burning, sticky cut. She winced. The pain was sharp, but her spirit sharper. Clutching her arm, she retreated into the woods, her eyes still blazing with focus. Lu Fan's heart dropped. "Xia, heal her." But before he could chase her, Qin Shio's voice rang out. "Lu Fan! Help Jian! We've got this covered." Taiman, now the queen of parrying, blocked spider strikes like a pro while shouting, "Go already! We're not newbies." Lu Fan made his choice. He bolted into the forest, Xia flapping beside him like a jade firefly. The trees closed in around him, webs hanging like ghostly curtains. Then he saw it. The Black Web Hunter's lair. A monstrous web, strung between trees like a sick joke. And at the center, Jinyang. She stood wounded, blood trickling down her arms, one sword snared in the sticky web while she clutched the other tightly. Her gaze burned with rage, but she was clearly at her limit. "Not on my watch," Lu Fan muttered. He rushed forward, signaling Xia. The little dragon cast emerald light again, protective leaves circling Jinyang, lighting her up like a warrior saint. She looked back, breath heavy, frustration flickering across her face. "I don't need saving," she snapped. Cue karma. The Black Web Hunter launched another web bind. The sticky silk zoomed toward her. Lu Fan moved instinctively, appearing by her side in a blur. "You don't. But maybe you need backup." He raised his arm and unleashed his secret weapon. Dragon Claw. His hand transformed into a draconic gauntlet, gleaming with scale-like armor and raw power. Jinyang's eyes widened. "That's not normal." With a roar, Lu Fan slashed downward, severing the webbing and crushing several spider legs with one blow. Her trapped sword dropped free. Jinyang stared in stunned silence. "He's stronger than I thought." Her sword began to glow. She raised it high. "Mountain Shaker, now." Lu Fan nodded. This was their moment. He activated Whisper of Wind, his agility jumping by 15%, and dashed toward the beast. Jinyang followed, sword gleaming. Dragon Fang strike from Lu Fan, his weapon glowing with channeled dragon breath, striking with explosive force. Mountain Shaker from Jinyang, earth-rending power, splashing damage to all nearby enemies. Together, they were a storm. With one final synchronized attack, they cleaved the Black Web Hunter clean in half. The monster's body slumped, twitching, then disintegrated into shimmering particles. Jinyang's Bloodbreaker sword pulsed, absorbing the kill. Her strength and agility spiked. She looked at Lu Fan, cheeks flushed. Not bad for a dragon tamer. Lu Fan grinned. Not bad yourself, for someone who didn't want help. Just then, ding! System notification, Dragon Xia has leveled up to level 3. The tiny dragon tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve, fluttering with pride. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. At this rate, you'll be level 5 before we're even out of this realm. After a few more monster kills, Xia had clearly gained more confidence, and more spark. Jinyang stepped closer, her expression thoughtful. She looked at Lu Fan, not the fighter, not the protector, but the person. Hey! Can I ask you something? After the battle, Jinyang quietly confessed something unexpected, how vulnerable she had felt during the fight. Her voice was steady but soft, the words tinged with humility. I thought I had it under control, but I'm glad you were there. Lu Fan, surprised by her honesty, was about to respond when the rest of the team arrived. Qin Xiu's staff glowed proudly as she declared victory. All silver-armored spiders eliminated. She gave Lu Fan a quick, flushed smile. And everyone's safe. Even Hank. Speaking of Hank, she beamed. I leveled up. Lu Fan turned to Jinyang, praising her bravery and strength. But she looked puzzled at first. He smiled warmly. Being strong doesn't mean standing alone. We're a team. No one fights alone. Her expression softened. She looked at him differently now, less like the reckless tamer she once underestimated, and more like a true comrade. Maybe even more than that. High above, Xia perched proudly on Lu Fan's head, little eyes flicking between teammates like a tiny guardian general. Hank, ever the curious one, pointed out something odd. Why didn't you use emerald light on yourself? Lu Fan placed a hand on his hip, closed his eyes, and smiled. Didn't need it. Taiman, hands firmly on her hips, rolled her eyes. Yeah? Try using it on everyone next time, hero. At Lu Fan's cue, Xia activated Fountain of Life. The gem on its chest pulsed, and a soft wave of emerald energy swept over the team. Wounds faded. Fatigue melted away. Even the air felt lighter. Qin Xiu sighed in relief. Now this is the kind of magic I like. Taiman closed her eyes, placing a hand dramatically on her stomach. Careful, Lu Fan. Your head's glowing green. You're starting to look like a walking salad. Lu Fan laughed. Xia, skip her next time. The group burst into laughter, even Jinyang cracked a rare smile. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, the team approached the edge of a steep cliff, the forest falling away into mist. Lu Fan stood with his hands on his hips, Xia still firmly stationed on his head like a tiny commander. Taiman held the tablet, frowning. The map ends here. What is this supposed to be? Lu Fan didn't answer. He just stared. Qin Xiu stepped beside him and looked down, and her expression shifted. Then they all saw it. At the base of the cliff, partially veiled in poisonous mist, was a massive web. It stretched like a glistening battlefield, crawling with hundreds of spiders. And at its center? The screeching spider mother, Lu Fan muttered. He pulled up her status window. This wasn't just a brute. The queen spider had abilities like regenerative feeding and collective fury, giving buffs to every spider in her army. She was the hive mind and the ultimate threat. Jinyang joined them, peering over the cliff with steady eyes. It doesn't matter. Big or small, we deal with the minions first. Hank stepped up too, though her knees trembled. Qin Xiu gently put a hand out. You don't need to look. But Hank shook her head, fists clenched. I do. Even if it scares me. Taiman blinked at her, impressed. Girl, that's gutsy. Even seasoned fighters would be running for the hills. Still, the moment Hank peeked over the cliff, gurgle. She immediately spun around, leaned against a tree, and threw up. Qin Xiu was at her side in a second, rubbing her back. Lu Fan winced, trying to smile. She's trying her best, aunt or not. Xinyang, watching quietly, nodded. We clear the small spiders. Then go for the queen. Taiman opened the tablet again, reading out loud. According to shared logs from other teams, this realm usually takes 4 days to clear. She paused. Long-range fighters are supposed to lure spiders out while the others pick them off. Hank groaned, still holding onto the tree for dear life. 4 days? You've got to be kidding me. My snack stash won't even last till tomorrow. Lu Fan chuckled. Looks like hunger's going to be our first enemy. In the tense silence before battle, Hank tried to lighten the mood. Hey, did anyone ever tried roasted spider legs? Might be crunchy. Qin Xiu nearly fainted. That's disgusting. Why would you even say that? Hank shrugged. Gallows humor. It helps. But humor faded as Lu Fan suddenly raised his hand toward the sky, a confident smile cutting through the tension. He clearly had no intention of dragging this fight out over 4 days. Jin Yang tilted her head. You got a plan? Taiman, still clinging to her tablet like a lifeline, squinted. Please tell me it doesn't involve dying. Qin Shio's eyes widened. Wait, are you summoning Black Dragon Xia? Lu Fan didn't answer with words. Flames exploded around them as Lu Fan extended both hands upward, shouting with power. The air cracked with energy, and the ground trembled. Then, a thunderous roar. Descending through a vortex of fire and smoke came Xia Yi, the black dragon in her destruction form. Her massive horns curved like blackened blades, and her fiery wings spanned wider than a house. Her arrival was monumental. Even Taiman was speechless. That's not a dragon. That's a myth. The spider mother screamed in response, shrieking so loud it echoed through the forest. Her army obeyed instantly. Waves of glowing-eyed spiders surged forward, launching web attacks toward Xia Yi. But Lu Fan was ready. Xia Yi, light them up. With one powerful flap of her wings, she ignited the air itself. The sticky webs burned mid-flight, the forest below catching fire in her wake. The sky turned orange from the heat. Hank clutched Lu Fan's arm. That's insane. Taiman could barely speak. More like legendary. Even Jin Yang, always calm, had to admit, this wasn't the dragon they knew. This was a monster slayer. Lu Fan turned to little jade dragon Xia, grinning. Time to take her even higher. Xia activated Emerald Dragon Heritage. Her gemstone flared brilliantly as emerald light radiated, coating Xia Yi in glowing energy. Then Lu Fan used Dragon's Inspiration, buffing her by 30% across all attributes. With a sky-shattering roar, Xia Yi surged with new power. Her stats spiked: Strength, 2, 937 Agility, 4, 117 Spirit, 992 Endurance, 5, 728. The boost was unreal. Flames curled off her scales, and with a sweeping dive, dozens of spiders vaporized beneath her. The forest floor turned to ash. But the spider mother wasn't idle. Her 8 eyes glowed deep red. Another roar, and the cliffside exploded in motion as her swarm climbed fast. Lu Fan placed a firm hand on Hank's shoulder. You're doing great. Qin Shio, protect her. Qin Shio nodded, staff glowing. We've got this. Lu Fan turned to Jin Yang, flashing a cocky grin as he drew his dagger. Let's go clean house. Without hesitation, Jin Yang summoned 3 swords, floating with power. Then, they jumped. The 2 heroes dropped into the chaos. Lu Fan's dagger slashed with precision, every swing taking out a spider. Beside him, Jin Yang's swords danced through the horde, slicing with elegance and speed. They landed at the base of the cliff, spider carcasses raining around them. But it wasn't over. More spiders emerged, surrounding them on all sides. Xia Yi, do it! Lu Fan commanded. Black Dragon Xia Yi descended like a meteor, activating the second phase of Great Cataclysm. She opened her jaws wide, and unleashed a blast of pure destruction. Fire exploded across the battlefield. Trees vanished. Spiders turned to cinders. Even the earth cracked from the impact. The forest shook with fury, but Lu Fan and Jin Yang kept pushing forward, little Xia hovering behind them, providing buffs and support. Then, 2 system notifications flashed in the air. Little Dragon Xia has reached level 4, Black Dragon Xia Yi is ready to unleash final phase, Great Cataclysm, Infernal Crown. The heat became unbearable, but no one backed down. Jin Yang could hardly believe it. She's not a dragon. She's a walking apocalypse. Back up top, the fight wasn't over. Taiman swung her sword, cleaving through any spider brave enough to climb. Beside her, Qin Shio chanted spells, forming barriers and shields to protect the cliffside. This is insane! Taiman shouted. Can't we just skip to the loot chest? No skipping, Qin Shio replied, panting. We're re-grinding this one to the end. High on the cliffside, Qin Shio called down to Lu Fan, her staff pulsing with energy. We'll hold the line up here. Just finish that thing. Lu Fan nodded, trusting her words. He turned to Jin Yang. Let's end this. Together. The Spider Queen hissed, her massive legs stabbing the earth. Clearly, she was done waiting. With a screech, she launched forward, spewing venomous green bile that splattered all around them. Lu Fan and Jin Yang dove aside, just barely dodging the corrosive blast. The poison sizzled on the rocks where they stood. Lu Fan grimaced. That thing means business. Without hesitation, Lu Fan raised his hand toward Jinyang. You're not going down today. From above, little jade dragon Xia responded, her emerald gem flashing. A swirl of green light enveloped Jinyang, and 3 shimmering jade leaves floated gently above her head, emerald light activated. Jinyang blinked. You cast a buff on me. Only the best for my sword-slinging partner, Lu Fan said, grinning. But their moment was interrupted. The Spider Queen seized the chance and fired a web straight at Lu Fan. He slashed with his dagger, slicing it midair, but not fast enough. The sticky strands grazed his cheek, drawing blood. He winced, then wiped the cut. Okay. That's it. No more playing around. Xia. Burn it all. Black Dragon Xia Yi roared, then triggered her brutal ultimate, burning of all things. For massive tornadoes of fire spun outward from her body, engulfing the battlefield. Spiders disintegrated on contact, trees vanished into smoke, and the entire sky glowed orange with destruction. Up above, Xinyang stood frozen in awe. That's not a skill, that's a natural disaster. Even from a distance, they could feel the intensity of Xia's power, the heat so overwhelming it distorted the air around them. As she continued her aerial assault, the last waves of spider minions were reduced to ash. Then, 2 system notifications appeared. Little Jade Dragon Xia has reached level 5, new skill unlocked, Emerald Blessing. Lu Fan barely had time to process the info when he noticed something strange. Why's her gem glowing, that bright? Suddenly, Jade Dragon Xia began to float. Her body twisted in midair, glowing more intensely than ever before. Her wings expanded, her tail shimmered with new energy, and her entire form morphed into that of a green-haired humanoid girl, graceful and glowing like a forest spirit. Lu Fan shielded his eyes from the light. No way, is this a full evolution? As the glow faded, standing in midair was the new Jade Dragon Xia, in her humanoid ascended form. Her energy had skyrocketed, her presence calm yet overpowering. Great, Lu Fan chuckled, now I've got 2 dragon wafers. Double the fire, double the chaos, Jinyang added dryly. But there was no time to appreciate the upgrade. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A huge claw burst from the earth, swiping toward Jinyang. Reflexes kicked in, she leapt, barely avoiding it. Lu Fan rolled beside her. From above, Xinyang landed, 3 glowing emerald leaves now floating around her too. She looked baffled. Wait, what are these? Let me explain. That was Jade Dragon Xia's new ability, Jade Blessing. It coats allies in 3 layers of jade energy, boosting the power of their next 3 attacks. Xinyang, never one to waste good buffs, activated hers immediately. With a determined look, she launched her 3 enchanted swords, now charged with jade energy, straight at the Spider Queen. The result? Catastrophic. Her Bloodbreaker sword, which hadn't even left a dent earlier, now sliced straight through the Spider Queen's silver armor like a hot knife through butter. The Queen screeched in pain and staggered backward, venom dripping from the deep gash. Now that's what I call an upgrade, Xinyang said with a smirk. Lu Fan stood still for a moment, watching Xia in her evolved form lighting up the battlefield. A proud smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Look at you! Level 5 and already carrying the squad. He gently patted her head, and Xia closed her eyes with a small smile, basking in the warmth of the moment. But as always, peace in the forest of venomous spiders was short-lived. With an ear-splitting shriek, the Spider Queen re-emerged, even more furious than before. She reared up and blasted a fresh wave of venomous spray, pooling acid so corrosive it could reduce their HP to 5% per second just by standing near it. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. Dodge, now! In one fluid motion, he leapt aside, barely avoiding the acidic flood. Xia zipped upward like a green blur. But they both knew dodging wouldn't win this fight. It was time to end it, for real. Xia! Lu Fan called, buff Xiao Yi. Hovering midair, Jade Dragon Xia nodded and zipped down. Black Dragon Xia Yi, cloaked in roaring fire, locked eyes with the Spider Queen like a predator sizing up its prey. Xia perched on Xiao Yi's head, focused, and activated her Jade Blessing. Instantly, 3 emerald leaves shimmered above Xiao Yi's head. The entire atmosphere changed. You could feel the power. Xiao Yi's flames exploded outward, her wings stretching wide as her aura amplified. With a ground-shaking roar, she triggered her most devastating move, Everything Burns. For tornadoes of fire spiraled outward, spinning toward the Spider Queen like raging infernos. The sheer heat warped the air. Jinyang had to raise her arms to shield her face, her expression part fear, part awe. Damage inflicted, 10,432. The Spider Queen screeched, collapsing under the overwhelming power, spitting blood as her legs curled in agony. Lu Fan saw the opportunity. Now! He dashed forward, Jinyang and Xinyang following close behind. As they closed in, the boss spider tried to rise, but it was already over. Lu Fan leapt, his dagger glowing with Dragon Fang Strike, empowered further by Blood-Pact enhancement. He drove the blade into the spider's skull with precision and force. The impact was so intense, the earth rumbled. The Spider Queen let out one last, blood-curdling cry, before collapsing, limbs twitching, eyes dull. But Xinyang wasn't done yet. Still empowered by Jade Blessing, she summoned her 3 swords with a snap and launched them into the spider's open mouth. Splat! Slice! Splatter! The blades tore through its insides like butter, delivering the finishing blow. Lu Fan landed gracefully, brushing dust from his shoulder. Around him, victory notifications exploded in a flurry of light. Black Dragon Xia Yi has reached level 18. Jade Dragon Xia has reached level 7. Lu Fan has reached level 23. Level ups all around. Xinyang, still reeling from the carnage, turned to Lu Fan. Okay, real talk. How many points did you score during the major exam? Lu Fan flashed a grin and shrugged. About 1.3 million. Xinyang's jaw dropped. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. 1.3 million, she whispered. Lu Fan chuckled, looking far too casual for someone who just annihilated a queen-level boss. Maxed out the score cap on nightmare difficulty. But hey, who's counting? He turned away, that mischievous sparkle still in his eyes. This is just the beginning. With the venomous forest finally cleared, the team regrouped at the cliffside. Lu Fan waved to the top. Chinio, Ta Xiaoman, bring Hank down. As they gathered, Jade Dragon Xia floated over to Lu Fan and gave him a gentle hug, her emerald eyes soft with affection. But then, from behind, Black Dragon Xia Yi narrowed her eyes. Jealousy mode activated. She stomped over, grabbed Xia by the arm, and ripped her away from Lu Fan like an older sister snatching candy from her little sibling. Enough cuddles. He's my tamer. Xia blinked, confused, while Lu Fan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. I didn't know dragons had rivalry mode. Our poor MC, Lu Fan, was left standing in the aftermath of a classic dragon girl tug-of-war, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Did I get fought over by dragons? Meanwhile, Jinyang, who had been silently observing everything, kept her usual calm. But inwardly, she was re-evaluating everything. There's such a massive gap between my power and his. He's basically a walking cheat code. But enough about brooding thoughts. Let's talk about loot. Thanks to Aunt Hank's epic dinner buff, which probably deserves its own S-tier ranking, the team not only leveled up insanely fast, but they also scored rare materials and treasures. As the boss spider's corpse dissolved into sparkly pixels, a shiny treasure chest materialized. Naturally, Ta Xiaoman sprinted toward it with the speed of someone spotting a 90% off sale. Her face lit up like a Christmas tree as she flung the chest open. Jackpot! Behind her, Shinio glanced at Lu Fan with a quiet frown. Seeing both Xia and Shirai practically glued to him didn't exactly boost her mood. Even Xinyang, the usually aloof one, had started blending into the team's rhythm, silently acknowledging their bond. With their mission complete, the crew finally returned to Dragon Academy. As they walked through the gates, Shinio clutched her staff and smiled softly at Jinyang. Hey, you mind sharing your contact info? Jinyang, as mysterious as ever, raised a brow and replied coolly, I don't use a phone. Before things could get awkward, Ta Xiaoman jumped in with a grin. No problem. We'll just show up at your place next time we need a mage. That evening, they gathered at Lu Fan's mansion, where Aunt Hank had prepared another mouth-watering feast. The table was filled with stamina-boosting dishes, glowing like they had their own health bars. While everyone dug in, Jinyang, poking at her plain rice, glanced at the girls around Lu Fan. Do you all seriously live with a pervert? Lu Fan choked on his drink. What? That's a misunderstanding. Qin Shio and Ta Xiaoman burst out laughing, clearly loving every second of his flustered defense. Black Dragon Xia? Sprawled on the floor, belly up from overeating. Jade Dragon Sheer Fee? Curled up beside the couch, softly snoring. Aunt Hank? Queen of Feasts. 10/10. Fast forward, 2 weeks later. Lu Fan had fallen into the rhythm of academy life. Between classes and late-night forest raids, he had become Dragon Academy's unofficial MVP. Jade Dragon Sheer hit level 13. Lu Fan climbed to level 24. Combat theory, strategy, and grinding? All part of the daily grind. With the freshman assessment looming just days away, the team headed back into the secret realm for one final showdown. Lu Fan and Black Dragon Sheer launched a devastating synchronized strike against another spider boss. The explosion rocked the cave, shattering the spider into pieces. Hovering above, Sheer nodded, signaling the clear. Lu Fan gave the cue, Xiaoman, pop that chest. System messages rolled in like a dopamine flood. Sheer has reached level 14. Black Dragon Sheer Yi has reached level 19. Lu Fan has reached level 25. But they weren't the only ones leveling up. Ta Xiaoman, level 22. Qin Xiao, level 22. Aunt Hank, yes, even her level 18. Lu Fan smirked, already planning next steps. Next goal, Sheer Fee to level 15, Shirai to 20. We're almost there. As Xiaoman opened the treasure chest, she gasped. Inside was a complete set of venomous spider armor, the one she'd been farming for over a month. She didn't waste a second suiting up. This is going to change everything. The armor came with a built-in passive that could web and poison enemies, draining HP over time. A total game changer for her. Qin Xiao smiled to herself, imagining Xiaoman tearing through the assessment like a stylish tank. Aunt Hank clapped her hands. All right, time to head home. Dinner's on me. Lu Fan, hands in his pockets and eyes on the stars, chuckled. Don't forget, tomorrow's the freshman assessment. Let's rest up. Ta Xiaoman raised a fist, full of energy. Let's crush it. Back at the academy gates. A familiar figure appeared, Professor Gayan, wearing her usual sharp look and curious smile. Lu Fan, Deputy Director Xiao wants to see you. Urgent matter. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. Right before the evaluation. Still, he followed. Gayan, walking ahead, just smirked. You'll find out soon enough. As they strolled through the quiet academy halls, they passed a pair of gossiping students. Hey, did you hear? Someone from the Azure class posted a new evaluation result today. Lu Fan blinked. The Azure class? Weren't they upper year elites? Whatever was happening, it was serious. And something told him it was going to change everything. As Lu Fan followed Professor Gayan through the academy, the sound of nearby gossip caught his attention. Did you hear? It's all about number 73, Hung Wu. Gayan raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Lu Fan. Does this student chatter bother you? Lu Fan gave a sheepish smile. A bit. I haven't exactly spent much time in class. Translation, I've been too busy leveling up, saving my team, and surviving magical spider jungles. Gayan laughed softly as they ascended the stairs. Well, that's probably why you missed the new campus craze. All thanks to you, by the way. Wait, what? Apparently, ever since Lu Fan's duel with Hung Wu, a betting system had exploded among the freshmen. Students began wagering academy points on combat outcomes. It's now the hottest trend at Dragon Academy, Gayan smirked. Lu Fan's jaw dropped. He'd unintentionally created an underground fantasy fight league. I just beat the guy once. Before Gayan could respond, she pointed ahead with a chuckle. There, in the hallway, was a tragic sight. Hung Wu. Once the proud fighter. Now, crying while mopping the floor. He lost so many points that he's working off debt just to eat, Gayan said, amused. And just to twist the dagger, she added, you know, your strength is now officially rated as 100 hongs. He's stuck at 1 hong. Lu Fan stared blankly. I don't even know what to say. Eventually, they reached the vice principal's office. Gayan gave him a reassuring nod and motioned toward the door. Good luck, Lu Fan. This one's big. Inside, Vice Principal Xiao Xinming sat looking unusually tense. As Lu Fan stepped in, Xiao leaned forward. The national test has been moved up. Lu Fan blinked. What? Originally scheduled for 5 months later, the national test had been pushed up by 2 months, by none other than the Tai Chi nation. Why? To coincide with the third transformation of Jin Shingen, the eldest son of the powerful Jin family. Jean was close to reaching level 60, which would make him a monstrous force nearly unbeatable at this stage. He's about to become a third transformation professional, Xiao said grimly. Lu Fan's expression darkened. He understood the implications. A second transformation was strong. But a third? That was god tier. Xiao Xinming, clearly frustrated, clenched his fists. They're targeting the Dragon Kingdom. It's unfair, but we've never backed down. Before, he looked Lu Fan dead in the eye. You need to reach level 30 and complete your second profession transfer in 2 months. Or we're done. No sugarcoating. Just cold, brutal reality. Lu Fan stood silent, thoughts racing. The task felt monumental. But then, he smiled. Good. That means I've got 2 months to prove I belong with the elites. Xiao's eyes lit up with hope. He stood, clapped Lu Fan on the shoulder, and gave him one final word: crush the freshman evaluation tomorrow. Show them who you are. The next day, the freshman evaluation conference, the academy was electric with energy. Hundreds of students packed into the grand evaluation hall. Vice Principal Xiao took the stage. His face was serious, but his voice rang out loud and clear. This evaluation is critical. Follow the rules. Show your strength. Then, with a press of a button, a giant system window exploded onto the screen behind him. 2 vs 2 arena mode, a glowing bracket map spread across the screen. Top team, 5,000 points each. Second place, 3,000 each. Third, 2,000 each. Instantly, the hall erupted. Some students cheered. Others groaned. A team match. I thought we'd be solo. Who's gonna carry me? Lu Fan crossed his arms, eyes narrowed. This wasn't just about points anymore. This was the first step on a very narrow, very dangerous path to the top. And he wasn't planning to lose. The moment the 2v2 tournament format was revealed, chaos broke out like a Black Friday sale at a sword shop. Bro, team with me. Dude, we're both healers. We'll get steamrolled. Yeah, not every duo was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Chinio strolled over to Lu Fan with her usual cheerful confidence, her staff glinting under the lights. We don't need more than 5 in our team setup. We've got this. Lu Fan grinned. Especially since Aunt Hank's into non-combat stuff. For 2v2, you and I are a perfect match. Before they could keep strategizing, Vice Principal Xiao's voice thundered through the hall like a dragon on caffeine. Some of you still don't understand teamwork. Silence fell instantly. But don't worry. You'll learn fast. Because round 1 begins this afternoon. Gasps. Whispers. Someone dropped their potion. What? Today? As the students scrambled, Professor Gayan calmly took her place near the exit, overseeing registrations like the goddess of organized chaos. Lu Fan and Chinio made their way to her. Chinio greeted Gayan with a wave, her usual brightness unwavering. Lu Fan, hands in pockets, gave a casual nod and a confident smirk. But then, cue the drama in trance. A purple-haired student slid into the frame like he was auditioning for a K-drama. I am the 7th-ranked dual swordsman, and I humbly ask you to be my partner, she. He clutched his heart dramatically. Even the wind seemed to pause for effect. She, A. K. A. Jiang Xinyang didn't even blink. No. The poor guy crumbled like a stale cookie. Before the awkward silence could linger, Dao minutes skipped over, all cheer and sunshine. Let's go register. On the way, they passed another student sulking in a corner. Let me guess, Dao Minute grinned, another rejection from she. Yep, laughed Qin Zio. He's the third one today. Lu Fan chuckled. It was clear who the MVP was in this arena. She didn't even need to fight to strike fear or heartbreak. I'll team with Qin Zio, Lu Fan decided. Dao, you partner with Jiang. Easy, efficient, no drama. Right? Wrong. Chinio, suddenly serious, stopped him. No way. You need to team with Jiang Xinyang. You two have the best chance of winning. Dao and I will handle support. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. You sure? Positive. And so, it was decided. Flash forward, the arena, the crowd roared like it was a championship match. The atmosphere was electric. In one corner, Chun Tenji, a fellow dragon tamer, was putting on a fiery spectacle. With a massive tail swipe, his sub-dragon launched the enemy like a ragdoll. Chun dashed in, daggers flashing like lightning, finishing with a devastating combo. 28th consecutive win. The guy was on fire. Princess Jingju, arms crossed and smug as ever, nodded approvingly. Keep winning. My brother Jean is about to arrive. Chun Chenji bowed with a dramatic flair. For your honor, I shall win them all. But then? Next match, Lu Fan and 11 vs. The crowd exploded. Gasps, cheers, and confusion. Wait. Liu Fan and Jiang Xinyang. On the same team. Even Chun Chenji froze mid-victory flex. Princess Jingju's eyes widened. How? Lu Fan cracked his knuckles and turned to his partner. Think it'll be a problem if we take first place? Jiang Xinyang, ever calm, nodded once. Not at all. In the stands, Chinio waved like an overenthusiastic cheerleader. Dao Minute stood beside her, smiling softly, proud of their team. But rewind just a few hours. In the break room, Lu Fan sat cross-legged, eyes locked on his system interface. Time to prep. He tapped the glowing chest icon. Ping. A new notification appeared, advanced treasure map synthesized. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Looks like we're not just hunting points today. We're hunting something much bigger. Before stepping into the arena, Lu Fan had been deep in system mode, fiddling with maps like a treasure-obsessed squirrel. Too many low-grade maps. Time to fuse. One tap, and ping. You've synthesized a divine-level treasure map. Even Lu Fan blinked in surprise. Right behind him, Jiang Xinyang stood watching with mild concern. Lu Fan, are you okay? You're just poking the air. Before he could explain, the system flashed again. Treasure location, Flying Dragon Cemetery difficulty, level 45 to 60. Lu Fan's eyebrows shot up. Where was this place? No clue. But it had the words dragon and cemetery, so clearly, adventure, and probably danger, co-weighted. He saved the info for later. Fast forward to the arena. Team 1 vs. Team 18. Prepare for battle. The loudspeakers roared. Students turned their heads as the names echoed. Team 1, Lu Fan and Jiang Xinyang. Team 18, Princess Jingju and Chun Chenji. Gasps spread through the crowd like wildfire. Liu Fan and Jinyang, on the same team. Top student plus Swordmaster beauty equals the ultimate combo? Some whispered victory was a given. Others, more cautious, reminded everyone that Chun Chenji was no pushover. Dude had a 28-win streak and a dragon with anger management issues. As Lu Fan and Jiang stepped forward, the tension was thick enough to slice with a dagger. Think we'll win? Jiang asked calmly. Lu Fan, ever dramatic, placed a hand on his hip and smirked. How about a little bet? If I win, you spill all the secrets of the Swordmaster class. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Was this guy serious? You're not even summoning your dragon. Lu Fan winked. Confidence or madness, who could say? The battle began. Chun Chenji wasted no time. Spear in hand, dragon at his side, he charged like a man possessed. I won't let you outshine me again, he roared. The moment the spear lunged forward, Lu Fan vanished. No flash, no smoke. Just, gone. What the? Chun skidded to a halt. Seconds later, Lu Fan reappeared beside him, grinning like a cat who just found the cream. Jiang Xinyang, arms folded, just watched. Calm. Calculating. The sub-dragon roared, leaping at Lu Fan with jaw wide open. Looks like it's time, he said, turning to Jiang. Too late to back out now. His right arm began to glow, pulsating with energy. In a flash, his hand morphed into a draconic claw, scales gleaming. Lu Fan leapt skyward. Boom! His claw collided with the dragon's jaw, sending it hurtling backward like a meteor, crashing to the ground with a bone-rattling thud. One hit. The arena went dead silent. Even Jiang Xinyang blinked, clearly impressed. That was without a dragon. Chun Chenji's jaw dropped. His spear wavered in his grip. Where is your dragon? Lu Fan just chuckled. For a silly bet like this? No need to go all out. At that moment, Princess Jingju finally stepped forward. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, staff spinning in her hand. So today's the day I get to face you, Lu Fan. Her tone was teasing, but the power emanating from her was anything but playful. Lu Fan straightened, draconic claw still glowing. Been waiting, princess. Let's make it fun. Lu Fan turned just in time to see her, the notorious Princess Jingju, stepping forward with eyes that could burn holes through steel. She wasn't impressed by his smirk or sarcasm. In fact, she looked one taunt away from unleashing a national emergency. Behind her, Chun Tianji raised his spear again, locking eyes with Lu Fan. The tension? You could cut it with a dragon's fang. Princess Jingju, you think this is a joke? I'll make you regret underestimating me. The crowd could feel the frost in her voice. The battle was far from over. Meanwhile, Chun Tianji's sub-dragon wasn't giving up. Despite its armor shattered and pride bruised, it rose once more with a furious roar, steam rising from its nostrils like a boiling kettle. Lu Fan? He rolled up his sleeve. Someone should fix that fang, he said, pointing mockingly at the dragon's broken tooth. It's throwing off your symmetry. Insult, dealt. Dragon, enraged. The beast lunged. But Lu Fan moved with ease, sidestepping midair like a dancer on wind. And just when people thought he might go on defense, he helped the dragon by attacking it again. Let me fix your posture. With a cheeky grin and glowing dagger, he unleashed his dragon fang strike, channeling ancient draconic energy into the blade. Boom! The strike collided with brutal force. Chun Tianji's dragon was launched across the arena, scales and armor flying like confetti at a festival. The stadium gasped. The silence was deafening. Audience member 1, he just beat a dragon alone. Audience member 2, I thought humans couldn't do that. Audience member 3, I want his autograph and maybe his build guide. Chun Tianji was frozen. He looked at his dragon, defeated and dented. Princess Jingju was livid. She turned sharply toward Chun, her royal voice low and dangerous. Get up. Finish this. Or don't bother showing your face in court again. The poor guy tightened his grip on the spear, sweat now a permanent feature of his face. Then came the plan. Asynchronized assault. Earth Dragon, tail swipe, colossal and wide. Chun Tianji, charging forward, spear glowing blue with Dragon Lancer energy. Combo impact, devastating. The ground split like dry clay, dust and debris blasting into the sky. A crater formed. Lu Fan was nowhere in sight. Chun Tianji, panting finally. But then, a voice, too calm, too cocky. Lu Fan, really? That's your combo finisher. The smoke parted, and there he was. Lu Fan stood atop the Earth Dragon's severed tail, dagger in hand, looking like he'd just climbed a staircase, not survived an attack. You broke your toy. I was just trying to borrow it. Chun Tianji froze. Even his dragon looked like it wanted to tap out. On the sidelines, Jiang Xinyang watched with widening eyes. He's not even trying, and he's winning. But things weren't over yet. Princess Jingju stepped forward, no longer hiding her fury. You call that teamwork? You're pathetic. Her voice sliced deeper than any spear. She raised her magic staff, the air crackling around her. Fine. I'll handle this myself. Dark energy swirled, black lightning dancing from her fingertips as she infused the Earth Dragon with a sinister aura. Its eyes glowed red. Its broken form began to twitch. Something unnatural was happening. This is no longer a duel, she declared. This is a demonstration of royal wrath. The crowd shifted uneasily. Even the referees were silent. Whatever came next wasn't in the manual. The arena trembled. The once battered Earth Dragon was changing, growing, darkening, its armor thickening like obsidian steel. A menacing red glow burned in its eyes, and its body twisted unnaturally as Princess Jingju's dark energy surged through it. This isn't a dragon anymore, whispered one spectator. It's a demon. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. He remembered this dark ritual. He'd seen what happened the last time Jingu pulled this stunt. And this version? Looked 10 times worse. The arena buzzed with a mix of awe and dread. Murmurs spread like wildfire. Would Lu Fan finally call forth his black dragon? The crowd wanted a dragon versus dragon spectacle. Xinyang, ever ready, summoned both her heaven-crushing sword and bloodbreaker blade, the two orbiting her like loyal guardians. But before she could charge in, Lu Fan raised a hand. Lu Fan, relax. You'll owe me lunch after this. He winked. She clenched her fists, clearly anxious, but stepped back. She trusted him, probably against her better judgment. The Earth Dragon, now more demon than beast, let out a roar that cracked the stadium walls. Lu Fan calmly explained to Xinyang and the entire confused audience that this was a sacrificial buff ritual, a transformation that traded sanity and pain for godlike power. High risk, high reward. Princess Jingju, barely keeping her cool, barked at Chun Chenji to end Lu Fan now. Her voice wavered between fury and desperation. If he won't summon his dragon, I'll take it from him myself. She was getting desperate, delusional even. The Earth Dragon raised a massive paw and slammed it into the ground, shaking the entire arena. Dust flew. Stones cracked. Jingu, with a forced smirk, taunted Lu Fan again. What's the matter? Afraid to summon your dragon? Or is your power not high enough? She was bluffing and sweating. Lu Fan didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand. The air changed. A freezing mist crept across the arena floor. Spectators hugged themselves, teeth chattering. Lu Fan's eyes glowed an icy blue as he invoked a name lost to legend, Wrath of the Ice Dragon King. Behind him, a massive spectral ice dragon materialized, ethereal, majestic, and terrifying. With a flick of Lu Fan's wrist, hell froze over. A blizzard erupted from beneath the Earth Dragon's feet. The beast howled, flailing as its limbs began to freeze solid. Its corrupted power couldn't resist the pure, ancient might of the Ice Dragon King. Princess Jingju's jaw dropped. Chun Chenji stumbled back in horror. This wasn't the fight they thought it was. Lu Fan, to Jingu, coldly a nice stat boost. Too bad stats aren't everything. Then, he moved. With lightning speed, he dashed straight for Princess Jingju. The crowd gasped. 1 second he was on the far end of the arena, the next, he was right in front of her. Lu Fan, you're not worthy of my dragon. His dagger was raised, eyes locked on hers. She flinched and shut her eyes, bracing for a hit that never came. Chun Chenji, in a last-second save, intercepted with his spear, pushing Lu Fan back just enough. He yelled for the Earth Dragon to launch one final attack. Earth Dragon's eyes, purple fire. Its mouth, glowing. Its breath attack, seconds away from eruption. But Lu Fan smirked and vanished. Teleportation skill, activated. Chun Chenji and Jingju froze. They were standing right in the Earth Dragon's line of fire. Wait, no. Too late. The Earth Dragon released a massive fireball straight at its own allies. Boom! The blast rocked the field, knocking back everyone, including its so-called masters. Then, behind the Earth Dragon, Lu Fan reappeared. Lu Fan, my turn. He called upon another legend, Blue Dragon King's Roar. A majestic blue dragon formed behind him, swirling with radiant lightning energy. He formed a glowing energy orb and launched it. Blue Dragon Roar, unleashed. The blast hit with the force of a thunder god. Bolts of lightning rained down, locking the Earth Dragon in a storm cage. It screamed, its body paralyzed, writhing in agony. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Spectator 1, he's not fighting dragons. He's humiliating them. Spectator 2, and 2 royal commands just got cooked by friendly fire. The Earth Dragon's armor cracked. Its body trembled. Finally, it collapsed, its demon energy shattered. A thick cloud of smoke filled the arena. Lu Fan stood at its center, still calm, still smirking. Chun Chenji's hands trembled as he gripped his spear, staring in disbelief at his fallen Earth Dragon. Smoke thickened, casting an ominous veil over the battlefield. The crowd held its breath, caught in the suspense of what would come next. Sweat poured down Chun Chenji's face as he stood there, mind spinning. Though both were dragon tamers, the gulf between him and Lu Fan was like night and day. Lu Fan landed gracefully, eyes locked on his opponent with sharp focus. Then, he asked the question burning in everyone's mind, why have you only used the Dragon Lance Strike? Princess Jingu's grip tightened on her magic staff, panic flickering in her voice as she barked at Chun Chenji. Stop messing around. Get your dragon to fight properly. Chun Chenji snapped back to reality, planting himself defensively in front of the princess, still trying to understand Lu Fan's meaning. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened. He explained clearly, the Dragon Lance Strike is powerful, but incomplete. Without other techniques, Dragon Claw, Dragon Inspiration, your moves won't reach their full potential. Chun Chenji's eyes widened. Beads of sweat dripped down his face. The truth hit him like a spear to the chest. Lu Fan knew far more than he'd revealed. Princess Jingu erupted in fury, calling Chun Chenji worthless, berating him for failing to avenge her honor. Lightning crackled around Lu Fan's black machete as he surveyed the scene. He understood now, it wasn't pride holding Chun Chenji back. It was a lack of unlocked power. With a taunting smirk, Lu Fan suggested, there's no shame in admitting defeat. Chun Chenji's pride boiled over. How dared Lu Fan surpass him and insult his honor? Turning to the princess, he begged for one last boost of power. Jingu's sinister smile returned. Raising her staff, she unleashed a dark aura into Chun Chenji's body. Pain seized him as his form grotesquely transformed. Muscles bulged, 2 extra arms sprouted, and veins throbbed violently across his face. Clutching his spear with unnatural strength, Chun Chenji roared with desperate resolve, "I need to become the best." Worthy in the eyes of the princess. Monstrous power surged through him as he leapt into the air, spear poised for a crushing dragon spear technique aimed directly at Lu Fan. For a moment, Lu Fan stood motionless, eyes filled with sorrow, not hatred. He pitied Chun Chenji, who'd sacrificed dignity for hollow greatness. But pity didn't stop him. With gritted teeth, Lu Fan invoked Wind Spirit Whisper, boosting his agility by 35%. He darted forward, blindingly fast. Chun Chenji's eyes widened in terror. Before he could react, Lu Fan struck with Dragon Fong Strike, disarming him and sending waves of agonizing pain coursing through his body. To add insult to injury, Lu Fan activated Blue Dragon King's Roar, summoning bolts of lightning that surged into Chun Chenji, scorching him like wildfire. Chun Chenji collapsed to his knees, the spear slipping from his hands. Smoke curled from his mouth as he whispered a broken apology to Princess Jingu, before falling unconscious. Princess Jingu, overwhelmed and confused, burst into tears. She had been so sure of her power, so confident of victory, only to watch it all crumble. Without hesitation, Lu Fan stormed forward, hand raised, ready to strike. Jingu, clearly panicked, threw out her hand in desperation, trying to stop him. Rumors buzz and swirl, but no one really knows the truth. Dao Xian brushes it all off as nonsense. Chinio, ever the voice of reason, advises her to ignore the gossip. Lu Fan and Jianyang have probably already slipped away to explore the secret realm, she says calmly. Sure enough, far from the crowd, Lu Fan and Jianyang find themselves deep inside the eerie landscape of the Flying Dragon Cemetery, nestled within a massive ancient forest. The air is thick with mystery, and danger seems to hang on every branch and shadow. As they carefully navigate the dense woods, Lu Fan turns to Jianyang, apologizing for dragging her away from the competition. But practical Jianyang shrugs it off. The school let us keep our Azure class spots and gave us 10,000 points each, she says with a grin. Honestly, this secret realm exploration is a pretty sweet deal. And you can keep all the rewards we find. For me, just the experience is worth it. Lu Fan is clearly impressed by her selflessness and jokes. You're not the type to leave a favor unpaid. The forest is silent, almost too silent, as they move cautiously. Suddenly, a red-haired figure perched high on a tree branch breaks the stillness. Well, look who's here, the stranger calls out with a mischievous grin. Lu Fan freezes briefly, trying to figure out who this unexpected visitor is. But before he can react, the man leaps down smoothly from the tree, flashing a big thumbs up. Name's Black Rat, he introduces himself, member of the Secret Hunter Guild. Lu Fan warily returns the greeting, mentioning they're students from Dragon Capital Academy. Black Rat notices Lu Fan's academy badge and nods knowingly. I'm here to escort you to the Flying Dragon Cemetery's teleportation gate, he says casually. After that, it's on your own. As they walk, Black Rat chats about how loaded Dragon Capital Academy must be to get access to such a high-level secret realm. So, what levels are you to? He asks with a sly grin, clearly expecting some sky-high numbers. Lu Fan, cool as ever, points to himself, level 25, and then gestures to Jianyang, level 24. Black Rat's jaw nearly drops. Level 25 and 24. In a level 55 secret realm with nightmare difficulty? You've got to be kidding me. He pulls up his system frantically, muttering about contacting the academy to double-check. From his point of view, these two are walking straight into disaster. But Lu Fan stops his panic in its tracks. Don't waste time. Before anyone can react, a massive tree nearby groans and starts to topple. The deafening crack of breaking wood fills the air. Birds scatter in every direction. Lu Fan and Jianyang exchange a tense glance. Danger is real and immediate. They bolt, Lu Fan grabbing Jianyang's hand as they sprint for cover. Just when they think they've put some distance between themselves and the threat, a terrifying whoosh slices through the air above them. They look up, and their hearts nearly stop. A colossal dragon eagle is diving at them, talons extended, eyes locked on its prey. This is the moment Lu Fan flips the switch. His eyes narrow, aura flaring bright, energy crackling all around him. His hands glow with fiery intensity. He channels his power into a fierce attack and hurls it straight at the descending dragon eagle. The massive dragon eagle screeches in shock, flapping its gigantic wings desperately to dodge Lu Fan's blazing attack. But Lu Fan isn't finished yet. With a grand, dramatic gesture, he calls upon the power of the blue dragon roar. A bolt of lightning tears through the air, crackling with raw, untamed energy. It slams directly into the dragon eagle, paralyzing it mid-flight. The poor beast wobbles uncontrollably, barely able to keep itself in the air. And that's not all. Lu Fan's attack leaves a lingering effect. Any follow-up strike will hit even harder. Talk about overkill. Meanwhile, Black Rat stands frozen like a deer caught in headlights. How on earth is a level 25 guy pulling off moves like this? It defies all logic. The once fearsome dragon eagle crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, letting out one last silent gasp before going completely still. Black Rat mumbles in disbelief. That thing was level 50. It shouldn't have gone down so easily. Lu Fan stands tall, aura still blazing fiercely. He turns to Black Rat with a calm smile and says, "Don't stress about our levels. The real challenge is still ahead. Let's keep moving." After witnessing Lu Fan obliterate a level 50 dragon eagle like it was a warm-up, Black Rat is completely stunned. His mind races, trying to run mental calculations, but nothing adds up. After a moment of internal screaming, he shakes himself and nervously agrees to show them the way. The trio treks through the dense forest until they reach an enormous tree, towering so high it looks like it's trying to poke a hole in the sky. Black Rat dramatically pushes aside thick bushes, revealing the colossal trunk. He gestures grandly. This, he declares, is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. The air around the tree feels almost magical, with soft light filtering down and a shimmering portal floating just in front of the ancient bark. The kind of place that screams, "Yep, this is where things are about to get wild." Black Rat points to the glowing portal embedded in the tree and confirms it as their entry point. With his mission complete, he starts to back away, muttering a quick goodbye. But before he can disappear into the forest, Lu Fan reaches out with a friendly smile. "Hey, maybe we should keep in touch," he suggests. "You seem like the kind of guy who knows his way around these places." He even hints he might need some geographical intel in the future, clearly pitching this as a win-win. Black Rat hesitates, clearly caught off guard. After all, who expects friendship from the guy who just wiped out a dragon eagle like it was a pesky fly? Sensing the hesitation, Lu Fan sweetens the deal. "I'm even willing to pay for the info." That gets Black Rat's attention. But still unsure, he blurts out, "Wait, you're really gonna buy simple location details? Nothing Secret Realm special? Just basic info?" Lu Fan nods, reassuring him. As long as it's general locations, no guild rules get broken. He flashes a grin that makes Black Rat hard to resist. After some thought, Black Rat names his price, 100,000 dragon coins per location. "And that's my special friends and family rate." He warns that if Lu Fan's not interested, he's ready to walk. But Lu Fan, totally unfazed by the steep price, shakes on it with that signature confident grin. Black Rat can't help but wonder if all Dragon Capital Academy students are rolling in cash or if Lu Fan is just a unique case. Before the conversation can drag on, Jan Yang steps forward, already halfway through the portal. She throws a glance back at Lu Fan, a mix of impatience and exasperation in her eyes. "You talk too much. We're wasting time." Classic Jan Yang, always laser-focused on the mission. The moment Lu Fan and Jan Yang step into the secret realm, the system chimes in with a cold, mechanical voice, "Rotten Corpse Dragon Graveyard. Level 55. Nightmare difficulty. 2 participants maximum." Lu Fan quickly connects the dots. This is the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree, and somewhere high above lies the Divine Treasure platform. Just thinking about reaching it sends his adrenaline into overdrive. But before he can get carried away, Jan Yang suddenly freezes. She looks uneasy, voice barely above a whisper. It feels like the ground is moving. Lu Fan sharpens his senses, trying to catch whatever she's feeling. Then, BAM! From the dense trees ahead, a herd of dragons bursts forth, charging straight at them. His eyes widen. He quickly alerts Jan Yang, pointing at the approaching horde. The system chimes again, with a hint of mockery. "Enemy detected, Rotten Corpse Dragons. Level 50. Pack Bite, summons nearby dragons. Corrupting Breath, reduces attack power by 50% in the area. These aren't your average dragons. These beasts mean business. One of the dragons roars fiercely and lunges straight at Jianyang, jaws wide open, ready to snap. But Lu Fan doesn't even flinch. With lightning-fast reflexes, he blocks the attack like a pro. Calm and commanding, he orders, "Get ready." Jianyang doesn't need a second prompt. She tightens her grip on her sword, eyes blazing with fierce determination. With a single powerful motion, she unleashes her mountain shaker technique. Her blade slices clean through one of the rotten corpse dragons. The creature splits in two, its massive halves crashing gruesomely to the ground. No time to celebrate. Another dragon charges straight at Lu Fan. This one means business. Lu Fan smirks confidently and calls out, "Xia, I need you." Suddenly, his dragon companion Black Dragon Xia materializes on his shoulder, radiating intense heat like a living flame. Flames swirl around Xia, forming a protective ring of fire around Lu Fan. With a fierce flick of her gaze, Xia unleashes her burning flame ability. Fire erupts in every direction, roaring across the battlefield. Several rotten corpse dragons turn to ash before they even realize what hit them. Here's the kicker, Xia's flames don't just deal damage, they get stronger with every enemy defeated. It's like she's leveling up in real time. Meanwhile, Jianyang moves like a whirlwind of destruction, slashing through the remaining dragons with insane agility. She activates her armor break technique, cutting through 32% of the dragon's defenses. Every strike is precise, leaving no room for her enemies to fight back. But then she leaps into the air for another attack, and suddenly realizes her broadsword is gone. Panic bubbles up as she scans the battlefield frantically. Before she can figure out a plan, a rotten corpse dragon barrels towards her from below, jaws wide open, ready to make her its next meal. Her heart pounds. She's out of time, out of options, and midair. Just when things look darkest, Lu Fan charges forward like the ultimate MVP. His dragon sword in hand, he activates Dragon Fong Strike, a technique fueled by his blood pact with Xia. Pure dragon energy surges into his blade. With one smooth, powerful slash, his sword cuts clean through the charging dragon, splitting it in half. The beast collapses with a sickening thud, green blood soaking the ground. But the tension isn't over. Jianyang, now falling fast from midair, is seconds from a brutal landing. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. He rushes to her side and reaches out. Their fingers meet. For a moment, it seems like everything's safe. Then gravity kicks in. Both begin plummeting. Thinking quickly, Lu Fan drives his dragon sword into the massive tree trunk, anchoring them. One hand holds the sword tight, the other grips Jianyang's. He glances at her. His eyes say it all, relief, concern, and maybe a hint of, "Can we please stop almost dying today?" Jianyang meets his gaze, exhaustion and gratitude shining through. Jianyang manages to steady herself, and the two finally settle onto a thick branch, gasping for breath. Lu Fan, ever the strategist, squints into the distance. "We've been heading the wrong way. Our target isn't down below, it's right here, inside this massive tree." But the universe isn't about to let them relax. Out of nowhere, a dark, shadowy figure looms in the distance. Lu Fan's instincts snap to full alert. "Xiao Yi, ready up." In an instant, Black Dragon Xia perches on his shoulder, glowing like a fiery guardian. The shadow steps closer, and reveals itself piece by horrifying piece. First, skeletal hands emerge, each finger ending in sharp, bone-white claws. Then comes the head, a dragon's skull, hollow eyes staring emptily, jaws filled with jagged bones. The creature's skeletal form radiates an eerie, otherworldly menace, like someone decided to resurrect a dragon and make it extra creepy. It locks eyes with Xia and unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the entire tree. Even calm and collected Xia flinches, shaken by the bone dragon's overwhelming nightmare aura. This isn't just a skeleton with wings, it screams final boss energy. Its hollow eyes glow menacingly as it lifts its head, preparing to strike. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. Scooping up Jianyang, he leaps from the branch toward the ground below. The landing is rough. Jianyang winces at the sharp jolt but shakes it off quickly. A painful reminder, they're way out of their comfort zone. The bone dragon stands before them, radiating power that thrives on their unease. The system chimes in like an unwelcome horror movie narrator, Wild Berserker Bone Dragon. Level 55. Nightmare difficulty. Bone armor, extreme defense. Bone knife, terrain attack. Blood-infused destruction. Bone storm, damage increases as health decreases. Yep, this bad boy is serious trouble. Unfazed, Lu Fan turns to Jianyang with quiet determination. It'll be fine soon. I'm going to take this thing down. Jianyang tries to stop him, voice full of alarm. Lu Fan, this dragon's insanely dangerous, but when has he ever backed down? He dashes straight at the bone dragon, leaving Jianyang scrambling after him, worry thick in her voice. On cue, Lu Fan commands, Xia, activate destroyer form. Xia's body blazes with new intensity. She grows larger, her flames hotter and fiercer. When the transformation completes, she's a one dragon. Wrecking crew ready to unleash hell. The bone dragon roars back, flickering flames lighting its skeletal maw, promising devastation. But before it can strike, Xia roars, flames exploding around her in a blazing inferno that engulfs the bone dragon. The heat is unbearable, skeletal arms begin cracking and crumbling. Jianyang watches in stunned silence. She had no idea Xiao Yi could become this powerful. Suddenly, everything clicks. This is why Lu Fan's confidence never wavers. He's got a literal fire-breathing powerhouse on his side. With the bone dragon weakened, Lu Fan and Xia coordinate like a well-oiled machine. Lu Fan calls, Xia, Jade Blessing, now. An empowering aura surrounds him, amplifying his next attack. His dragon sword hums with raw energy, glowing fiercely. Together, they close in, striking with precision for maximum impact. Xia roars again, unleashing a shockwave that shakes the earth itself. The bone dragon's frame cracks under the pressure. With one final, thunderous blow, its skull shatters clean from its body and crashes to the ground. But Lu Fan's not taking chances. As the bone dragon collapses, he channels every ounce of power into Dragon Fong Strike. The glowing dragon sword cleaves through the bone dragon's spine with a sickening crunch, plunging deep into its chest. For a brief moment, it seems the fight is finally over. But just as relief starts to wash over them, the bone dragon's eyes flicker back to life, this time glowing a deep, ominous purple. A matching aura spreads across its body, and suddenly, bones scattered around the battlefield begin to levitate. The system's cold voice cuts through the tension, warning, Bone Storm ability activated. Swirling bones grow larger and more chaotic, feeding off the dragon's decayed energy. Before the storm can fully unleash, a sudden force shatters the flying bones, scattering them wildly across the battlefield. Lu Fan spins in shock to see Jianyang stepping forward, calm and resolute. Remember your promise after defeating Chan Tanji to witness the true specialty of a swordmaster. She steadies herself. Now, it's my turn to show you. As the bone dragon starts reassembling, more menacing than ever, Jianyang reveals her trump card. With a fiery aura swirling around her, she summons the Scythe of Calamity, a level 20, epic quality weapon radiating raw power. Its abilities? Pure nightmare fuel. It can switch between fire and dark attack modes, and with every life it takes, its attack power increases permanently by 9%. Talk about a weapon holding a serious grudge. Without hesitation, Jianyang charges the bone dragon, wielding the scythe with deadly precision. Her first strike connects with explosive force, triggering a massive blast that shakes the entire battlefield. The bone dragon, caught in the inferno, struggles to hold itself together beneath the relentless assault. Lu Fan can't help but crack a smile, watching Jianyang in action. Turns out swordmasters don't just unlock flashy skills, they unlock weapons with insane, game-changing powers. Before he can marvel too long, Jade Dragon Shore appears, signaling to him with eager eyes. Lu Fan nods, knowing it's time to make the next move. Xia, cast Jade Blessing on Black Dragon Xia. Now! Xiao Yi doesn't hesitate, unleashing the blessing that amplifies Xia's next 3 attacks to devastating levels. With that power-up locked in, Lu Fan orders, Xia Yi, earth-shattering. The ground quakes as Xia channels her energy. Then, boom! A massive explosion tears through the battlefield. The earth splits open, forming a giant fissure that swallows the bone dragon whole. Its skeletal frame crumbles, falling into the abyss. The nightmare finally ends. As the dust settles, the system chimes in with a celebratory update. Black Dragon Xia leveled up to 15 and unlocked new skill transformations. Lu Fan takes it all in, pleased with how much they've grown. His own level rises to 26, but he's more focused on the team's collective progress. Meanwhile, Jianyang is having a moment. She's relieved the fight is over, but a flicker of doubt crosses her mind. Sure, her Scythe of Calamity was impressive, but it was Black Dragon Xia's earth-shattering move that sealed the deal. For a second, she wonders if her efforts truly made a difference. To make things more awkward, Xia happily clings to Lu Fan, clearly enjoying the victory celebration. Jianyang catches the display and, oh boy, jealousy hits her like a ton of bricks. She quickly brushes it off, composing herself like the pro she is. Turning to Lu Fan, she admits she didn't really need to step in with his powerhouse dragons on the team. She even apologizes, feeling like she didn't pull her weight in the battle. Lu Fan, ever the supportive leader, smiles warmly. You saved me during the bone storm earlier. Every contribution matters. He adds, plus, look at what we've all gained today. Jianyang showed off her swordmaster skills, and Xia leveled up big time. Wins all around. Curious about Xia's level up, Jianyang asks if there's more to her transformation. On cue, the system steps in. At level 15, Black Dragon Xia gains major stat boosts, strength, spirit, stamina, and more. Additionally, she unlocks 2 epic transformations. She can now become the Eternal Guardian of the Tree of Life, gaining the powerful skills Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Or, she can ditch her physical form entirely to transform into Soul Light, unlocking Soul Refuge and Soul Influence. Talk about a serious glow-up. Lu Fan, clearly impressed, explains how Xia's new abilities make her as versatile as Xiao Yi. Jianyang chuckles, noting that while Xia's growth has been steady, the sudden leap to 4 transformation options is a bit of a surprise. Either way, it's clear both dragons are becoming serious powerhouses. Feeling proud, Lu Fan reaches out to pat Xiao Yi's head, immediately earning a sharp glare from Xia. The jealousy is real, and Xia's mix of annoyance and playful anger is impossible to miss. To break the tension, Lu Fan suggests they test Xiao Yi's new form. Eager to see what she's capable of, Jianyang agrees, her mood lifting as she suggests they head back to the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree to continue their search. But just as things start to settle, Xia Yi and Xia Fi begin bickering over who gets to stand closer to Lu Fan. The scene is almost comical, a much-needed breather after all the chaos. That is, until fireballs start raining down from the sky, shattering the moment like glass. The explosions send shockwaves through the battlefield, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Jianyang's voice cuts sharply through the chaos. Magic attack! Everyone, scatter and take cover! The group sprints for the nearest shelter, a massive tree, where they huddle together to regroup. Jianyang crouches, her sharp eyes scanning for signs of their attackers, while Lu Fan carefully peeks out from behind the tree. It doesn't take long for him to piece things together. The noise from their fight with the bone dragon must have drawn unwanted attention. And sure enough, when he looks up, he sees them, a swarm of dragons filling the sky, their massive wings blotting out the sun. Lu Fan ducks into a safe spot, heart pounding as he surveys the ominous scene. There's no time to waste. Dragons are everywhere, and the pressure is mounting. Glancing at the system, he explains to the team, Jade Dragon Sha's soul light form lets her ditch her physical body and transform into pure soul energy. It's not just a flashy trick, it creates a game-changing soul shield for whoever she links with. Without hesitation, he orders Xia to link up with Xiao Yi. In her soul form, she emerges with Black Dragon Xiao Yi, creating an aura that practically screams unstoppable. As they soar above, Lu Fan turns to Jianyang, his tone all business, head toward the Divine Dragon Tree. It's like a high-stakes treasure hunt with a very real chance of death by dragon. Suddenly, a new system notification rolls in. Black Dragon Xia's dragon form is officially activated, and she's unlocked a shiny new skill called Soul Light. Sounds cool, but here's the kicker, all her effects are doubled for anyone with dragon blood. Oh, and the skill doesn't just shield damage, it absorbs it, stacking layers of Kai shield. Once 10 layers are built, Kai Shock activates, unleashing all that absorbed damage right back at the enemy, with interest. Lu Fan's grin grows as Xia transforms into a majestic green dragon, her aura blazing with power. Her energy immediately boosts Black Dragon Xiao Yi, whose stats skyrocket. Her strength shoots from 4,375 to a jaw-dropping 26,244. Her roars echo across the battlefield with enough power to make the ground tremble. Jianyang, watching the transformation, can barely contain her awe. She turns to Lu Fan, marveling at how Xia's influence has supercharged Xiao Yi. Lu Fan nods, breaking it down. Jade Dragon Xia's abilities are basically tailor-made for dragons. If Xiao Yi keeps this up, she might break the 30,000 strength mark by the time we reach the tree. But of course, things aren't going to be that easy. Out of nowhere, fireballs rain down like meteor showers. Lu Fan's heart sinks as he looks up to see dragons swarming above, their massive forms blotting out the light. It's an ambush, they're surrounded. Keeping his cool, Lu Fan orders Xia, hold your fire. Don't fight back just yet. She can now become the eternal guardian of the Tree of Life, gaining the powerful skills Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Or, she can ditch her physical form entirely to transform into Soul Light, unlocking Soul Refuge and Soul Influence. Talk about a serious glow-up. Lu Fan, clearly impressed, explains how Xia's new abilities make her as versatile as Xiao Yi. Jinyang chuckles. Instead of attacking, Lu Fan orders Xia to absorb the incoming damage. A glowing green orb forms above Xia's head, pulsating with energy as it sucks in the relentless fireballs. Then comes the moment of truth. Lu Fan commands Xia to unleash Kai Shock. In an instant, a massive wave of energy explodes outward, releasing all the absorbed damage in one devastating counterattack. Because dragons get a bonus, the effect is doubled. The green aura around Xia lights up the sky like an emerald sun, and dragons screech in pain as the blast sends shockwaves through the air. Xinyang, wide-eyed and amazed, watches as the counterattack not only defends but utterly annihilates anything caught in its range. Lu Fan grins, explaining to her how Xia's soul protection is like having a shield that punches back harder every time it's hit. But just when things start looking up, the air changes. A powerful gust of wind sweeps across the battlefield, shaking the group to their core. Lu Fan's instincts kick in. It's the boss. Sure enough, a massive dragon descends, its metallic scales shimmering like forged steel in the light. The system identifies it as a steel dragon, level 60, nightmare difficulty. Its powers are absolutely terrifying. First, Rapid Storm, the steel dragon flaps its wings, creating a violent whirlwind that slows and damages anyone caught within. Then Steel Thrust, a devastating charge that obliterates anything with less than 1 point of endurance. And finally, Steel Reinforcement, a passive ability that absorbs all incoming damage while boosting its defense to insane levels. The steel dragon lets out a thunderous roar that even sends a chill down Lu Fan's spine. It takes to the air, aiming straight for Xiao Yi, with Steel Thrust locked and loaded. Xinyang's face pales as she realizes just how deadly this opponent is. But Lu Fan, always calm under pressure, reassures her, Xia, get ready. Her soul impact power begins to build, energy crackling around her. As Xia charges up, the atmosphere shifts. A surge of energy fills the air, doubling the effects of every dragon-related skill. After the jaw-dropping battle against the steel dragon, Jinyang can't help but beam with pride as she announces, level 25. I'm practically glowing. Of course, Lu Fan's already thinking ahead. Curious as ever, he asks if the steel dragon's defeat came with any cool new rewards. Xinyang doesn't disappoint. She raises her hand, revealing a sword that shines so brightly it might as well be screaming, I'm legendary. She explains it's called Myriad Blossoms, a weapon with massive potential, but still stuck at level 1. The system chimes in, breaking it down. This sword has the thousands of sword feathers ability, which lets it split into smaller weapons. Each fragment deals 10% of the original attack power, then reunites for a devastating area strike. Lu Fan grins, clearly impressed. Once it levels up to 25 stars, it'll be a total game changer. Meanwhile, in the background, Black Dragon Xia Yi and Jade Dragon Xia are having the time of their lives, playfully messing around like overpowered siblings. But Jinyang, not so much. A wave of doubt sneaks in as she watches them. Even with her Myriad Blossoms sword, she can't help but wonder if her power will ever measure up to Xiao Yi's strikes or Lu Fan's insane abilities. Just then, she notices a shadow flicker nearby, and her unease grows. Whispering to herself, she tries to believe in her own strength, but it's clear she's wrestling with serious self-doubt. Lu Fan, always quick to read the room, walks over and reassures her with calm confidence. He reminds her that as her sword levels up, she'll have plenty of strong opponents at Dragon Academy to push her limits. His words are like a warm breeze, lifting Jinyang's spirits. She nods and agrees they need to keep moving, especially since Xia and Xia have already wandered way ahead. As they catch up, Lu Fan spots something eerie, a man lying lifeless on the ground. The group gathers around. Lu Fan kneels beside the body, noticing it's been there a while. He reflects on the man's hard life, guessing he was likely a warrior who faced countless challenges. But before they can dwell on it, Lu Fan's instincts flare again. His sharp eyes catch a glimpse of a dragon claw and a glowing eye in the distance. Danger is close, too close. Without missing a beat, he draws his dragon sword and warns Jinyang, we've wandered into monster territory. Her heart races as she realizes they're likely walking into a trap. And sure enough, a dragon bursts out of the bushes, its bronze scales gleaming menacingly. The system identifies the new threat, a bronze dragon, star level 60, boasting an insane defense-boosting skill called bronze armor. Lu Fan is just about to engage when another dragon appears, this one on a whole other level. A three-headed elemental dragon, level 65, with a nightmare difficulty rating. The system lays out its terrifying abilities, triple magic, unleashing fire, ice, and thunder simultaneously. Regeneration, its heads can regrow if even one survives. Raw power enough to wipe out anyone unprepared. Lu Fan and Jin Young freeze, staring in disbelief. Two bosses at once. Yeah, this just got real. Jin Young quickly suggests they focus on the bronze dragon first, but Lu Fan flashes his confident grin. Hold tight. I've got a plan. With a quick command, Lu Fan calls for Xia Fi to shift into her jade dragon form. The transformation is nothing short of breathtaking. Surrounded by a bright green glow, Xia radiates raw energy as she readies her soul light skill. Meanwhile, Lu Fan tells Xia to switch into her destruction form, setting the stage for an all-out assault. The three-headed dragon wastes no time, taking to the air and bombarding them with fire and ice. Lu Fan dodges skillfully, charging forward with his dragon sword glowing fiercely. He commands Xia to activate Soul Impact. The energy release is immediate and overwhelming. The surrounding dragons reel from the shockwave as Xia Yi, now fully transformed, unleashes her new skill, Intimidation. Her deafening roar sends a ripple of fear through the battlefield, paralyzing the enemy in its tracks. Even Jin Yang feels the weight of Xia Yi's aura and realizes this control skill is unlike anything she's ever seen. With the bronze dragon weakened by Xia's devastating pressure, Lu Fan sees his opening. He charges in with his dragon sword and combines Soul Effect with Dragon Fong Strike, shattering the bronze armor skill. Xia follows up, twisting the dragon's neck with brutal efficiency. The bronze dragon collapses in a heap, its metallic blood pooling on the ground. The system chimes in to announce the victory. Xiao Yi levels up to 22. Xia reaches level 17. Lu Fan himself hits level 28. Xinyang, though she's also leveled up to 27 and upgraded her Myriad Blossom sword to level 6, feels a twinge of sadness. She didn't get to contribute as much as she wanted. Lu Fan, ever the leader, places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Taking out all three heads of the elemental dragon was essential to prevent its regeneration. Let's let Xia Yi and Xia handle things for a bit while we rest at the nearby camp. Later that night, under the light of the moon, Jin Young brings some food to Lu Fan, mentioning it was prepared by Sister Hank. She steps outside, expecting to find him by the fire, but he's nowhere to be seen. The flames flicker brightly, but the absence of her companion leaves her feeling strangely hollow. She reflects on her emotions, questioning if Lu Fan shares her worries. Despite her best efforts, she can't shake the feeling she's been more of a burden than a help. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is already deep in thought, silently apologizing to Jin Yang as he focuses on their mission. Suddenly, the system alerts him to something extraordinary, a massive egg. As he approaches, the system reveals they're now close to the divine treasure, the very reason they entered this perilous forest in the first place. Just when Lu Fan thought he could catch his breath, danger strikes again. Out of nowhere, a ferocious dragon materializes, roaring loud enough to make the ground shake. Its eerie green eyes glow with deadly intensity. The system wastes no time throwing up a warning, Soul of the Flying Dragon King, level 70. This beast isn't just strong. It's nightmare fuel. Its dragon's breath attack can unleash fire, ice, thunder, or wind. Its Assault Dragon King ability lets it dive at lightning speed, piercing through anything in its way. And to make it worse, it takes 50% less damage from everything. Because why not? Lu Fan instantly knows this is the final boss of the level 55 Nightmare Secret Realm. The tension is real. Drawing his dragon sword, he prepares for the toughest fight of his life. Xia Yi and Xia step up. Their expressions a mix of determination and, let's be honest, a bit of what did we get ourselves into. Lu Fan orders them to focus. It's all or nothing now. Back at the resting area, Jin Young hears the dragon's roar echoing in the distance. Her stomach twists into knots. Memories of Lu Fan saving her flash through her mind, and doubts creep in. What if I'm just holding him back? What if he decides he's better off without me? The thought stings, but she shakes it off. Clenching her fists, she reminds herself, I'm not here to be a bystander. Jin Young's resolve is crystal clear, she's fighting alongside Lu Fan no matter what. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the soul of the flying Dragon King wastes no time, blasting powerful winds and thunder in Lu Fan's direction. Lu Fan glares at the dragon, realizing this beast might be even stronger than the Great Destroyer Emperor he faced before. His eyes narrow sharply as he orders Xia Yi to prepare lava flame while activating Dragon's inspiration to boost everyone's power by 30%. Xia Yi roars, shifting into her destruction form, unleashing a scorching torrent of flames that engulfs the dragon. The dragon screeches in pain but quickly retaliates with Soul Assault, charging uncontrollably toward Lu Fan. It's fast, too fast. Lu Fan's heart skips a beat as the dragon shifts behind him, ready to strike. Thinking quickly, he commands Xia to switch into her eternal being form. The transformation happens in an instant, and her aura radiates a calming yet powerful energy. Just then, Jinyoung arrives on the scene, her voice ringing with fierce determination as she calls out to Lu Fan. She raises her hand, summoning the power of 1,000 swords and falling feathers, reassuring him that she'll handle her own defense. Her confidence lights a spark in Lu Fan's eyes. He nods silently, thankful she has his back. The system chimes in with a game changer. Dragon Xia has unlocked new skills, Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Xia glows brightly as she activates Life Pulse, a restorative skill that radiates waves of energy, boosting everyone's stamina and power. At the same time, Xia doubles down on her lava flame attack, pushing the flames higher and hotter. Lu Fan orders Xia Yi to finish it. With a thunderous roar, she charges at the dragon. But the soul of the flying Dragon King isn't going down without a fight. It takes to the sky, using dragon language magic to counter Xia's attacks. Lu Fan realizes the stakes have just been raised and orders Xia to shield everyone. High above, the dragon prepares its ultimate move, Apocalypse Fall. This devastating ability sacrifices its own life to release a blast with 2,000% of its power. As the dragon plummets toward the ground, the tension is unbearable. The resulting explosion is massive, shaking the entire realm and sending shockwaves for miles. For a moment, everything is chaos. Dust and debris fill the air, making it impossible to see. But then, a green energy glows faintly through the haze. It shouts protective barrier, shielding everyone from the catastrophic blast. They're safe, barely. When the dust finally settles, Lu Fan turns to Jinyoung, concern etched deeply on his face. "Are you okay?" She assures him she's fine, though clearly shaken. She thanks Xia for saving them all. They take a moment to acknowledge how close they came to total disaster. The system reports their progress. Lu Fan levels up to 29. Xiao Yi hits level 23. Xia reaches level 17. Lu Fan places a proud hand on Xiao's head, praising her incredible skills. But of course, Xia isn't having it. Her jealous pout is almost comical as she glares at Xia. Lu Fan notices and chuckles, reassuring Xiao Yi that her massive damage output was key to taking down the level 70 boss. Her mood lifts slightly. Meanwhile, Jinyoung reflects on the battle, realizing this was their first time facing a boss of this caliber together. She admits she always thought players at their level wouldn't have to deal with such intense fights. Lu Fan agrees, marveling at how they survived something so far above their pay grade. Later, Lu Fan and Jinyoung share a quiet moment. He places a hand on his head, almost embarrassed. "I didn't mean to scare you earlier. I only left to explore, not expecting to run into such a powerful enemy." Jinyoung interrupts, her voice firm but kind. She reassures him that she never doubted he'd have their backs. She recalls his earlier words and smiles, telling him that no matter how strong they become, they'll never let a teammate fight alone. Her determination is clear. Lu Fan feels a swell of pride in their growing bond after his victory against the Blade King Dragon. Lu Fan is standing there, soaking in the glory of their victory when, bam! A treasure chest suddenly pops open right in front of him like it's yelling, "Congrats, you earned this." Meanwhile, Jinyoung is completely oblivious, staring off into the distance, totally missing the loot party. Luan steps forward, curious about the legendary goodies waiting inside. The first item practically glows as it emerges, the soul wing of the flying Dragon King. This bad boy packs 60 agility 356 strength 291 spirit 0, and did I mention? It grants you full-on flight, not just gliding or hovering, but true flying. Plus, if you know dragon language magic, you can cast and receive spells while airborne. The catch? You need to be level 60 to use it. Lu Fan sighs, thinking, looks like flying's a ways off for me. Next up, a level 30 artifact designed for dragon riders. This one lets you combine your pet's abilities with your own, boosting dragon energy and unleashing devastating long-range attacks. Lu Fan's grin stretches ear to ear as he pictures himself riding Xia Yi into battle like some epic dragon knight. He mentally files that one away for when Xia hits level 30. Then there's the third item, the late dragon bone flute. This magical flute can summon the twin flying dragon kings matching the user's level. Downside? It's limited to just 7 uses. Lu Fan admires it but can't help wishing it didn't come with such restrictions. As he's marveling at his newfound loot, something strange happens. Xia starts glowing intensely, drawing both his and Jinyang's attention. The little jade dragon moves toward a massive tree nearby and begins healing it with her energy. The plants around them start stirring, as if responding to her touch. It's almost mystical, like something straight out of a legend. Just as they're piecing it together, the system pops up with a new mission: restore the sacred tree. Apparently, the tree is under threat from the Abyssal Dragon's minions, and the only way to save it is to slay the Abyssal Dragon and soak the tree's seed in its blood. In return, they'll earn the favor of the Life Dragon, a source of immense power. Lu Fan carefully retrieves the sacred tree seed and lets out a low whistle as he reads the mission details. The Abyssal Dragon is no joke. This thing comes from the lower realms and is infamous for devouring demons. Its rank is so high it makes the word nightmare look like child's play. Xia gently nudges Lu Fan's hand, and he smiles down at her, thanking her for unlocking this secret mission. Then, in true Lu Fan fashion, he gets an idea. Turning to Xia, he asks completely deadpan, "Hey, can you eat the flute?" Xiao and Jinyang freeze, utterly baffled by the suggestion. But Lu Fan just raises his hands in mock surrender, grinning as he encourages Xia to give it a try. Xia Fi steps up, and before anyone can stop her, she starts chomping on the flute like it's her favorite snack. Lu Fan can't help but ask, "Hey, does it taste good?" Jinyang stares in disbelief, muttering, "She's chewing that like it's a piece of fruit." Moments later, the system chimes in with an update. Xia has gained the flute's powers and can now summon the twin flying dragon kings without any usage limits. To prove it, Xia immediately summons the dragon kings. They emerge with a deafening roar, their power matching Xiao's level of 18. Jinyang is stunned, struggling to process how a boss-level dragon just became Xia's summon. Lu Fan casually points out that the dragon kings are smaller now, joking, basically, they're Xia's pets. Jinyang mutters something about dragon pets having their own dragon pets, shaking her head at the absurdity. With the sacred tree mission now firmly in their hands, Jinyang suggests heading back. Sister Hank will be worried if we don't return soon. Luan waves Jinyang off with a calm smile. "Go ahead, I'll catch up," he says. Pulling out his map, he reflects quietly on an important task he still needs to complete. He discovered this egg in the forest, just after the battle had ended. Later, back at the villa in Dragon Capital Academy, Lu Fan calls a meeting with Xia Yi and Shurai. The cozy atmosphere can't mask the seriousness in the air. Sitting before them is a new dragon egg Lu Fan recently retrieved. He takes a deep breath and, with mock frustration, tells Shurai, "Your habit of bullying Xia has to stop." Shurai pouts, but her attention quickly shifts to the egg. Both dragons are utterly fascinated by it. Trying to regain their focus, Lu Fan explains, "This egg represents our soon-to-arrive family member." He even tries to make a game out of it, asking, "Do you think it'll be a brother or sister?" Before anyone can answer, the system cuts in bluntly, "At your current level, you can only tame 2 dragons. To add another, you need to reach level 30. Lu Fan lets out a long sigh. He turns to the dragon sisters. "We're going to have to level up faster. Poison Spider Forest, here we come." The next morning, barely awake, there's a knock at his door. 2 flustered ladies, Chinio and another student, stand there looking frantic. Lu Fan rubs his eyes, confused by the sudden commotion. Chinio thrusts a post into his hand and explains, "It's gone viral on the school forum." Apparently, the buzz is all about Lu Fan's withdrawal from the freshman exam. The post claims that Fengyun Pavilion has reached the finals unchallenged and that no one is left to stand against them. Chinio adds, Fengyun Pavilion's grown into a powerhouse with nearly 30 members, led by Jiang Fengyun and Suji. They've boldly declared themselves unstoppable and even announced plans to clear out Lu Fan's villa after the finals. Lu Fan listens, half amused. Hearing that Jiang Fengyun declared himself the new number 1, he chuckles quietly. Cute, he thinks. Chinio points out the stakes. The finals grant access to the national trials, which is why Jiang Fengyun is so desperate to claim victory. But Lu Fan knows the truth. He's already secured his spot, and the prizes Zhang Fengyun is chasing are already his. With a playful glint in his eye, Lu Fan waves off their concerns. "Don't worry," he says, smirking. "I'm more than happy to accept Fengyun Pavilion's challenge." He borrows the post, writing a sharp reply, "It's time for Lu Fan to fire back." Inside the VIP room at Dragon Academy Arena, Su Jing, the calm and collected forbidden sorcerer, scrolls through his tablet like he's catching up on the latest gossip. Meanwhile, Zhang Fengyun, the shadow warrior with a flair for theatrics, is blindfolded and sparring with multiple opponents. Mid-spar, Su Jing casually mentions, "Lu Fan has responded to your forum post." Zhang Fengyun freezes. His sparring partners don't even have time to breathe before he activates his projection skill, summoning multiple clones of himself. The clones quickly overpower everyone in the room. With a dramatic flourish, he removes his blindfold. Casually, he orders someone to heal his down partners. Then, with a devilish grin, he asks Su Jing, "What did Lu Fan post?" Su Jing smirks. Classic Lu Fan. A bold challenge to the entire Fengyun Pavilion. Zhang Fengyun rolls his eyes at what he calls Lu Fan's bravado, but his grin only widens. He orders Su Jing to respond, invite Lu Fan to face them at the arena after the finals tomorrow. Su Jing laughs, half doubting Zhang Fengyun is serious, but he plays along. Then Zhang Fengyun's tone shifts, growing serious. He commands Su Jing, "Gather everyone from Fengyun Pavilion. It's time to show Lu Fan that the title of number one isn't given, it's earned in combat." Meanwhile, back in Lu Fan's corner of the world, things are far less intense. He's just chilling with friends when Qin Xiao bursts in, eyes sparkling with excitement. Fengyun Pavilion accepted the challenge, she announces. Zhang Fengyun was competing in a semi-final match today, but Lu Fan wasn't impressed. He waved it off casually, saying, "I'd rather spend my time leveling up in the Poison Spider Seeker realm." Talk about priorities. Just then, Lu Fan's aunt appeared, her tone serious as she reminded him, overconfidence can lead to failure. She suggested he at least check out Zhang Fengyun's match to get a better read on his opponent. One of the ladies nearby chimed in, Lu Fan's supporters might even outnumber Fengyun Pavilion's crowd. Chinio, ever the voice of reason, warned, if Lu Fan is spotted in the crowd, rumors will explode across campus. And, clearly a problem solver, nodded and said, "Then you'll need to go in disguise." Cue the stealth makeover. Lu Fan donned a dark cloak and mask, looking like he had just stepped out of a spy movie. Qin Xiao and Xian accompanied him to the arena, confident no one would recognize him. Even and approved of his shadowy new look, calling it both functional and fashionable. Inside the arena, Gayan announced the start of the semifinals. Just as the teams took the stage, Lu Fan suddenly stood up and looked at him, surprised. "Where are you going?" Lu Fan shrugged, utterly casual. "The match looks boring. I'd rather go for a walk." Classic Lu Fan, cool and casual to the core. "Call me when it's over," he said, then walked out. The crowd buzzed with excitement over the semi-final match. Seated in the stands, the vice principal watched the disguised Lu Fan carefully. His thoughts drifted to a recent conversation with the principal. In a flashback, he remembered bursting into the principal's office to discuss the forum drama. He'd been worried Lu Fan didn't understand how powerful he was, especially since Chan Tanji was still recovering from their fight. But the principal, as unbothered as ever, had brushed it off. "Gayan can handle it," the principal said. His real concern was the arrival of the Dragon Capital Special Envoy in a month, sent to assess Lu Fan for the national trial. The vice principal was stunned when the principal revealed the envoy was none other than Ruan Chongfeng, a once powerful figure with a notorious grudge against Lu Fan. While the vice principal worried this could spell trouble, the principal just laughed, confident in his choice of Lu Fan as a national trial candidate. Back in the present, the vice principal chuckled quietly, wondering how the upcoming battle between Lu Fan and Zhang Fengyun would unfold. He knew one thing for sure, the principal wouldn't miss it for the world. Meanwhile, in the points room at the Academy's arena, professionals were dropping like flies. One after another, challengers left in disbelief, muttering about an impossibly tough opponent inside. Rumors spread like wildfire, someone at level 29 was pretending to be weaker than they were, stealing points from challengers. Outside the room, veterans warned others not to enter unless they were ready to lose. Inside, the mysterious arena master was none other than Lu Fan himself. Sitting casually, he reflected that sparring here was far more productive than watching a boring match. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A challenger stepped in. Not just anyone. A striking woman with long white hair and a sleek black dress. She greeted Lu Fan with a calm smile and asked, "Is it time for a match?" Lu Fan returned her greeting respectfully, "Senior." She smiled playfully, brushing her hair back. "If you want me to spare you," she teased, "you'll need to show a lot more respect." Classic Lu Fan kept his composure, replying in a serious tone, "No need to hold back." Hearing that, her enthusiasm surged. Fierce flames suddenly engulfed her body, and she began to float. Her presence instantly commanding. The flames intensified, burning away her dress and replacing it with form-fitting armor that radiated power and elegance. Lu Fan knew she wasn't here for a casual sparring match. This was the real deal. Before he could react, she vanished. In an instant, she reappeared behind him. Her voice playful yet sharp, she said, "I'm not like the classmates waiting outside." A massive flaming trident materialized in her hand, its glow illuminating her confident smirk. With a warning not to hold back, she lunged at him, thrusting the weapon with incredible force. Lu Fan blocked just in time, summoning his big black machete to parry the fiery trident's blow. But the sheer power behind her attack sent him sliding back several meters. His grip tightened around his weapon as he silently wondered just how strong she really was. The woman laughed, surprised that Lu Fan had managed to block her strike. With a teasing smirk, she asked, "Are you too scared to hit a pretty lady?" Then, to rub it in, she seductively licked her finger, taunting him further. Her teasing only fueled her determination. She was set on teaching him a lesson. Lu Fan stayed calm but focused, locking eyes with her. "I understand," he said quietly, preparing his counterattack. Their eyes burned with the thrill of competition. The battle intensified. Lu Fan's machete clashed against her blazing trident in a dazzling flurry of sparks and heat. Each strike grew stronger, their attacks shaking the very ground beneath them. Outside the arena, students gathered in awe, whispering about the mysterious white-haired woman who had just appeared. Some thought she was struggling with her overly enthusiastic fighting style, while others suspected she was simply toying with Lu Fan. Either way, no one could tear their eyes away. Meanwhile, in the main arena, the crowd erupted as Zhang Fengyun's semi-final match concluded in his victory. Basking in cheers, Zhang's friend approached him breathlessly, reporting that rumors had spread Lu Fan had snuck into the audience disguised. Zhang Fengyun smirked, dismissing it. "Irrelevant," he said. "I didn't even show half my strength today. Why should I care?" Then, in a dramatic twist, he pointed to the audience and shouted, "Lu Fan! Don't be arrogant for long. Don't run away from tomorrow's battle." The crowd went wild with cheers, the tension rising. But here's the kicker, Lu Fan wasn't even there. Shinyo and Shirin glanced around, panic creeping into their voices as they realized this. They scrambled to find him, knowing full well he had found the match boring and left long ago. Back in the points arena, Lu Fan was still locked in his intense duel. The mysterious woman's relentless attacks kept him on edge. He was impressed by her power but puzzled by her motives. Suddenly, his phone rang, distracting him. She noticed immediately and, mid-attack, grabbed his hat with a playful grin. "Your defense needs work," she teased, "but you've improved rapidly." It dawned on Lu Fan, she wasn't just fighting him. She was guiding him, exploiting weaknesses in his movements to help him grow stronger. But why? He didn't have time to ponder. As she moved dangerously close, her armor gleaming and her teasing grin inches from his face, she said, "You need more endurance and stamina if you want to keep up." Flustered, Lu Fan couldn't even respond before his phone rang again. "Sorry," he said, taking the call. When he hung up and turned back, he sincerely thanked her. "You've taught me a lot in such a short time," he said. "Could I get your contact info? Maybe schedule more training sessions?" Now back in her sleek black outfit, she laughed. "Already asking a pretty senior for her number?" "Slow down." Panicking, Lu Fan clarified, "Strictly for training, I swear." She waved him off playfully. "Just open a points room in the arena whenever you want to fight me again. No promises though." As she walked away, Lu Fan couldn't shake the feeling she was more than just a strong senior. Her power, her demeanor, it all felt like she was on a completely different level. Could she be a teacher? Or something else entirely? The mystery gnawed at him. Just as Lu Fan was lost in thought, a notification popped up on his screen, 100 points awarded by your opponent. Confused, he wondered why she had given him points when she clearly could have knocked him out. Determined to uncover the truth, he bolted out of the arena searching for her. But no matter where he looked, she was nowhere to be found. Running through the dorm halls, students yelled at him to calm down, but he was too lost in thought to care. Who was she? Why did she fight him like that? And why had she vanished so suddenly? It almost felt like she wasn't real, like some kind of spirit haunting the academy. Moments later, Qin Xiao, Shiren, and Hank caught up with Lu Fan, shouting for him to join them. Qin Xiao teased him about meeting yet another mysterious girl. Shiren jumped in with jokes about Lu Fan hooking up in the arena. But Lu Fan, still consumed by the day's events, brushed them off quietly and followed them back. The next day, the freshman assessment finals kicked off and the arena was packed to the brim. Students chatted excitedly, wondering if Lu Fan would actually show up to face Zhang Fengyun. Some said he was brave for challenging the entire Feng Pavilion, others thought he was just ridiculously arrogant. Either way, everyone agreed, it was the match of the year. Inside the arena, Zhang Fengyun's impatience was palpable. Frustrated that Lu Fan hadn't arrived yet, he threatened, if that guy doesn't show up soon, I'm marching over to Villa number 1 myself. Su Jing, ever calm and collected, advised him to wait it out. Just then, someone in the crowd spotted a figure racing toward the arena from the restroom area, Lu Fan, running at insane speed, his cloak billowing dramatically behind him. Zhang Fengyun smirked and signaled his team to prepare. As Lu Fan approached, he casually waved to the crowd. Sorry for being late, he said with his trademark grin. Let's get this over with. I've got more important things to do. Standing confidently in the middle of the arena, Lu Fan addressed the Fengyun Pavilion. I don't even know how many of you there are, he admitted with a calm air. But one thing's clear, whatever comes together, goes together. With a smirk, he made a cutthroat gesture. That was all it took. One of the pavilion's giants immediately erupted in fury, hurling insults. How dare you speak to Zhang Fengyun like that? You're asking for death. Before the giant could step forward, Zhang Fengyun raised a hand to stop him. There's no need for idle chatter if Lu Fan refuses to take us seriously, he declared, brushing off the insults. Then Zhang Fengyun made his move. He wagered 7,000 points on the match. Lu Fan, unfazed, started searching his pockets as if he'd forgotten what he'd brought. With a flourish, he pulled out his points card and declared 177,000 points. The crowd gasped. Zhang Fengyun's team panicked. We don't have enough points to match that, they shouted. But Zhang Fengyun, fueled by hunger for revenge, silenced them. Driven by greed and pride, he rallied the pavilion. They scraped together the full amount, though some grumbled, warning that if they didn't get a cut of Lu Fan's points after the match, they were done with the pavilion. With the bets placed, the tension was electric. Lu Fan, cool as ever, began warming up, clearly excited. Zhang Fengyun, suspicious of Lu Fan's confidence, assumed he'd summon his dragon pet and ordered Su Jing to cast a binding spell. Su Jing agreed, shouting, "Prepare for battle!" The fight kicked off with Su Jing casting confinement lock. Crimson-red chains flew through the air, wrapping tightly around Lu Fan, immobilizing him and preventing any skill use for 5 seconds. Thinking they had Lu Fan right where they wanted him, Zhang Fengyun and his comrade charge in aim to deliver the finishing blow. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Fan broke free. The chains shattered like cheap decorations. He blocked Zhang Fengyun's attack with his big black machete. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Zhang Fengyun froze, unable to process how effortlessly Lu Fan had broken the spell. Before he could recover, Lu Fan grabbed him by the collar, flipped him a full 360 degrees, and slammed him into the ground with a thunderous crash. Cheers roared as Lu Fan stood over Zhang Fengyun, as casual as if it were just another day at the office. Refusing to give up, the pavilion's mage sneaked behind Lu Fan and cast Stiffness, a spell designed to reduce movement and attack speed by 75%. The mage signaled the long-range attackers, who unleashed a barrage of projectiles. Dust and smoke filled the air. For a moment, it seemed they might have turned the tide. But as the dust cleared, there was Lu Fan, grinning like he was at a picnic. Is this really your plan to take down the top freshman? He taunted, slamming his foot into Zhang Fengyun's face for good measure. Dazed, Zhang Fengyun demanded to know why the spell hadn't worked. Su Jing, baffled, explained, it is working. Lu Fan's speed has been reduced, but even at 25%, is still faster than everyone else. Lu Fan casually shrugged, looking down at Zhang Fengyun with a playful smile. Don't blame your friends, he said. It's just that my dragon pet bonuses make your skills kind of useless. Feeling the pressure, Jang Fongyun activated his trump card, After Image, a skill that created multiple mirages of himself to overwhelm his opponent. The pavilion erupted in cheers, convinced this was their leader's triumphant comeback. But as the mirages swarmed Lu Fan, he sliced through them effortlessly, each illusion falling like a fly under a swatter. Pausing briefly, Lu Fan complimented the move with a smirk. Not bad. Pretty cool. Then, deciding to end things, he began to materialize a massive fireball, one so enormous it seemed capable of engulfing the entire arena. The flames twisted and roared, radiating intense heat and raw power. Jang Fongyun's confident smirk faltered as he realized Lu Fan wasn't bluffing. With a deafening roar, the fireball exploded into a blazing inferno as Lu Fan summoned Black Dragon Xia in her World Destroyer form. The colossal dragon emerged from the flames, her fiery aura scorching away the remaining mirages in a sweep of overwhelming force. Chaos erupted throughout the crowd and pavilion members alike. The sky darkened as Xia's immense size blocked out the sun, casting a shadow over the arena. Panic spread like wildfire as pavilion members scrambled, screaming in terror. One of Lu Fan's teammates quickly pulled out a phone, recording the surreal spectacle, while others simply stood frozen, unable to grasp the sight of a real dragon in its most fearsome form. Jang Fongyun, now blindfold removed, stared at Xia in stunned disbelief. He had faced fake dragon tamers before, but this was something entirely different. His team begged him to retreat, but he knew it was too late. He had made a colossal mistake. Lu Fan, standing calm amidst the chaos, warned, "Don't collapse just yet. My counterattack is coming." Xia unleashed a deafening howl that echoed through the arena, and Lu Fan followed with a pressure attack radiating fear, immobilization, and stunning effects. Every member of the Fongyun Pavilion was struck, frozen in place as panic completely overtook them. Even Jang Fongyun, struggling desperately to move, found himself utterly powerless. Grinning, Lu Fan pulled out his points card and taunted, "So, do you finally understand who the true number one is?" As the system tallied the results, Lu Fan collected a staggering 189,041 points, leaving the pavilion utterly defeated. Jang Fongyun collapsed, fainting from the crushing humiliation. As the dust settled, Xia landed gracefully beside Lu Fan, her fiery presence still dominating the arena. Lu Fan patted her head casually and said, "Mission complete." But even after wiping out the pavilion, he wasn't finished. "I've got more important things to do," he added, turning and walking away like it was just another day at the office. Later, in the Dragon Academy points room, Lu Fan was on the phone, bragging about his massive haul of points. His friend suggested throwing a party to celebrate, but Lu Fan was already focused on his next move. Suddenly, the mysterious senior sister stepped into the room. Dressed in her striking black outfit, she approached Lu Fan with a sly smile. "Were you waiting for me?" she asked. Lu Fan grinned back. "There's no point competing with anyone else." He added teasingly, "If he's going to learn, it has to be from someone like you. You're over level 70, the only real challenge around." The senior sister paused, glanced at the arena's level requirement, and smiled knowingly. Lu Fan's mind began to piece things together. She's not a student. She's something far beyond what Lu Fan ever imagined. The scene shifts back to the arena, where the vice principal kneels beside a defeated Jang Fongyun, checking his pulse after that epic battle. Around them, stunned members of the Fongyun Pavilion still struggle to process the chaos and destruction. One thing becomes clear to the vice principal: Lu Fan doesn't just fight, he calculates. Every move, every decision was timed to perfection. And despite the intensity of the showdown, no lives were endangered. The vice principal nods in approval. Lu Fan truly understands the weight of his actions. Meanwhile, back in the points room, the mysterious senior sister lounges casually, teasing Lu Fan with a sly smile. "Did you set a trap for me to walk into?" she asks, clearly enjoying herself. Lu Fan quickly defends himself. "Hey, it's not a scam. The level limit's right there on the door. If you walked in, that means you're over level 70, definitely not a student." The lady raises an eyebrow, slightly annoyed. "So you think I'm not a senior? Then who do you think I am?" Lu Fan, flustered, starts analyzing. She looks young enough to be a senior, but her strength is way beyond any student. After a pause, he blurts out, "You must be a teacher." That earns him a burst of laughter. "A teacher," she chuckles, clearly amused. Then her tone shifts as she steps closer, her fiery aura flaring once more. "Whether you believe it or not, I am your senior, she says, eyes glimmering mischievously. And this time, you didn't hide your handsome face. Much more pleasant to look at. Before Lu Fan can respond, her tone sharpens. Don't dig too deep into who I am, she warns. If you want to see me again, don't set the points room level to 70 or higher. Otherwise, I won't come back. Lu Fan nervously promises, though inside he's already considering setting it to 80 next time. Well, that plan's scrapped, she smirks. The air thickens as flames swirl around her, and her black dress transforms into that stunning, intimidating armor once again. I have to admit, she says, your performance in the arena was impressive. You used my techniques against Jang Fongyun perfectly. You learned fast. Hearing her praise, Lu Fan can't help but grin. He materializes his big black machete. Realizing she must have watched the entire battle, she explains how the crowd erupted when he summoned his dragon so quickly and knocked down Jang Fongyun with lightning speed. Your reactions, she adds, are proof of the speed you honed in the points room. Flattered, Lu Fan scratches his head, thanks for the guidance. But I still have a lot of weaknesses in melee combat. Without warning, she materializes her fiery trident and lunges at him, her expression deadly serious. Lu Fan barely manages to block, his mind racing. You've made progress, she says sharply, but don't get cocky. You're still far from ready to brag. Realizing she's not joking, Lu Fan quickly apologizes. I wasn't trying to brag, he insists. I really want to keep learning. Switching gears, he starts buttering her up, praising her skills and kindness. You treat me like a younger brother, he says. You've taught me so much, and even gave me 100 points. The woman laughs, clearly entertained. You're pretty good at building relationships, she says. But if you want to keep learning from me, you'll have to bring me something in return, like enchanted food from your house. I hear your big sister's a great cook. Lu Fan smiles, agreeing without hesitation. Though his big sister is technically his aunt, he figures it's close enough. No problem, he says, already imagining the dishes she might prepare. The lady's tone shifts again. What else did you learn in the arena, she asks. Lu Fan grins, readying his machete. But before he can answer, she launches another attack. Their weapons clash in a blur of sparks and flames, the fight intensifying. You're getting faster, she says, impressed. Then, with a devilish smile, she adds, if you can land even one hit on me, I'll reward you with a new weapon. Lu Fan, confused, barely has time to process before she leaps into the air and lands a playful but powerful hit, using her thighs to smack his face. It's almost like she's belly dancing mid-battle, and Lu Fan is too stunned to react. She teases him about his outdated weapons, joking, maybe it's time to switch to a longer fire trident, keep up with the times. But then her smile fades, and she grows serious. What do you really want? She asks. Trying to keep his cool, Lu Fan blurts out, the enchantment scroll. The moment the words leave his mouth, the lady freezes. Her playful expression snaps into furious disbelief. Do you even realize how rare and expensive that is? She snaps, lunging at him. You want that? Go to hell. Lu Fan, completely unprepared for her sudden anger, tries to explain, but she's too furious to listen. Her fiery attacks rain down on him, leaving him utterly speechless. Later that evening, back at the villa, Lu Fan nurses his sore muscles, grumbling to his aunt. I couldn't land a single hit on her, he complains. Now my whole body feels like it's been hit by a truck. His aunt, clearly shaken, admits she was scared to death during his battle with Jang Fongyun. I thought you two were going to fight to the death, she says. Nearby, Qin Xiao scrolls on her tablet and casually mentions that the senior sister probably isn't a teacher. According to Nan Xianyang, she's never seen anyone like her at the academy. Suddenly, Xinyo perks up, announcing, Lu Fan is trending on the school forum again. Someone recorded his fight against Fongyun Pavilion, complete with footage of the legendary Black Dragon Shirai. Lu Fan's aunt watches the video, smiling proudly. Now everyone knows you won, she says. This should settle all the disputes. Lu Fan, still baffled, wonders how anyone managed to capture the chaos. Some people just have perfect timing, he mutters. Jin Yang teases him, after beating Jang Fongyun, you should be the new idol of the Fongyun Pavilion. Lu Fan waves it off, too exhausted to care. I'm just focusing on recovery, he says. The hype will die down soon. The next day, in the spider secret realm, Lu Fan is back to grinding levels, slicing through hordes of spider monsters with ferocious attacks. Jin Yang watches, confused. I thought your goal was learning new techniques from your senior, she says. Focused on the fight, Lu Fan explains, if I upgrade my level, I'll have an advantage over her. Besides, I'll need it to keep up. Just as he finishes a particularly tough wave of spiders, he feels it, the surge of energy, as he finally hits level 30. Overjoyed, he calls everyone over to open a treasure chest and celebrate his achievement. Shinio congratulates him, while his aunt, trying not to gag at the sight of the spider corpses, reluctantly pats him on the back. Jinyang and Xian are equally excited, knowing that hitting level 30 means one thing: it's finally time for Lu Fan to visit the job transfer hall and upgrade his class to the next level. Lu Fan steps out of the secret realm, excitement practically radiating from him. He's ready for whatever comes next after his second job transfer. But as nearby students recognize him, the guy who single-handedly defeated Qin Tunxi and wiped the floor with the entire Fengyun pavilion, chaos erupts. Boys and girls swarm him like a celebrity, clamoring for selfies, autographs, and even just a handshake. The crowd grows larger and rowdier, separating him from his group. Xinyang and Xian watch from a distance. Xinyang's eyes narrow in jealousy at the girls fawning over Lu Fan, while Xian shakes her head in disbelief. How did he get this popular so fast, she mutters. Realizing there's no escape from the crowd, Lu Fan's aunt springs into action. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan emerges disguised in his trusty undercover gear, mask, goggles, the whole shebang. As students frantically search for him, the disguise works perfectly and the mob disperses. Chinio exhales in relief. Thank goodness, she says. We finally dodged them. Lu Fan, however, looks a bit deflated. Do I really have to go out like this every time now? He laments. Xian, envious of the attention, jokes, I wish I had a bunch of handsome guys chasing after me. Jinyang, still sour, quickly changes the subject. There's no historical record of a second job transfer for a dragon tamer, she points out. No guides, no references. Lu Fan's flying blind here, completely uncertain about what to expect. Chinio, ever the cheerleader, pats him reassuringly on the back. You're about to make history, she says with a confident grin. Even Lu Fan feels a spark of pride. This is uncharted territory, and he's ready to face it head-on. Finally, they reach the job transfer hall. The group exchanges encouraging smiles. The ceremony is a solo affair. Jinyang leans in and reminds him, you've got this. Lu Fan nods, trying to stay calm. Don't worry, I'll figure it out somehow. With a confident tap of his student card, he steps inside the chamber. The room is circular, bathed in a soft blue light. The system announces that the second stage transfer is ready. Lu Fan's heart skips a beat when he realizes there's no existing data for a dragon tamer second transfer. Usually, these jobs are documented for future generations, but his path is entirely blank. Determined, he begins exploring his options. 3 glowing notifications appear before him: Dragon Priest, a path focused on healing buffs and enchantments, enhancing dragon pets but weakening the user's own abilities. Dragon Spellcaster, a mage-like role that absorbs dragon skills and lets the user cast dragon magic themselves. Flame Dragon Warrior, a melee-focused class with incredible strength and endurance, allowing transformations into a giant dragon form. Each option has clear strengths but comes with significant trade-offs, and none truly fit Lu Fan's balanced fighting style. Frustrated, he stares at the choices, feeling stuck. Then, as if sensing his dilemma, a fourth option materializes: Dragon Rider. Before him, a suit of powerful armor with a flowing cape appears, radiating energy. The system explains, this branch enhances skills by synchronizing with dragon pets. It's versatile, allowing growth in multiple combat styles while strengthening the bond with his dragons. Lu Fan's eyes light up. This is it. Fighting side by side with his dragons has always been his core strategy, and this path amplifies everything he excels at. With a confident swipe, he selects Dragon Rider. Outside, the ladies are starting to get anxious. Why is it taking so long? Xian asks, pacing nervously. Jinyang, trying and failing to stay calm, reassures her, don't be nervous. Lu Fan's just exploring his options. Xinyang, ever composed, adds, he's making history. He has to be careful. His choice might change how dragon tamers are viewed forever. Shinio smiles. This is the end of the 800-year decline of dragon professions. Trust him. Just as the tension reaches its peak, the doors swing open. Lu Fan steps out, and the group breathes a collective sigh of relief. They bombard him with questions, eager to know what path he chose. As they walk, Lu Fan reveals his new class. Dragon Rider. My contract slots increased from 2 to 3, he adds with a grin. Xian, ever curious, asks, wait, does that mean you actually have to learn how to ride a dragon now? Laughing, Lu Fan explains, I already found a dragon riding saddle in the cemetery's secret realm. As long as my dragons hit level 30, I can ride them. His aunt raises an eyebrow. The thought of you riding 2 dragons feels weird, she teases. Lu Fan smirks. Don't imagine anything strange. I'm only riding them in full dragon form, not human form. As they approach the villa, Lu Fan spots someone familiar, the mysterious senior sister. She strides over, her presence as captivating as ever. You've wasted enough time, she says playfully. I should have just given you my contact info earlier. The group stares, especially Xian, who immediately realizes this is the senior who trained Lu Fan into exhaustion. She can't help but admire the senior sister's beauty. The senior sister smiles knowingly. I assume Lu Fan's told you all about me, she says, then turns to his aunt. Are you the famous enchanted cook? His aunt chuckles, confirming it. The senior sister then casually announces, I need to borrow Lu Fan for a bit. The group freezes in surprise. She clarifies, we're running errands in Dragon City. Don't get any strange ideas. His aunt waves her off. After all the guidance you've given Lu Fan, there's no need to ask. Just bring him back in one piece and join us for dinner when you're done. Before Lu Fan can protest, the senior sister grabs his hand. As she pulls him away, her chest brushes against him, leaving him flustered. Lu Fan glances back at his friends, clearly annoyed no one bothered to ask his opinion. He's just along for the ride now. Later, he sits silently in the passenger seat of the senior sister's sleek, speeding car. The engine roars as they break every speed limit in sight. His phone buzzes with a warning, be cautious around her. She's not even a teacher. Lu Fan's unease grows. The senior sister notices his silence and smirks slyly. What's wrong? She asks. Hesitating, Lu Fan finally blurts out, where are we going? Her smile widens. To get the rare consumable you requested. You'll love it. Lu Fan's worry melts into excitement. This ride just got a whole lot more interesting. After what feels like hours of speeding, they arrive at the Grand Dragon auction house just as the event kicks off. As they step inside the enormous hall, Lu Fan quickly pieces together their purpose. The enchantment scroll he's been dreaming of is up for grabs, but knowing how rare it is, the cost is bound to be astronomical. The senior sister gives him a confident smile, encouraging him to go for it. But Lu Fan, remembering the eye-watering bids at the secret realm auction, feels a knot form in his stomach. Forget it, he mutters. It's going to cost a fortune. The senior sister chuckles, clearly amused. Relax, she says casually. I'm richer than you can imagine. Her tone doesn't ease Lu Fan's worries, though. He doesn't like the idea of owing her, especially since her identity remains a mystery. Determined to find another way, he starts brainstorming alternatives. But before he can dwell on it, the auction begins. The first item is the rare enchantment scroll capable of removing level restrictions on equipment. A booming system announcement fills the hall. The starting price is jaw-dropping, 95 million dragon coins. Lu Fan's hope wavers as bids shoot up like fireworks, soaring past 200 million in seconds. Before he can blink, the senior sister casually raises her paddle and bids 230 million. Leaning over, she whispers with a grin, pay attention. You might learn something about bidding. Just as Lu Fan processes her bold move, a voice from the back cuts through the room. A new bid, 3 billion dragon coins. Lu Fan turns to see the smug face of the bratty princess of the Taikai kingdom. He's floored. Why does she want the scroll? He wonders. The senior sister, unfazed, leans back. In her chair. Her family's loaded, she explains. Trust me, bidding against her could stir up serious trouble. Curious, Lu Fan asks how she knows so much about the princess. The senior sister shrugs. I'm a well-informed woman. Then, lowering her voice, she adds, I also know all about you. The mention of his past run-ins with the princess and Chun Tanji stirs a wave of frustration inside Lu Fan. The senior sister picks up on his mood and pats his arm reassuringly. Don't stress about paying for the scroll. It's my gift to you. Before Lu Fan can protest, she raises her paddle again, declaring 4 billion dragon coins. The crowd gasps at her audacity. The princess, trying to mask her frustration, orders her minion to check their funds. He reports back, they only have 5 billion dragon coins to work with. Not missing a beat, the senior sister makes a decisive move, 5 billion dragon coins. The auction house falls silent. Even the announcer is stunned. Sold, he declares, slamming his gavel. The enchantment scroll is officially hers. The princess is livid, fuming that someone dared outbid her. Spotting Lu Fan, her minion points him out, muttering something about low-class trash. The princess sneers, completely oblivious that Lu Fan could obliterate her ego in one blow. Her minion tries to calm her, suggesting they find a similar scroll elsewhere. But the bratty princess, always dramatic, pouts and threatens to get her brother involved. Let's see who dares oppose me then, she huffs. Typical. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and the senior sister retreat to the VIP lounge. They're joined by an elegant woman in a striking red dress. The senior sister stands, greeting her warmly with a hug. It's clear they know each other well. The woman, clearly amused, scolds the senior sister. You didn't even say hello when you arrived, Sister Duyaku chided with a playful scowl. Every time you're here, you spend a fortune on the most random things. It's my job to cater to you, you know. Her sharp gaze then shifted to Lu Fan, sizing him up. And who's this? She asked with genuine curiosity. The senior sister smiled and introduced him. This is my junior. That enchantment scroll? A gift for him. Sister Duyaku's expression softened into a warm smile. I'm Sister Duyaku, the boss of this dragon auction house. Lu Fan, you're welcome here anytime you want something unique. Still trying to process the introductions, Lu Fan's mind reeled when Duyaku dropped the bombshell, I'm actually the senior sister's sister-in-law. Lu Fan's jaw practically hit the floor. Suddenly, the senior sister's endless wealth made perfect sense. I have to repay the 5 billion dragon coin someday, Lu Fan insisted, voice steady despite the weight of the debt. The senior sister waved him off with a teasing grin. Oh, don't worry about that. Just think about how you're going to pay me back, it'll be fun. She gestured toward the scroll with childlike excitement. Here, take a look. Lu Fan eagerly examined the scroll. Its power to remove the level 60 equipment restriction meant he could finally equip the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King. Flight? Absolutely yes. While Lu Fan marveled at his new treasure, Sister Duyaku and the senior sister chatted about rare item donations to the auction house's illustrated treasure book collection. The senior sister joked, Lu Fan, you're 5 billion in debt now. Better start brainstorming how to repay me. Curious, Lu Fan asked about the treasure book. The senior sister handed him a sleek tablet and explained, the auction house pays collectors for unique items entered into the book. The payout is 3% of the item's estimated value. It's a win-win. Collectors earn money without selling, and we build our collection. Intrigued, Lu Fan pulled out the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King and asked Duyaku to appraise it. Her eyes widened. A legendary level 60 flying wing. Worth at least 2 billion dragon coins. Without hesitation, Lu Fan submitted it to the treasure book and instantly earned 60 million dragon coins from the 3% cut. Easy money, he thought, though it barely made a dent in his debt. But Lu Fan wasn't done. I have something even rarer, he said, pulling out a glowing blue dragon egg. The room fell into a stunned silence. Sister Duyaku and the senior sister exchanged disbelief as the legendary star dragon egg pulsed softly in his hands. Pieces clicked together in Duyaku's mind. You're the dragon tamer from the southern province, she whispered, or creeping into her voice. The senior sister just smiled, pride shining clearly in her eyes. After dropping the senior sister off at her house, Lu Fan politely offered to walk her to the door. She waved him off with her usual confident smile. I've got it. As Lu Fan flew off into the distance, she found herself quietly impressed. Most guys would have insisted on walking her to the door, either out of overpoliteness or just to sneak a peek at her private life. But not Lu Fan. He's refreshingly straightforward. Not bad, she mused. Then, with a start, she remembered something important. Lu Fan left my bike hanging in midair during our adventure earlier. It's probably reduced to scrap metal by now. She sighed, shaking her head. Back at the villa, Lu Fan plopped down between the black dragon Xiao Yi and the jade dragon Xia. Exhausted but triumphant after the long flight, he was definitely getting the hang of using the soul wings. But there was no time to rest. He was finally ready to hatch the star dragon egg, and nothing would stop him. The dragon ladies glanced at each other. Xiao Yi looked surprised, and Xia Fi stirred from her nap, eyeing the egg curiously. Lu Fan, ever the peacemaker, reminded them, we'll all need to coexist peacefully once the new dragon arrives. No more petty squabbles. At least, that's what he hoped. Channeling his dragon tamer skill, Lu Fan poured his aura into the egg. The room filled with an intense blue light as the egg began to crack. Xia, the little mischief maker, started munching on the broken shell pieces, much to Lu Fan's amusement. Suddenly, the light intensified and stars seemed to burst into the room. When the light faded, there it was, a baby star dragon with sleek black scales, shimmering blue wings, and a starry aura that looked like it had fallen straight out of the cosmos. The star dragon stats were already insane for a level 1 hatchling: 795 strength, 276 agility, and 109 spirit. But its skill set was even crazier. Broken Star summoned a star to crash down onto enemies, causing massive area damage. Starlight Scale armor absorbed damage for 60 seconds, then reflected it back. Star Surge increased endurance the longer the battle dragged on. Star Dragon Bloodline reduced all attribute damage by 50% and boosted self-recovery by a whopping 500%. Lu Fan gently lifted the tiny dragon, marveling at its incredible potential. It was already stronger than Xiao Yi had been at level 1, and Lu Fan knew that once it hit level 20, it would be an absolute powerhouse. Meanwhile, the star dragon noticed Xia still munching on its eggshells and gave her a swift smack. Xia pouted, but Lu Fan couldn't help chuckling at their sibling-like antics. He was still thinking about how devastating the broken star skill would be in a dungeon. As the star dragon began nibbling on its own eggshells, because, well, why not? Lu Fan realized it was a girl. Following tradition, it was time to give her a name. After much brainstorming, he settled on Xing, a name symbolizing the stars. But the dragon ladies weren't impressed. Xia started crying dramatically, lamenting the lack of creativity. It's just a name, Lu Fan defended, grinning. Before another argument could break out, Xing curled up and fell asleep. At least she's low maintenance, Lu Fan muttered, watching Xiao Yi and Xia bicker non-stop. Having a dragon who loves to nap is a welcome change. Meanwhile, far away in the Wanli Sand area of the Taikai Kingdom, a level 60 to 70 zone notorious for its dangers, a chilling scene unfolded. Skeletons hung from crosses and an eerie campfire flickered. Near the site, a man in a long cape stared coldly at his phone. Meet Jin Xinghan, a top-ranked professional and, more importantly, the bratty Princess Jingu's older brother. A voice broke the silence, asking what was wrong. Without looking up, Jin explained, "My spoiled little sister has been pestering me about some trashy boy who dared to hit her. Not once, but twice. She's always been like this," he added with clear disdain. Nearby, a massive centipede-like monster emerged from the lake, but Jin didn't even flinch. With a flick of his hand, a burst of red energy sliced the creature clean in half. "I'm a loving brother," he said with a dangerous smile, "and I'll make sure to rid my sister of all her troubles." Back at the villa, a week had passed since Lu Fan hatched the star dragon. Life had settled into a new rhythm. Lu Fan regularly trained with the senior sister, who never missed a chance to tease him. She loved reminding him that if he ever managed to land a single hit on her, she'd take him back to the dragon auction house. Spoiler alert, he hadn't succeeded yet. During weekdays, Lu Fan and his team ground hard in the poison spider forest, and their progress was impressive. Jade Dragon Xia was now level 22. Star Dragon Xing had hit level 11. Black Dragon Xia Yi reached level 29. As for the humans, Lu Fan was at level 32. Shan Yanjing, level 31. Xian, level 32. Qin Xiao, the quiet powerhouse, level 30. With everyone ready for their second-class transfers, the team buzzed with excitement. Xian couldn't stop talking about the advanced dungeons they'd tackle next. Watching it all unfold, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. His team was growing stronger by the day, and their synergy was unmatched. Now, the crew was standing around, pumped about their new powers. Jinyang, always the first to show off, stepped forward and proudly declared she'd picked the sword dancer class. "Why," she said with a grin, "because it comes with a sword master skill. And let's be honest, who wouldn't want to twirl swords in style?" She turned to Qin Xiao and teased, "Hey, wasn't expecting you to go damage dealer." Qin Xiao laughed and explained, "I thought about support, but since Xiaop's got healing covered, I went all out with a hidden combat class, Holy Light Judge. Now my light attribute magic is so powerful, it's practically blinding." Lu Fan chimed in with his usual leaderly grin. "We're so well-rounded now, physical power, magic, and support. It's like a buffet of awesome abilities." Something for everyone. Just as Lu Fan is about to wrap up his pep talk, Xian literally bursts onto the scene, glowing with excitement. She's bouncing so energetically you'd swear she's about to take off. Everyone's curious, eyes locked on her. Xinqiu's the first to ask, "What's got you so hyped?" Grinning like she just won the lottery, Xian challenges them to guess. Xinying gasps, eyes wide, blurting out, "Wait, is it that hidden class from the second level change?" Xian nods so hard it's a miracle her head doesn't pop off. "Yep. I'm officially a water ripple swordsman. I can control water magic now." Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Hidden classes on the second level change? Isn't that like finding a needle in a haystack? Jinyang, ever the encyclopedia, confirms, yeah, the odds are insane. Even lower than getting a hidden class at the first level change. Xian's eyes soften, a little emotional. "I've always felt like the weakest link, but being with you guys helped me find balance. Sweet moment, right?" Not for long. Lu Fan can't resist. With a cheeky grin, he jabs, "It's hilarious how the team slacker now owns one of the rarest hidden classes." That did it. Xian's face flushes bright red. She looks ready to clobber him right then and there, fists clenched, eyes blazing. If looks could kill, Lu Fan would already be respawning. But just as the tension hits its peak, Lu Fan's phone buzzes. It's Vice Principal Xiao. Suddenly, the mood shifts. Lu Fan answers, and his playful smile fades to serious. "The envoy is coming," he says, cutting the call. "I've got to go." Xian, still mid-rant, is left standing there, her fury cut short by the universe itself. Fast forward to the combat class hall at Dragon Capital Academy. The students are gathered, all eyes glued to the stage. Teacher Gayan leans over to Lu Fan and casually drops some intel. The envoy's name is Ruanchong Foam. He's no joke, a level 76 Holy Shield Knight, third-tier powerhouse. He pauses for effect. Vice Principal Xiao also hinted he's got some opinions about you. Translation, this is gonna be awkward. Lu Fan recalls his sister's warning, this envoy might single him out. As if that's not enough to worry about, Lu Fan's attention snaps to the stage. Among the three figures standing there, one wears a white robe and holds something incredible. The Brahma staff. Yeah, the one that was once ranked number 1 in the treasure book. And this mysterious figure just casually holds it like it's no big deal. Curious, Lu Fan whispers to Teacher Gayan, "Who's that rogue?" With a knowing smile, Gayan replies, "That's the principal of Dragon Capital Academy. And get this," he adds, "the principal's a total enigma. Nobody knows their gender. Their voice is altered. They never show up to public events. Basically, the ultimate mystery boss." Lu Fan quickly pieces it together, if the elusive principal is here, then this envoy must be seriously important. Right on cue, the room erupts as Ruanchong Foam strides in. He walks like he owns the place, radiating an authority that makes everyone instinctively straighten up. It's the kind of presence that silently warns, "Better check your shoelaces before I call you out." Without wasting a second, Ruanchong Foam cuts through the tension. No pleasantries. No small talk. Vice Principal Xiao steps forward to greet him, but the envoy waves him off like brushing away an annoying fly. He's not here for introductions. He's here for results. He makes it clear, the only person who matters is the principal. Everyone else? Just background noise. Then comes the big moment. Huan steps forward, his voice cutting through the charged silence. "Are all candidates for the national trials present?" The cloak principal gives a slow, deliberate nod. Vice Principal Xiao, trying his best to keep cool, steps up and announces, "The Academy is recommending only one candidate, Lu Fan." The envoy's expression darkens instantly. Teacher Gayan leans close to Lu Fan, whispering, "Here's why this is so tense. The envoy wanted to handpick the candidates himself, but the Academy pulled a power move, putting forward only you." The air is thick with silent tension, heavy enough to cut with a sword. Ruanchong Foam fixes Lu Fan with a cold stare. Looks like the decision's already been made. Vice Principal Xiao doesn't back down. His voice is steady, full of confidence. The Academy has full faith in Lu Fan. The principal personally believes he'll blow you away. Basically, you'll be eating those words soon enough. Ruanchong Foam's annoyance is palpable. He reluctantly flips through Lu Fan's file, and man, is it stacked. Level 32 Dragon Tamer. Reigning champion of the Southern Province. Number 1 among new students. Add tales of heroism that traveled all the way from Shanghai City to Dragon Capital, catching the attention of the Qin family and the Northern Duke. The guy's basically a walking legend. But does that impress the envoy? Not one bit. In Wan's eyes, Lu Fan had it too easy thanks to his hidden profession. He doubts Lu Fan's ever faced the kind of struggles the other candidates have. With a smirk dripping with condescension, he wonders aloud if Lu Fan can even hold his own against third-tier experts from other nations, many sitting comfortably at levels 50 or 60. The bar's been set way too high. Lu Fan can feel the tension radiating off the envoy like heat from a furnace. It's bad. Like really bad. He knows Wan's already made up his mind, and it's not in Lu Fan's favor. The sneer on the old man's face leaves no doubt. Then, boom, out of nowhere, the envoy draws his sword and lunges straight at Lu Fan. No warning. No polite sparring. Just a full-on attack. The envoy's idea of an assessment? Trying to take Lu Fan's head off. But Lu Fan's no slouch. Reflexes kicking in, he blocks the strike with his trusty big black machete. Crisis averted. The crowd goes wild. Shouts, protests, cries of outrage fill the hall. A level 76 Holy Shield Knight. Going after a level 32 student? That's like sending a pro wrestler into a middle school dodgeball game. Total overkill. Ruan Chung Foam just shrugs. If you don't want to fight, you can withdraw from the national trials. Simple as that. And then he drops the real bomb. Levels don't matter. Yeah, right. Now Lu Fan stuck. The old man is grinning like he's already won, taunting Lu Fan to show his full strength. It's a lose-lose. Close combat is a death sentence against someone like this. And the cramped auditorium means summoning dragons risks too much collateral damage. The envoy's got Lu Fan completely boxed in. Sensing hesitation, Ruan Chung Foam leans in with a mocking tone, itching to prove that Lu Fan is all hype and no substance. Then, without warning, he lands a crushing blow. Lu Fan's machete flies from his grip, spinning through the air. For a moment, it looks like the fight's over. The next strike is coming too fast for Lu Fan to dodge. But just as the blow is about to land, the principal suddenly steps in, wielding the legendary Brahma staff like a total boss. Their voice, altered by magic, cuts through the chaos. Maybe this assessment should be taken somewhere else. Destroying the school auditorium isn't exactly professional. Before anyone can blink, a massive crimson magic circle ignites beneath their feet. In an instant, Lu Fan, Ruan Chung Foam, the principal, and vice principal Xiao are teleported away, landing in a huge open arena. The rest of the students are left behind, jaws dropped, watching the magic vanish like a magician's grand finale. The envoy shrugs like location doesn't matter to him. All he wants is to see what Lu Fan's truly made of. And then Lu Fan realizes the truth. This envoy is the same guy who let Princess Jingu, the kingdom's spoiled brat, run wild. Suddenly, the envoy's bias and hostility all make perfect sense. With the wide open space now giving him freedom, Lu Fan stops holding back. He activates Flash Leap and teleports to the head of his legendary black dragon, Shirai, already in her terrifying world destroyer form. The crowd is stunned silent. Even Ruan Chung Foam pauses mid-step, recognizing the dragon from that infamous viral video. The envoy summons his golden shield with cold confidence, thinking his level 76 Holy Shield Knight is a tank against Lu Fan's dragon and magic. In his mind, this fight's already decided. But Lu Fan's done playing. Shirai lets out a roar so powerful it shakes the entire arena, freezing everyone in place. It's more than a roar, it's a declaration: you messed with the wrong dragon. Even Ruan Chung Foam's smirk falters. His body trembles, confidence cracking as he realizes he may have underestimated his opponent. Still, he forces a smug expression, brushing off the display as nothing but a scare tactic. Everyone watching knows better, he's barely holding it together. From the sidelines, Vice Principal Xiao recalls the last time he saw Shirai's power obliterate the Fongyang Pavilion. While the principal quietly shakes their head, as if to say, the real show hasn't even started. Ruan Chung Foam, still dripping with arrogance, stares down Shirai, convinced this is all just flashy intimidation, a kid playing with sparklers at a fireworks show. But oh, is he in for a rude awakening? Before he can even react, an unexpected attack barrels at him. He raises his shield instinctively, its emblem glowing as he braces for impact. But then, a deep, bone-chilling fear washes over him. For a man who built his reputation on being unshakable, this feeling is foreign. Surrounded by pulsing, mysterious symbols of fear, he drops to his knees, energy waves crashing over him. And there stands Lu Fan, calm and collected beside Shirai, wearing that trademark mocking smile that says, "Didn't see that coming, did you?" But Ruan Chong Foam isn't done yet. Fighting through the panic, he activates a special stance that nullifies the fear gripping him. His aura flares with fierce defiance. Weapon gripped tight, he charges forward, sword raised, ready to crush the so-called rookie. And Lu Fan? He doesn't even flinch. The battlefield itself starts to warp, bending to Lu Fan's will. Winds howl, fire crackles, and the ground trembles like the elements just voted, and spoiler alert, they're not on Team Envoy. Off to the side, Vice Principal Xiao is frozen in place, jaw dangling like a broken drawbridge. Lu Fan isn't just fighting anymore. He's orchestrating chaos like a conductor with front-row seats to the apocalypse. Then it happens. 2 swirling portals open behind Lu Fan. Ruan Chong Foam skids to a halt mid-charge, his eyes bulging. That earlier smugness? Gone. His sweat-drenched face now wears the unmistakable expression of a man who just realized he left the oven on, and the house is already on fire. From the portal step 2 more dragons. Yes. 2. The crowd gasps. Xiao blinks hard like he's glitching. Ruan Chong Foam stands paralyzed, trying to compute this nonsense. 3 dragons now. His brain's buffering like an old dial-up modem. It's the kind of moment where you stop fighting and start reconsidering all your life choices. But Lu Fan's not done flexing. With a single word, he commands Shirai, his jade dragon, to summon her own 2 dragon pets. Now there are 5. 5 dragons. The arena practically shatters under the pressure. It's no longer a battle, it's a dragon symposium, and Lu Fan's the keynote speaker. The vice principal's glasses fog up just from proximity. The principal? Visibly shaken, their mysterious composure finally cracking. At this point, nobody's sure if what they're re-witnessing is magical genius or blatant abuse of system mechanics. Lu Fan stands at the center, calm, composed, like a man who ordered 5 pizzas and they all showed up with extra cheese. The dragons tower behind him, glowing with elemental fury, fire, ice, thunder, wind, and shadow swirling in perfect harmony. Ruan Chong Foam? He looks like he just walked into a boss raid. Solo. At level 1. With no potions. The envoy swallows hard, still gripping his golden shield, trying to remember what courage feels like. But those 5 dragons staring him down like he owes them rent? Yeah, that's enough to make anyone rethink their career. Vice Principal Xiao leans toward the principal and mutters, "Did you know he could do this?" The principal shakes their head silently. Even they look like they've just watched someone pull a royal flush while riding a unicorn. Still, despite the odds, Ruan Chong Foam charges. Credit where it's due, the man has guts. Or maybe he's just lost his mind. Flames roar across the field, and shadows coil like living serpents. The envoy's shield glows with divine light, trying to hold back the oncoming elemental Armageddon. Xiao, ever the realist, watches the insanity unfold and starts mentally calculating repair costs. Dragon damage, magical distortion, trauma therapy for the audience. Yeah, this month's insurance premium's gonna be brutal. And then, amid the chaos, the envoy laughs. A wild, defiant, maybe a little too unhinged laugh. Perched on his mount, eyes glowing with adrenaline, he charges headfirst into the storm like he's trying to win a dare. His confidence is cracking at the seams, but he keeps taunting through clenched teeth, "Without your dragons, you're nothing." Big talk for a guy being shadowed by 5 apex predators. It's the kind of overconfidence that makes you wonder if Ruan Chong Foam's been trapped in a motivational podcast loop narrated by his own ego. With only seconds left on his holy light protection, the envoy decides to go all in. He gathers every last drop of divine energy and unleashes holy light judgment, a radiant, cataclysmic strike aimed directly at Lu Fan. The battlefield ignites like someone detonated a second sun. Beams of searing light rip across the field. Students shield their eyes. Instructors instinctively brace for impact. Even the rogue principal's robe flutters from the blast pressure. But Lu Fan? He doesn't even blink. She is Jade Shield, cool, calm, and completely over it, absorbs the holy strike like someone just threw a flashlight at a tank. Layer after glowing layer of magical defense activates and disperses the attack as if it were an annoying mosquito. Lu Fan's expression remains unbothered, borderline bored, like he's waiting for the envoy to finish throwing his little light show tantrum. The envoy, watching his trump card evaporate into sparkles, suddenly looks like a kid who just realized his toy lightsaber isn't real. His confidence crumbles fast, and now, standing with no shield, no backup, and no plan B, he's face to face with 5 dragons and one very unimpressed Lu Fan. Bad math for him. Lu Fan isn't in the mood to play anymore. He channels the Blue Dragon King's roar. Boom! A colossal spectral dragon erupts behind him, coiling through the air like living thunder. Its eyes blaze. Its maw crackles with raw elemental rage. The pressure alone sends ripples through the air and nearly buckles the envoy's knees. This is no longer a duel. This is a statement. Ruan Chongfeng starts to backpedal, probably trying to remember where the surrender button is. But Lu Fan, cool as a glacier, drops a verbal warning. It's not loud, but it's sharp enough to slice through armor. A warning that basically says, one more step, and I stop pretending this is a fair fight. Before the envoy can process that ominous PSA, the star dragon appears behind him, silent, swift, and entirely disrespectful of personal space. The envoy's face morphs from anger to "oh" in 0.3 seconds. Lu Fan closes in, his gaze sharp and merciless. This isn't just dominance, it's a public service announcement. Then it hits. The Blue Dragon King unleashes a final sky-ripping roar. Purple lightning rains down like divine fury, slamming into the envoy and launching him off his mount like a ragdoll launched from a cannon. The once mighty knight crashes to the ground, a crumpled mess of cracked armor and broken pride. Smoke, ash, chaos. The arena holds its breath. Vice Principal Xiao and the Rogue Principal exchange a look, half concern, half should we stop this before Lu Fan starts charging admission. Finally, the smoke clears. And there he is, the envoy, lying flat, coughing, broken, and very much defeated. His once proud mount lies unmoving beside him. And just when you think it can't get worse, it does. Because the guy still refuses to quit. Shaking like a leaf caught in a thunderstorm, Ruan Chongfeng tries to rise. His body says no, but his pride says not yet. And Lu Fan, ever the gentleman, actually apologizes. Though let's be clear, it's not a sweet "I'm sorry" a kind of apology. It's the kind of apology that comes with a smug smile and a verbal side-eye. Taking out mounts is legal in national trials. Sorry yours couldn't keep up. Uff. That's gonna sting more than the lightning. Vice Principal Xiao watches in disbelief. On one hand, he's impressed by the envoy's sheer stubbornness. On the other, he's probably thinking, my guy, just lie down and save yourself. But nope. The envoy, ever the drama king, snaps back, telling Xiao to butt out, that as envoy, he alone gets to decide when the evaluation ends. Even face first in the dirt, this guy's clinging to authority like a lifeline. And that's when the principal finally steps in. No more watching. No more silent judging. It's time to hit the brakes on this flaming chariot of chaos. The principal finally steps forward, his tone calm but cutting through the tension like a blade through silk. He suggests letting it go, pointing out the obvious. Ruan Chongfeng's pride is the only thing keeping him upright, and even that looks like it's 2 steps away from waving a white flag. But pride is a stubborn beast. Ruan's eyes burn with frustration. He mutters under his breath, bitterly listing Lu Fan's impossible talents: flash damage immunity, dragon tongue magic, 5 dragons under his command. Clearly, Lu Fan isn't just overpowered, he's practically a walking cheat code. Admitting that? It'd be easier for Ruan to chew gravel. Instead, his anger boils over. One last desperate surge. He stumbles to his feet and charges at Lu Fan, hurling insults like confetti at a pity party. He blames Lu Fan for everything: his fall from grace, being cast out by the Jiang family, losing his position, his mount's death, and, for some reason, throws in a jab about Lu Fan being a smelly poor kid from a dumpling shop. Real classy. But Lu Fan? Completely unbothered. He stands there like a wall of zen, one hand resting on his dragon, casually dodging Ruan's wild swings like he's swatting away flies. It's almost generous, like Lu Fan's letting the guy vent before reality finishes the job. Ruan, blinded by rage, draws his sword and screams, "Today is the day you die, Lu Fan." Big words for a man who just lost to a light jog. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He simply raises his foot, and bam, delivers a swift, bone-rattling kick that sends Ruan flying. Again. The envoy hits the ground hard, again. And now, Lu Fan walks toward him. Slowly. calmly, each step deliberate, like a final punctuation mark at the end of a very one-sided story. Standing over him, Lu Fan delivers wisdom with the tone of someone who's earned it. Losing your cool in battle is useless. It's not just advice. It's a lecture. And given the context, lecture accepted. He assures Ron that he won't hit him while he's down. But if Ron insists this fight isn't over, well, he's welcome to stand up and try again. Bold words, considering Ron looks like he couldn't lift a spoon, let alone a sword. Then, Lu Fan leans in, addressing the real issue. If Ron truly believes his career was ruined by Lu Fan, he's welcome to seek revenge, anytime, anywhere. But next time, there will be no mercy. The warning lands hard. Not just words, it's a promise. Ron's rage finally fizzles, or maybe he just runs out of fuel. Either way, he collapses even further, unable to rise. The 5 dragons surround Lu Fan like celestial guardians, looming over the fallen envoy like silent judges delivering their verdict. It's over. Vice Principal Xiao, seeing the envoy's state, finally rushes in, shouting for a priest. Even he looks a little sorry for the guy. But hey, that's what happens when you go head-to-head with a one-man dragon army and think you've got a chance. And then comes the final twist. The principal turns toward Lu Fan. That mysterious, unreadable vibe still intact, but now visibly impressed. Let's be honest, 5 dragons isn't something you just casually summon during a school test. You don't bring a hydra to a spelling bee unless you're making a point. With a rare smile, the principal admits, "I didn't expect this much power from you." Then, out of curiosity, maybe even a little fear, he asks, "How much strength did you actually use?" Lu Fan shrugs, like it's no big deal. Not even 1%. Yeah, you heard that right. 1%. He explains that his dragons barely moved, didn't even use any real skills. This was, essentially, a warm-up jog. A lazy Tuesday morning stroll in the park. And it was still enough to flatten everything in sight. The principal's eyes widen. It's the kind of statement that makes you wonder what 100% would look like. Spoiler alert, global evacuation required. Then, the Brahma staff in the principal's hand begins to glow. The air around him tightens. His aura swells. And with a voice full of conviction, he announces, selecting Lu Fan was absolutely the right decision. The declaration hits with the weight of final judgment. You almost expect a choir to rise up in the background, hallelujah echoing over the smoldering battlefield.